All right, here we go. Say testing, testing, testing. Can I hear myself? All right. Okay, what's up, room? Everybody hear me? Any questions on the chat? If you guys can hear me. All right. What's up? Black Zeus, what's going on? Chemistry, what's happening? Top dog, what's the word? Yeah, Pharaoh Edmondson. I don't recognize your name. You have you ever commented before? Milton, what's going on? All right, what's going on? What's going on, Goldie? Yep, I'm doing this from my main channel. My main channel had got a community strike, so I couldn't do my hangouts from here. Even though I know this is where the majority of people will be if they're looking for me. So I had to put it on my Reborn channel. So now it's been 3 months, and my strike was lifted on the 26th. So this will be my first one from this channel. Am I all alone? What does that mean? Unsubbed. Okay, dude, didn't unsub. You know, with a name like Adolf Hitler, that's probably your best move. I don't know why do people come in say they're sub. I don't even believe the dude was subbed in the first place, and then say that you're unsubbing. It's like I don't see the point. Oh yeah, it would. You know what? I would get cursed out if I didn't do this. I think my subs would rather me not do any content and then show up on my Hangouts. Yeah, I spoiled you guys because originally the Hangouts were only supposed to be once a month. You know, where I could actually come in and talk to you guys. Yeah, uh, because my strike was lifted. I had a community strike, and they wouldn't let me do Hangouts, so I had to do it on my backup channel. So I don't know. Do you guys prefer the Hangouts here or on the backup channel? Because I've been doing it from the backup channel for about 3 months. Which doing the backup channel is a headache because a lot of the subs, then I have to make one or two videos telling people like to go to another channel for a Hangout. So it was a headache. I had to always create an extra video, let people know that it's going to be a Hangout on another channel rather than just popping up a live event and seeing who's there. I would say if they're regentrifying Baltimore and you hold property in Baltimore, I would say hold it. I would say hold it for, if you can hold on to it for at least, I would say a couple years and see how the market is going. Because if they're gonna gentrify Baltimore, I would say hold it. Keep keep tab of the prices and keep picking up the newspaper and see what they're doing, because I heard what was the what's the name of the university that's near Baltimore? I can't remember. They're buying up pieces of Baltimore left and right. So always keep looking at the newspaper, see what they're building next to you, because it may be it's difficult to say because Donald Trump has dried up a lot of that community redevelopment money out from HUD, and a lot of this gentrification was actually funded through HUD, and so like there was a line in the movie, they can slow you down, but eventually it's yours to sell. So the thing is, they may slow it down, but I don't think they're going to halt the process. Just going to make it a little bit more difficult for them. But that's that remains to be seen, because we don't know what Congress is going to do, because Congress is also behind gentrification. So if you have property in Baltimore, I would say for the moment, next year or two, I would hold it. I would hold it, and I would keep an eye on what they're developing. You might even want to contact HUD about redevelopment money, even if you're not going to actually get the grants, but you can see where the grants are going. That's what I would do. And go down to City Hall and see, and ask about redevelopment and stuff like that, and how to apply. But they'll give you information on what's going on around you. That's the way to getting information through the back door. No, insider trading is a lot better than real estate. Let's put it that way. Real estate is slow money. Insider trading is quick money. Insider trading is better than dealing drugs. Let's put it that way, and a whole lot faster. You have to know somebody to get in on insider trading. That's a small club, very small club. But if you get on inside trade way before it happens, man, you can get rich really really quick. There's a whole lot of bankers that went from 0 to 100 million, and short amount of time, and got out. Illinois is a wrap. Okay, what part of Illinois? Yeah, Illinois is well, all the states are in debt. The Illinois is in debt because of a lot of it is because of the pension program. Illinois has a real big in debt with their pensioners. Last I heard, and they've been stealing money. And plus, Illinois is a big banking center, so I'm sure a lot of that money went into bailing out the banks. It's also the reason you have a big drug problem in Illinois, because to bail out the banks, you bring in drug money. Drug money has to get washed. It has to get cleansed to move back to where it came from, to the people that sent the drugs up, right? So they get a huge portion to actually launder that money. All the big money doesn't get laundered on a local level. It gets laundered. Yeah, the state pensions. Yeah, they've been talking about that for quite a while, about the Illinois pensions. I don't know if I can dig up sound for it, but they've been talking about that for a long time, about Illinois being in trouble. The Illinois has been stealing, um, robbing Peter and Paul, to pay their debts. In fact, didn't Illinois have their pensioners take a haircut? Elite manhood, what's going on? And when Wall Street basically and the banks kind of went bust in 2008, man, a lot of your pension plans were based on the return you're getting from your banks and stuff like that. And once that kind of stuff kind of blew up and they went to zero interest rates, man, um, then basically you had to pay the pensioners out of the state's pocket. There was no interest coming in. Yeah, well, they're not the only one. They are not the only one, man. There's a whole lot of states that are in trouble. They don't even talk about them. And when the only thing is they don't want to put old people on the streets because that's going to cause a whole lot of havoc. Yeah, well, you say hell, you can't basically you can't get any chemistry. Thank you, bro. I'm doing a Lord's work. So are you, man. If you got real estate, man, so are you. You know, Baltimore. As far as the conscious black community, man, are talking about black people holding on to their property in the inner city, and kind of slow down gentrification. So if you're holding on to that property, man, you are too, because there's a big thing in Los Angeles, man. I can't tell you how many people you get knocking on your doors asking if you want to sell your house, man. So white folks can move into the neighborhood. Enjoy the decline. It's gonna be it's gonna be a changeover. So I don't know if it's gonna be a decline like we think it will be, or it's gonna be a rapid acceleration into something else. This is this is a unique time in history, a very unique time in history. Oh, city San Diego, in run by the sea. San Diego is a very, very weird city, man. I do not understand San Diego, and I'm in Los Angeles. I do not understand San Diego. San Diego is one of the stranger cities in the country, really. But it's close to Orange County. Orange County went bankrupt, man, behind all these shenanigans way back in the 90s. So everybody, Orange County should have been a cautionary tale. If you guys ever want to look up something about these instruments, look up Orange County versus CS First Boston when they lost about $1 billion. Ah, you know what? When I was like 15 years old, man, and you used to call into the radio stations, they always used to tell me, you should be in radio because you have the voice for it. But I think you have to have a certain personality to be in radio. Deep Verma, uh, thank you. I appreciate that. I always wondered, what is when you say Deep Verma, is that Vedic or is that Buddhist, or what is why do you adopt your name? I always wondered about that because Verma could mean Buddhist, it could be Vedic. Because I know Verma I think Verma is a Vedic word. So I always wondered why you use that moniker, but I appreciate it. Yeah, calling the radios challenging. No, man, that was I have done it, but that's a good way to get hung up on. Because if they can't handle, if they can't discuss what you're discussing, man, the person intercepting the call will just drop you. And you'll be listening in, all of a sudden the line will go dead, and that's happened quite a few times. Even on sports talk, I call in and they can't handle the question, and it'll be like 15 seconds, man, and they'll drop you. You get to have one sentence and they'll drop you. They won't even give you the full 30 seconds. Cerulean, thank you, bro. Man, I hear Angry Man gave you a compliment, man. He did on my ladies hangout. He gave you a compliment. And he said what you bring in, man. He said most of his subs can't handle, man. He said you causing a disruption over in his channel. Because what you're talking about, they can't ride with. They can't. Smooth Drive, what's happening? Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Black Wizard. Thank you. Hey, did you see the drop I did with my teacher, Dadisi? Yeah, if you were in LA, man, at that time when he was alive, man, you'd have loved him. We used to there wasn't a at least a couple times in each lecture, man, or each lesson, man, your mouth would just drop open. He'd just say something, your mouth would go, and you wouldn't have any words for it. So if there's one person, if there's one man I would love to be like, I always wanted to be like, it's him. He didn't have a whole lot of money, he have a whole lot of fame, but bro, if there's one person in the world I wanted to be like, and he was the one. But the thing is, but his wife and his daughter, ex-wife and his daughter never really appreciated him for what he was until he died. And then when he died at his funeral, man, they had to open up a whole, it was a gym, and they had to put like 1,500, like 1,000 seats in the gym, and still there weren't enough seats, man, during his funeral. Captain Kirk, what's going on? Well, man, it doesn't matter, man. If you get one thing, if one thing that I've said that I've shown you get something out of it, man, changes your the way you see the world, man, it's worth it. Because if everybody that has ever listened to me or heard from me has one thing that changes their world, man, then the Black community can heal itself. A lot of people see something, you get your worldview changed, man, and then all of a sudden you can't handle it. You run back because it's too, the red pill is one thing, man. And I think the MGTOWs, that's a discussion the MGTOWs are going to have. The red pill is one thing. The red pill is just awakening, man, but that black pill is something else, man. Hey, Ed Charles, what's going on? And any questions on the board? Well, unless you guys just want to talk, it's up to you. Sometimes I don't get enough time with the board all the time, and once I get into I hope everybody gets something out of it, man. Because you guys are the people I attract are just as important as I am. Because the people I attract, there's a reason you guys are attracted to me. So, the black pill, man, the black pill is the red pill is awakening, right? But the black pill is realization, and where you really see reality for what it is, man. And most people can't handle it. Like we said the Joker is the ultimate black pill taker because he saw human beings in reality for what it was, but thinking he's a psychopath. And he did negative things. Like I said, that's why Batman and the Joker were the two sides of the same coin. They saw reality for what it was. One decided to do try to make something positive out of the black pill, and the other one tried to do something negative with the black pill. So the black pill is the monster. The black pill is what a nihilist. Yeah, nihilism in a sense. Yeah, nihilism. I think nihilism is the in between state that's standing on the abyss. You know, you stand upon the abyss, and you have the black pill in your hand, and you see reality, um, but you don't want to take it because you can't handle it, and some people turn back, turn away. But the black pill is heavy, and I think that's the MGTOWs are just starting to discuss the black pill because now they've moved to that point. Okay, you realize, you realize there was something, there's another reality. So you've dove into that next reality. Okay, and you've truly accepted the world for what it was. It says, now what? How do you go forward? And in a sense, I swallowed my black pill years ago, and you you try to become the Dark Knight and do something positive, because if you don't, or if you don't, you're either gonna be you're gonna have to go the other way, which is gonna be a dark triad, where basically you're gonna become I wouldn't say a sociopath, but what do they call them? Amoral. You have a lot of amoral people that are running around. I said to truly digest the black pill, you have to be either as well. There's two sides. You either become a saint or you become a sociopath if you're going to survive the black pill. And there's a whole lot more sociopaths than there are saints. In fact, I think you have some of them working in Washington, D.C. to truly be able to digest the black pill. Yeah, Machiavellian, yes, in a sense, yeah, because Machiavelli worked in a court, man, and he was a courtier, he was an advisor, and basically his king got taken out of power, so he had to become a pig farmer. And if you're not built for being a pig farmer, because he owned the land, but the thing is, he kept it going when he had money. When he didn't, okay, that was his job, and he hated it. So to keep himself sane, he wrote, and that's where the prince came out of that. So he had a big library. He would just study. That was his escape. He would get into the books and he would study, and that would become part of his world. Oh, Wilsonian, man, I'm humbled, brother. I'm humbled. But Machiavelli, if you read, there's a very good uh, there's a very good from the, I think it was the teaching channel, learning channel, where he talks about Machiavelli and the discourses of Livy. He explains Machiavelli's life and why he wrote The Prince, because he was writing The Prince as a resume. In other words, he wrote it as fiction so that he could actually, people would read it, or the royalty would read it, and they said, okay, this guy's got something going on. He would get hired, and he actually get his job, another job, another gig with another king. That's what he actually wrote it for. Because if he just wrote the discourses of Livy, most people couldn't understand it, but the fiction they could. So he wrote The Prince as a resume, so he can get hired again, because he knew all the ins and out of the court, how to gain power, and how to hold power, and how to manipulate people. It's what it is, because that's what you do. If you're in power, you have to manipulate people. That's your job. I mean, you can either do it for good, or you can actually do it for evil. So that's like an authoritarian. If you get a good authoritarian, your kingdom works well. If you get a bad one, guess what happens, man? You talk about death and destruction, and eventually your death and destruction. Hey, saved and sanctified. So do people want to talk, or you just want me to answer questions from the board? Either. I'm good with either. Not really. If you go to the African continent, you're gonna find a lot of Machiavellis. Okay, don't get it twisted. Black people are very capable of being Machiavelli. A lot of black people you don't think are Machiavelli are. Don't get it twisted. You have a lot of rappers that are that. That's how come. Tupac sang about Machiavelli because they saw how it worked. Well, okay. Talk about how retail, because I have about 3 or 4 articles, man, that people have sent me about that. You got to remember, the 73% of retail workers are who? Women. I mean, just women. So if retail gets wiped out, what's going to happen to women's jobs? And a lot of black people are working retail. You don't have a lot of people higher up the chain. What I'm saying is, you're getting simple automation, basically. Hey, Louis. Gracias, Louis. Oh, Aries. Okay. Uh, Aries. An Aries is not quite a Leo. Aries or Aries. All the fire signs are straightforward, man. All the fire signs are straightforward. They tell you what they mean. They're no nonsense, and Aries are probably the most direct out of all the signs. In fact, a friend of mine, in fact, one of my orbiters, beta female orbiters, she's an Aries, and she's the brutally direct, man. They're even more brutal than say um, a Sag. Sages are direct, but Aries are even more direct, and Aries are probably even more aggressive than the Leos or the Sages, the fire sign. Aries are probably the most aggressive. In fact, the Aries are basically the cardinal symbol. They're basically the first sign, the first sign on the wheel, and they're intense. They're aggressive. Um, Very complex personality. Um, if people can, if you, it's probably better if you're a male, if you as an Aries, some because it's a very masculine sign. You know, all your fire signs are basically masculine oriented, but it's better if you're a male and you're an Aries. Um, like I say, all your fire signs are direct. All your fire signs are straightforward, and Aries are probably a little, I would say, a lot more stubborn. Because of the ram. You got butting heads. Rams don't back up. That's why the rams charge straight ahead. They don't back up. An archer might back up. A lion may back up. Okay, or go sideways. Aries do not. They're straight ahead. They're straightforward. They tell you what they mean. They're direct about what they want, and they're stubborn. Yeah, I would say Aries are probably like the bulldogs of the sign, man. They get a hold of something and they will not let it go. They'll keep because they have a hard, rams have a hard head, and they will butt that wall until they either can't knock it down or they get knocked out. And the only way to, in fact, the female friend, she had issues with her father, and basically she kept butting her head against the wall until finally it knocked her out when her father died, and then she was ready to accept something different. But until then, it was I was right. I was right. She just bam, 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 butting her head. So Aries, with the Aries, if an Aries can get going in the right direction, okay, they're extremely effective. They're extremely effective. But the only thing is trying to get a ram or trying to get a ram to go sideways. try to take another direction if something's not working. They can get really, really stuck, and they can do a lot of damage to themselves and other people. DJ Trump, uh, uh, are you talking about eliminating abortion and not paying for birth control? You know what? It's you. You would think that's it. You would think that's it, but I think more than anything, there's just out of money. But it could be, Dr. Jones. It could be that it could be a low key way of not paying for of boosting the birth rate. It very well could be. You know what? You know what, young Grizzly. I'll get back to your point in a minute, Dr. Jones. Um, I'm hitting hard because I have all this. I have a whole bunch of automation news that's uh, backed up. In fact, I got something for you, man. There's an article that I'm gonna read into the record, man, for you to look at. It's about analyzing Bitcoin through an automated program as far as buying and selling it. And I'm gonna put it in the reading into record and see what you Bitcoiners think. So I got something coming for you because I just saw it, I just read it, and I hadn't had a chance to actually do a video on it. But I said when I saw it, I thought of you, man, because it's something that you might want to look into. It's using a database to actually uh, a database and a spreadsheet to actually buy and sell Bitcoin. CG3, muchas gracias, bro. But I thought about the same thing, Dr. Jones, when they went after Planned Parenthood. But you know, the southern states, man, have been going after Planned Parenthood for a long time. But he may be trying to boost birth rates because you have these high death rates, man, in white America, man, with this suicide and this overdosing, man. And basically, white America is killing themselves. So it could be. Oh, they're well. The white folks have been well below replacement, man, since 1970. I just looked at that, man, and they've been below replacement for 40 or 50 years. So it's not new. So it could be it's possible. We have to see what Congress if Congress goes along with it, or there's something else to replace it. So we have to really keep taking a look at it. In other words, remember I was telling you they're breadcrumbs, right? And we don't have enough breadcrumbs to actually feel out of direction. But I did see that. I did wonder the same thing because the birth rate in Texas did go up when they decided to defund Planned Parenthood. Birth rate did go up. We're gonna have to see how that plays out, whether that's a positive or a negative. Oh, bro, you don't have to do that, man. It ain't surreal. I mean, you just donated, brother. You didn't have to do that, but I love. I'm not gonna turn it down, bro. I'm gonna tell you, but I appreciate it, man. You guys humble me. You just humble me. I'm just being myself. So I'm just like when I played my teacher, uh, DC, man, probably the wisest and smartest man I ever knew. Um, and he always told us, okay, your job is to give back what was given to you. So that's all I'm doing. So it seems like a lot, but it's part of my karma. It's part of my journey, okay, because I'm getting older and you know, like I said, I was telling Angry Man, and when you get past 50, that's bonus time. So I never know. I don't know how long my bonus time is going to last. So, you know, I looked at my work and I said, okay, I have to try to replicate myself before my bonus time is up. So this is just me giving to my community because for the major part of what I wanted to do for Black people is already done as far as I'm concerned. So this is just me giving back what was given to me because what's going on in Africa is the major part of what I wanted to do for us as a people, and that is basically almost the deal is practically sealed without unless there's a catastrophe. So my mission as far as that's concerned is pretty much done. So this is just me giving you guys because I've had three great teachers. DC was one. The guy that taught me how to do uh, trade commodities. He took a liking to me. He put extra time into me. Um, he opened my world first. DC was second, and then Craig Hewlett, which is another one of my teacher. I studied under him for 10 years. He actually changed. They actually changed the way I looked at the world. That's fundamentally, and basically, they're the ones that gave me the black pill about looking at the world as it is. That's what I'm trying to teach you guys. I know it's. And I was telling Angry Man because he was getting frustrated that his his subs weren't taking it, his guys weren't taking it. And I said, so I explained it to him. If you listen to my toward the end of my female women's hangout, I explained it to him because he's an artist. So I explained it to him the way an artist would understand it. I said, if the canvas is already painted on, how do you paint something on top of it? So he went to explaining to me what he needed to do to get the canvas back to a near blank state and paint over it. And I said, that's what you're doing. I said, you're basically, oh, thank you, bro. Analysis on the prophet. Which prophet? Oh, Amos Wilson. Uh, Amos Wilson is Amos Wilson is great because you had a lot of black psychologists, man, like Amos Wilson, Francis Cress Welsing is another psychologist or psychiatrist, and they knew the deep mental disorder from that black people had because they had their basically had their culture crushed, and black people have a severe dysfunction mentally, man, from living in this crazy ass society that they put us under. So you have a lot of black psychiatrists, man, basically psychoanalyzing the whole black community, and they would put stuff out because they had to face this stuff every day. In fact, um, when I was studying under DC, man, there was the two biggest components um, that were in the class were teachers and psychiatrists, believe it or not, because they had to deal with the day-to-day dysfunction of black folks, man, from this crazy ass society or this ill-suited society. I'm not calling it crazy because for white folks it's suited, but for black people it was driving black people crazy, and they had to deal with it on a day-to-day basis. And they came to DC basically begging for help because all the books they had, all that shit didn't work. So they needed to understand the people they were dealing with. So he had a hell of a lot of teachers and a hell of a lot of psychiatrists in the conscious community. And Amos Wilson was another one. I appreciate it, Laquan. I appreciate it, bro. I mean, you guys are humbling me, man. You guys really are, man. You guys are really humbling me. I don't even know what to say. But Amos Wilson was one of those, man. Bobby Hemmett was another. Basically, they're trying to psychoanalyze the black community. In a sense, I'm trying to do the same thing through a different means because instead of the psychology, I'm getting into the culture because that culture is damaged. So that's how come I came to YouTube to basically analyze the black community through culture. Oh, thank you, Ernest Kwame. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. You guys are humbling me. You guys want me to answer more questions? You guys want to talk or, you know? Oh, Bobby Hemmett, man. We used to laugh about Bobby Hemmett, but the best book Bobby Hemmett put out was a psychopathic personality, racial personality, man. And everybody thought that Bobby Hemmett might have been assassinated behind that book back in the '90s, man. They said they probably had him assassinated. Bobby Hemmett was the man, man. Even though he could be way out there in the ether. There's a lot of cats out there, man, that that if you there's portions of it that you may not rock with, but the if you get down to the heart of it, get down to the heart of what they're trying to say, man, and understand. And like I say, a lot of black people, they the guys say one thing they don't like and they'll throw everything out. But if you look at his what he's assembled, you don't have to take his opinion, but what the guy assembled, then you can start picking out bits and pieces of their argument, man, and basically include it with your own. Because I know some people don't agree with what I'm saying, but the thing is, I try to give you the pieces. I try to keep the opinions down. Like my hangouts are for my opinions, but the rest of my stuff is more like for my. I'm giving you pieces. I'm actually giving you pointers. I'm not giving you. I probably don't give you enough pieces. That's what I'm saying. I probably should put more on my Twitter and give you the articles that I'm actually looking at. So you get more pieces. But I'm saying I'm giving you I'm filtering the pieces. Is okay. This is important. Like a lot of people disagree with retail. I say retail is important. I say why is retail important? I don't eat like at McDonald's. I don't eat there. But if you lose $100,000, 100,000 jobs at McDonald's, what do you do with those people? Or you have cashiers at Walmart because of the kiosk are actually going to eliminate cashiers. What do you do with those people? If you go online and that's where you buy, that's fine. But say as far as retail people lose their jobs. What do you do with those people? So you have to think it. A lot of people think it from the floor level or the sheep level, as I call it. When you look at it as a manager and you see all these people losing their jobs, what do you do? What happens to your economy? So if you're a landlord, what happens when people don't have any money and they can't pay rent? Or if you're a banker, people don't have any money to actually get loans and stuff like that. What happens? Or car salesman. In other words, it's a ripple effect. That's how come people didn't understand how come President Obama saved the automakers back with the TARP. He ain't saved the automakers. You got to remember, there's 3,000 companies that are tied to the automakers, and if the automakers go down, you don't just lose those jobs. You multiply it by 3,000. You figure out how many jobs you're actually going to lose. So he saved them to basically plug the dike, basically give paddles to the patient so that the whole system will continue to survive. So that's cars for clunkers and the tarp and all that stuff, man, is to keep the body flowing. Because your economy was dead. Without tarp, your economy was absolutely dead, and it was on life support. And the people don't dig under. People are so scared they don't want to look under the covers. It's like the monster under the bed. People don't want to look under the bed. And if you take the black pill, you have to look under the bed. Oh, was Bobby? Bobby Wright? You're right. Hostile Adept. You're actually Bobby Wright. And Bobby Hemmitt's the other guy. But yeah, but you had a lot of people that are constantly trying to psychoanalyze black folks, because if you know anything about black people, there's a lot of dysfunction. Said, okay, how come black people don't come together? Okay, they keep saying that. Why can't we come together? But nobody stops and says, okay, figure out why is it we can't come together? Because there's a lot of ugly truths that are underneath why we don't. And to get black people to accept the ugly truth about their culture is difficult, man. I'm one of the few people who actually call it out, because nobody wants to get called names. Nobody nobody wants to people. If you ever then this sucker's going down in a hurry. Hungry people cause way more damage than an earthquake ever could, especially in these urban center cities. Yeah, well, hope so because you find out your monster is going to tell you a lot of truth if you get to know your monster. Most people won't. No sound. Okay. Okay. I see bars. There's no sound. Hold on a second. Let me check. I see bars. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Then you know this sucker's going down in a hurry. Hungry people cause way more damage than an earthquake ever, especially in urban cities. Am I back? Okay. Yeah, well, you hope so because yeah, it's hard for me to monitor it. All right. So anybody want to talk? Are you guys cool with this? Uh, how long I've been talking? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Um, I never know, man. I'm not. I was gonna say, Genji Gadget wants to do Capricorn. Okay, Capricorns are basically the corporate mid-level people. Um, Capricorns, if you give them a path, they will follow it. Capricorns, all Earth symbols are grounded. Okay, they're grounded in habit. Capricorns are probably the least grounded in habit, but Capricorns are the combination of an Aries and say like a Taurus. Okay, they're straight ahead. Okay, Capricorns are climber. Like I said, the corporate climbers are Capricorns. If Capricorn starts off in the mailroom, then he wants to move up to the supervisor of the mailroom. If he moves up that, he wants to move up into an office, and then so on and so forth. If the Capricorn can see a path up to CEO, that's where Capricorn is going to go because they're climbers. The corporate climate. Capricorns are always looking for the next step, step after step after step. They need order. Capricorns need order more than anything else. They need order more than anything else. So if you're a water sign, especially if you're water sign, a water sign and an earth sign, um, water sign and the cat and the Capricorn actually mix. So even signs like air signs like Aquarius, because Aquarius, you're kind of formless, right? They call Aquarius the water bearer. They pour out knowledge. Okay. But the thing is, it needs a path. Capricorns are good for like this. So if you're a man and you're kind of all over the place, you get with a Capricorn because they'll Capricorn to give you form and give you some kind of pathway and discipline. In other words, a Capricorn will take your ideas and then they'll take your ideas or take your direction and they'll actually figure out the steps to how to get there. So say an air sign and a water sign who kind of formless, but they got a whole bunch of ideas. You get with a Capricorn, and Capricorn to figure out your steps. So Capricorn's good corporate climbers. They're also good assistants because they Capricorns are really grounded into the everyday, what we call minutia, as we say. Like I was telling a story about a friend of mine. He raised four boys. He got them all into college, but he worked on those steps day after day. He's a Capricorn. Yeah. Oh wait, we talked about Leos in my female section. Leos are the showmen. Okay, Leos are the showmen. Uh, Leos are another one that are good with Capricorns. because Leos, Leos, I would say Leos and Geminis probably are the two signs that lack discipline. You know, Leos are like wildfire; they're all over the place. But the thing is, they're um, sometimes like I was talking to this lady last night, and her boyfriend, you know, her fiance is a Leo. And I said, okay, well, Leos need discipline because a Leo is the type of person who will spend every dime on clothes and looking good because they're natural showmen and they want to be first and out front in the life of the party, that kind of stuff. So, and she started laughing. She said, yeah, she said her old man used to tell her, always tells her, stop me before I spend it because Capricorns are Scorpio. Yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense, Dr. Jones, because Scorpios are emotional and very family oriented, and they're deeply protective of their family. So that makes sense that you would be a Scorpio. Because my friend, my best friend, when he recently died, he raised three families, and and he was a peaceful, a loving, peaceful guy. But you mess with his family, trust and believe. You know, he was 250 pounds, and basically, we used to call him Bear. And basically he get after you if you mess with his family. He would literally get after you. We always had a pact. Okay, we had children and said if something happened to one of our children, he said we both do the deed, but the thing is whoever child it was, that's the guy that would do the time. So in other words, he said if something happened to my kid, I call him up, he ride with me, we do the deed, but if something went down, it was my kid, I have to do the time, and vice versa. So we had that pact. Any more about any more questions from the board? That does fit. Well, yeah, it makes sense. Also, it's sometimes Scorpios can be a bit of a simp sometimes, you know, because they really, when they love a woman, if they get the wrong woman, man, and they fall in love with the wrong woman, they'll simp for that woman because they'll do anything for her. So Scorpios really have to get the right woman. They really have to get the right woman because my partner's first two wives, man, bankrupted him. And then his third wife, man, his third wife, he said, what do I think about her? I looked, I observed her. I said, yeah, if you can stand her mouth, because she was a Scorpio woman. If you can stand her mouth, she'll be loyal to you. And she was fiercely loyal to him. But that's Scorpios are family oriented and they're fiercely loyal. They are to their family. But they are, but like my teacher said, they Scorpios are also the freaks of the zodiac sign because they're deeply emotional. And my daughter, she's a Scorpio. Oh, City of Compton. Labor and sacrifice. Thank you, bro. Yeah, uh, Compton used to be Chocolate City. Compton, we used to call Compton the Wild Wild West back in the day when in the 80s and 90s, man. Yeah. But Compton, man, it used to be Chocolate City, but it's not that way anymore. It depends. Well, because they're similar and they're emotional, and so you're gonna have a lot of uncontrolled emotion. And there's some uncontrolled spending too, because Scorpio woman, she a lot of emotional spending. And water sign, two water signs are formless. You need an earth sign with a water sign normally. You put your fam through hell. I can't believe it. Oh, Charles is talking about the Compton, the Wild Wild West. It was the Wild Wild West back then, man. Uh, oh yeah, it was wild. Yeah, Compton was something, man. Basically, man, Compton was a beautiful, organized city, man, until the drugs came in. Man, the crack just ran through Compton, man, and turned Compton upside down. It's sad what drugs can do to an area, because it was a very beautiful, family oriented city back in the day, man, before the drugs came in, and then the drugs came in and just turned it upside down. Black Zeus, thank you, bro. Oh, a good mate for an Aries. If you are an Aries, okay. Uh Aries, as a fire sign, Aries need air, okay? Aries need air. Aries need ideas. Aries need direction. So Geminis are good for Aries. Um maybe not maybe not Aquarius. But you know, a good mate for an Aries is probably a Libra, because Libras will keep you in balance, because uh, they'll give you enough intellect. Because Aries are, even though they're straight ahead, man, they like intellect, and Gemini is a little bit too bounce around, a little bit too much for Aries. But uh, I would say if you're an Aries, I would say a Libra. A Libra woman will keep you in balance, because they're strong enough to let you know that when you're going in the wrong direction. Okay, they will let you know in a hurry. Okay, if you're an Aries and you get hard headed and you fucking up, a Libra will stand up to you and say, look, boss, it's not gonna happen, because you're way out of balance, and they'll try to pull you back into the balance. So I say an Aries, a good one is for an Aries is a Libra. But fire signs would have to be Earth, but I would say they need air, because that's their natural combination is air. And I would say for an Aries would be a Libra, if not one of the other air signs, which is Gemini, or Geminis can stand you if you're really a brash Aries. The Geminis kind of stand you, because you're not gonna upset them. But if you're kind of out of balance, I would say get a Libra, one of those air signs, because actually Aries, for whatever reason, Aries love um, intellectual stimulation for an air sign. There's certain signs. Geminis are probably hard to match, because Geminis are all over the place, and a lot of people don't mesh with Geminis. Because Geminis drive people crazy. But I would say an air sign, a good air sign for an Aries is probably a Libra.
Uh,
I can hear you, bro.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, brother. How you doing, man? I appreciate you putting me on and everything.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
I have a
Let me answer this one question real quick. I
yeah.
said, uh, I said the Will on Life Jennings channel. B. I hate to say this, brother, but the research shows that the Negro manosphere is going to lose the gender war. Now the gender war is over, bros. Gender war is over. Trump basically going to end the gender war. Gender war is over.
I'll
Go ahead.
explain why I said that. The reason
Oh,
why I said that, yeah, the reason why I said that and everything is because based on, I wasn't on the hangout last week, but
uh, uh,
based on my research and everything, trying to research, educate myself and do research and everything.
mm,
Okay, based on everything that we pretty much laid out from the standpoint of how automation is coming into play, as
mm,
well as how eventually things will, be automated, and
mm,
how the public or the people will be out of work. So
mm,
with that being said and everything, right now you have all the feminists turning their ways saying, okay, we need to get married and everything. But that's
mm,
right now. If they go through with UBI,
mm,
the women, the people have not been talking about this, but the women that are on display right now, well, then they're losing a daddy, which is the government, and then
mm,
they're going to find another daddy with the
mm,
universal government.
mm,
So when you have everybody being taken care of by the government,
mm,
the woman per se don't
mm,
have a need for men per se,
mm,
because there's no need for them, because the government has fulfilled the role of provider and everything else. So The
Let's call it.
feminist,
Let's.
yeah, the feminist party or the feminist movement will then turn its coattails back to
Mm,
what it once was, because
mm,
now that they feel comfort or
mm,
security,
mm.
there's no need for the men. So that's why I say that I believe that we are going to end up losing the gender war either
No,
way. It's a bittersweet situation.
no, it's going to be a ceasefire. No, there will be nothing to fight over.
Right,
Because the gender war starts because you're getting put on child support, you're getting corrected over the call as far as divorce, all that stuff is the reason you have a gender war. When all that is taken out of the equation, there's nothing to fight over. There's no war.
right.
If there's no
Okay,
territory,
well,
no money, no land, there's nothing to fight over. What are they gonna come after you for? They can't come
that
after
may
you about child support. They can't come after
that
you
may be
about
true, BG.
yeah, yeah.
That may be true, BGS. But the one thing I notice is, hold on, I hear somebody. I hear myself echoing.
So if you got a speaker on, mute yourself until you're ready to talk.
Okay. The one thing that I also notice is that is true. I can still hear myself echoing.
Let me see. Okay, let me.
Hey, whoever has this speaker on.
Okay, that was Cerulean. He might be on his phone.
Okay, okay. All right, okay. So one thing I do notice about the psyche of people is,
Uh huh.
yes, the policies and the politics may change, but
Mm-hmm.
people don't. People, people by nature are greedy. So, with that being said and everything, when you have Big Daddy government now starting to take care of everybody, you're still
Mm-hmm.
going to have people who are going to be self entitled,
Mm-hmm.
who's going to feel that they deserve certain things or want more or whatever like that. But from my personal opinion, I believe that it's relationships are still going to be hard to come by.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because
Well,
if she, okay, your basic income gives you a basic life. If you want to be a better life, if you want to be a better life, then you're going to have to find a mate that has a better job or smart enough to actually give you a better life. And those are going to be far and few in between. So basically, there will be no gender war. If you want a relationship, you're going to have every man is going to be basically the same.
right. Hold on. Hold on,
Uh,
BGS.
okay. And so thank you, brother. Thank you for the donation. I can't hear you, bro. What was it?
Okay, wait a minute.
All right. What's going on, Albert? I ain't seen you in a while. Yeah, yeah. The gender war's already over, man. With them pulling the plug because we don't know the universal basic income. We don't know exactly how much they're going to give people. Whether it's going to be bare subsistence or you're going to get a decent life. We have no clue about how it's going to work out. We don't even have a clue how we're going to get there and how much time it's going to take to get there. So saying that it's going to flip everything on, we're going to lose a gender war, I doubt it because right now we're fighting over resources. Um, they're basically women are trying to climb over you to get resources, but when it's leveled, and women are just starting to feel the pain because the infrastructure and the building trades and the blue collar stuff went first. The manufacturing, all that stuff went first, and then they try to push all these people into the service sector. But but now since the service sector is getting eaten out at the bottom, and it's like you can get a big apocalypse with women, like say up to 10 million women, 10 million people losing their jobs at the retail just this year. And if you see 3/4 of that are women, what's that's going to happen? And basically, it's going to level out because we're talking about the black community. But the thing is, when you factor in the white community, the Hispanic community, all this stuff, in other words, you're going to level everything out. So basically, all these women will be in one big pool, and they're gonna and women will jump boundaries for resources. So
You
so
know,
so black women will have to compete with other women.
I mean, the other day I
Um,
was having a conversation with a young woman myself,
Oh,
And she was like, I told her, it's like, hey, listen, marriage is on its way out. Doesn't If you look at the numbers, so on and so forth, and just start giving her some of the numbers. And she was like, that's kind of depressing. And I was like, yes and no. What the biggest problem is that you're just gonna have to want it more, or the biggest thing is you're gonna have to want it more, and that's
yeah,
all there is to it. Like
yeah,
it's not gonna be as easy. You're not just gonna hook up and stay together. You're just gonna have to want it more. You're gonna have a purpose of some sort.
yeah. And what happens when they get rid of the laws? I mean, because basically they're trying to keep the life support alive, marriage alive, keep it on life support, and they're just getting tired of doing it.
Right.
Right.
Just like,
That's the yeah. That's something that I noticed too. That they're starting. I was on Master Minister Jap's channel, and he
mm,
was talking about what they were doing in Chicago. About now, they're actually when they do child support, they do both sides income instead of just one. So if the woman don't have no money, it gives the opening for the man to say, well, if you don't have any money coming in, then maybe I should be able to take the kid since I'm working.
mm,
Right. So I thought that was a great thing to do.
yeah, well, they're taking the money out of children, but
Mhm.
Dr. Jones came up with an angle where that I was looking at. I saw the same thing that what is the defunding of Planned Parenthood going to do as far as the fertility rate? Is it going to? It did increase it in Texas where they defunded. So he's
Right.
saying there might be a Machiavellian plot to raise the fertility rate. I think he's in the
Okay.
section. Go ahead, Dr. Jones. You're in the queue if you're on the mic.
Is he there?
He's there, but I don't know if he's on the mic.
Okay. Well, and here's my before he speaks and everything. I know he's trying to get himself together.
Mm.
But my question is, do you think globalization eradicates culture?
Individual cultures, yeah, you can't eradicate culture because humans can't survive without culture.
Well, I mean, it minimizes culture pretty much.
You're gonna get a monoculture,
Right.
so because of
And
the
that's the
connectivity.
and that's where China's heading right now, correct?
It's closer to it, but the thing is, culture is defined by two things: human beings, what the culture they have, and also their environment where they're at. So it's never
Well,
going to be 100% monoculture because it can't be.
okay. Well, see, I noticed like with Western culture, when Western culture moves into third world or developing nations, the
Okay, where's Royce?
mindset.
Hold on a second. Yeah.
Okay, somebody's
Okay. I muted him.
okay.
You got to
The
Royce. You have to cut. You have to mute your stream. Otherwise, we're gonna get a 30-second delay.
okay.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
when you're dealing with like I noticed that Western culture is taking over all the developing countries as well as
Hmm.
third world.
Yeah.
Even when I was in Philippines, I saw it there. But when it comes down to these developing countries, I noticed that they're starting to slowly lose their culture. Even in Japan, most people now they eat burgers. They don't want the cultural things that they were once eating. Same thing with clothes. Same thing with experiences. They actually have a totally different mindset. And I noticed when
Oh,
Western civilization moves in, people have the tendency to drop what they once were doing and actually
because
go to. Yeah, go
because
ahead.
because as far as survivability, ease, and comfort, it's superior because it's an industrialized mindset. It's a automated mindset where you're reducing human labor. So people want better lives. They want better food. They want an easier time, easier life. So they're going to adopt it. But adopting it, you change the environment, and you change the environment. It's just like a blueprint. Okay, if you build. If you build a two-story house uh, according to a certain blueprint, basically everything inside that blueprint that you built, you copied, the inherent strengths and weaknesses are going to be in it, right?
Right.
Western civilization. If you read quickly, he lays it out. There's 7 parts to it, to Western civilization. He said if you accept them, if you completely accept the first 6, which are basically what most cultures want, the 7th will follow. Because
Right.
you've changed your cultural environment, so naturally you may delay it, but eventually you're going to start accepting parts of the 7th, which is their cultural beliefs. That's going to happen. Royce wanted to real quick, bro, because I know you got your speaker on. So unmute yourself and ask your question if you want to ask. Yeah, I think his name is Royce, unless you're just listening. Okay. Anybody else is welcome to jump in. But
I have questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me, so I'm going to mute myself again until I can figure this.
I can hear you.
Everything out. So
if you don't have a headset, what you're doing is you're listening to us in delay.
Right.
So you're gonna have to listen. You have to listen to us on the Hangout instead of you on the stream. But I don't know what kind of configuration you have. But go ahead, Dr. Jones wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
Yes, sir. 2 quick questions. So I'm kind of looking at things going on in the financial space. So my question to you is,
I have an article I got a post for you. I was talking about the bond market, man. About the bond market is getting ready to go bonkers, man. Have you been reading that in the background about the bond market, man, getting ready to implode?
Is this? I saw a story in Zero Hedge. They were talking about how there were trades not happening on certain Japanese exchanges. Like trades weren't going through for days at a time. That raised my eyebrows.
It could be. No, the cryptos could be having an effect on that, where they're compressing all that stuff. The third,
is that the shadow banks that that one video was talking about? Because that was going to be my next question: is the shadow banks that's been nestled in or behind the traditional banks, the crypto market, or is that something totally different?
The crypto, the shadow. Anytime you have a bank or a mortgage company or something like that, that is a trusted third party. Okay, in other words, they're in betweeners. They lie in between one end and another, like a shadow banking system means they're off books. Because you have, so in other words, Chase Manhattan can be also a corporate bank. It can be a retail bank, but also can be a shadow bank because they have off book transactions that nobody knows about. And that is the shadow banking system.
That video stated that the shadow banks are actually growing because you have like a certain amount of people, which is, actually using shadow banks, and it's becoming bigger and bigger every year. So what do you think is going to happen when you have so many people on the shadow bank side compared to, having their numbers on the books?
There's a reason that you have a shadow banking system is because and Dr. Jones probably can tell you that's where all the risky stuff is. And you don't know there's a shadow banking system till it blows up, like it did in 2008.
Can you elaborate on that? All these transactions were happening. I mean, no bank could trust any other bank because they didn't know if that other bank was good. There's a lot of counterparty risk and things to that effect. So the whole shadow banking system basically came to a halt.
Yeah.
What establishes the strength of a bank?
Excuse me?
Okay, when it comes, like you're talking about shadow banking, we have reserve currencies that usually are that people can claim their money from, like a bank, correct?
Yeah.
So what establishes the strength of the shadow bank?
It's solid reserves that it has. That's the strength of a bank. In other words, well, the thing is, it's not
buying power.
No, it's not buying power. The strength of a bank is reserves. In other words, can it survive a run? So in other words, if 1,000 people show up to your bank and want their money out, can you pay it off? Is enough money in the system to survive that kind of run? That's the strength of a bank.
Okay, I asked that question. You guys were talking about the shadow bank. What establishes them? Like how do they establish a reserve? If they're secrets.
Well, the thing is, they have less of a reserve. They have more money in play. In other words, the reason you keep these transactions off the books is because basically you're getting around certain regulations.
Yeah.
So in other words, if
SEC.
well, not only SEC, not only the SEC, but also the Bank of International Settlements, which controls all the banking systems in the world.
Master teacher, you really should at some point, if you have any materials, I mean, maybe make a video or post a video on that at some point, because I think that is kind of the linchpin to the whole thing with the BIS is doing. I thought about making videos on it, but it's real technical, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know it is real technical, especially if you get into the Basel agreements, like 2.5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did they? I haven't followed in a while, Dr. Jones. Have they fully implemented Basel III?
You know, I think they're almost there, but I haven't followed their releases lately either, to be honest.
I don't think they can until all the banks can pass the stress test.
Well, they're at the. I think U.S. banks just passed. I know the Federal Reserve just gave a clean bill of health. I think it was Friday, so a bunch of them came out with
I don't trust
dividend increases.
Yeah, well, it's been at zero interest rates. They've been stealing money for the past darn near 10 years. So they should be more solid. They should have their reserves up. But the thing is, going from 30 to 1 all the way down to 12 is a big jump. It's a huge jump.
Exactly. And I wanted to talk about, I think the question was asked is what makes a good bank? I think, so a bank has, you know, a balance sheet, right? Assets, liabilities, owner's equity, right? So for a bank, and I just wanted to explain a little bit, for a bank, the assets are actually the loans and other things that it has on its books. So for you paying your mortgage, that is a liability, that's a debt. But for a bank, that's an asset. So banking is traditionally a very low margin business anyway. There's not a lot of room for error. So if you're a bank and all of a sudden you have to write down your loans because they're not performing or people are not paying their mortgage or whatever it is, you have a very small margin before you become technically insolvent. So that's what happened to a lot of these banks. And again, this is why the 10 years of zero interest rate policy to try to salvage them in some manner. I'm not sure if they succeeded. I think the master teacher can speak on that better.
That's what I'm saying is you'll know. I think you'll know it when Basel III is fully implemented, because Basel III says your margins have to be within the 12 to 1 fractional reserve, and it from 30 to 1, which is 3. In other words, when they say 30 to 1, you only have 3% reserves, and you have 97% of your money outlined in loans and stuff, like where you can actually make money. That's how you make money.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you have a downturn, economic downturn, when people start losing their homes, your margin for error is really, really slim. You're making a whole lot of money, but your margin of error for really, really slim. Basically, you're dancing on a razor's edge.
So we're all dealing with a hope and a prayer question.
Pretty much.
You could tell it wasn't really working too well because they created QE, which is quantitative easing. What number are they on now? 5, 6, 7?
Well, they keep giving it numbers, but they never stopped it. We're still on quantitative easing 1.
Yeah, if it was really working, it would have stopped at 1.
Okay. Dr. Jones can jump in if I get it wrong, because like I said, it's somebody that does it for a living is a whole lot better than somebody that just does it on the sideline. The reason that you would go into zero interest rates, right, is because the way banks make money is the arbitrage between what they get money for and what they loan money out for. So in other words, back in the day when I was trading, it was like 3%. So you can always figure out what the mortgage interest rate was by looking at the Fed, see what they charge, and adding 3% to it, and you get the interest rates that would be what they call it, like a jumbo, or the low interest rate would be
prime rate or LIBOR.
Yeah, would be like 3% plus 3%. And if it was risky, that might go up to 4 or 5. Like in the 80s, they had jumped the interest rate up to like 20%. They had basically taken up all the a lot of the laws. What do they call it? What kind of law they call when they?
Capital?
No. The laws, usury laws.
Oh yeah.
You know what state you're in when they play with the usury percentage. Because like if it gets over 20, anything over 20%, it's supposed to be usury. And back in the day, they had raised the usury rate up to like 35%, so you know everything was out of whack. But then,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
but to
how.
get back, go ahead. But to get back on track, the banks, how the banks make money is they add 3% to whatever the Fed loan rate is. So the banks weren't making any money. They were so far in the hole, they had to drop the interest rate to near zero or to zero. So basically giving the banks free money and allowing them to go out and shop whatever interest rate they can to make, so basically all the money they got would go back into reserves. So you're trying to bring down that bring up that 3% to like 10% where it should be. But that's
Now
what it's
with that,
saying is,
when
go
they
ahead.
was getting that free money, weren't they buying like the smaller banks and consolidating it instead of actually giving out loans?
They were doing everything they could to make money. Like what bank, Dr. Jones? What bank was that? They were actually inventing loans and charging people. They putting people on
Was that
credit.
Bank of America? I know they had that
Was
robo.
no. I knew they had the robo signing, but there was one where they just got caught signing people up, their
I
customers
think
up
that was Wells
illegally to loan.
Fargo.
Was it Wells
Oh, Wells
Fargo? Yeah,
Fargo.
it was Fargo. Yeah. So they're doing anything they can to build up their reserves.
Although
So
I have a question
Carl,
for you,
go ahead.
kind of along those lines. So you probably noticed that they, in this last Fed release, the meeting minutes or whatever it is, they were actually talking about reducing their balance sheet. So I think someone mentioned quantitative easing earlier. I think we're actually going to see quantitative tightening, but I wanted
Yeah.
to get your
Yeah.
thoughts.
We are long overdue. We're long overdue.
Do you think they can do it successfully though? I think it's
Well, that's why they did the stress test to see how far they could actually tighten. Because there's too much money sloshing around, and there's too much because the banks are so desperate to make money. They're actually loaning out money to risky people, like say the car loans are the new ninjas.
yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. Yeah.
So funny.
Yo, they are, man. These people get,
One at a time.
yeah, these people getting ripped off with these car loans these days.
Yeah, but saying is that's how they make money. Banks have to make money because they're vulnerable, and
Now,
people like me, they're yelling to blackmail them into getting the cops off of you. Don't help.
Credit was the craziest scheme. Credit was the
Go ahead,
craziest
Charles.
scheme ever. I said credit was the craziest scheme ever invented that we all bought into.
Well, the thing is, okay, what credit does, what they found out credit does, is it accelerates the velocity of money because you get the goods. It gets out into the community. That means you have to work harder to pay for it. But the thing is, the money circulates a lot faster. So you're basically your society, your creative society accelerates a lot faster. So basically, your lifestyle, even though regardless of what we think about it, we think of it as evil. But the thing is, you wouldn't have the lifestyle you have now if it wasn't for credit.
mhm.
But there's a downside. So there's a price to pay for it if you don't keep it in check.
You know,
Yeah, because at one
Pay the
point,
price. Go
yeah,
ahead,
because at
Jamie.
one point they didn't give out credit. They only gave out credit cards to businesses. Then when they started to want to make more money, they're like, you know what we could do? Let's start marketing these credit cards to regular people. And that's when it started to get to like 20% interest on these credit cards. That's crazy.
Yeah, now they're promoting to college students
Oh, they've
because they
been doing
know,
that.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
because
they've
they
been,
know
yeah,
they
they,
can't, they can't afford to pay it back. So how they make their money is based on debt.
Well, it's always
well,
been based on that.
back in the day, yeah, back in the day, they used to set up tables on campuses and just sign people up right
Yeah,
there. And they
especially in
also used to,
fraternities.
Yeah, and they also used to mail stuff to people's homes, and it was already a credit card. So like they would
Yeah.
see the credit card, people would steal it from their mail, start racking up stuff, and they're like, "Yo, I didn't sign up for this."
Yeah.
Yeah, see, but
Yep.
So
I look at it
they had to ease
One,
back on
one at a
that.
time. One at a time. Go ahead, Charles.
we had a thing called layaway where you just put your money on and you get it for the very same price you pay for it. But with credit, it's like, hey, you can get it now, but we're gonna charge you interest on something that costs $5, and when you're done paying, you're gonna
Yeah.
pay me $1,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
thing is, it's really complex. I mean, there's a blessing and a curse to both sides. Because if credit allows manufacturers and business people to make money a lot faster because they're putting more goods out there. But the downside is if the liabilities breaking become too heavy, then it's going to bring the whole system down because it's more vulnerable. So it's fast but thin.
Yeah,
Yeah, if it
it's
wasn't
like
for
giving it too
if it
much
wasn't for
weight.
One at a
credit,
time. One at a time.
yeah,
One at
I
a
was
time. Go,
gonna say
Jamie.
if it wasn't for credit, most of these companies wouldn't even be able to make payrolls. They're not going to make enough in that week to be able to pay all their employees. So what do? They go to the bank and get the line of credit so they can
Yep.
basically pay payroll.
It,
Without that,
it,
without credit, you wouldn't get paid at work.
it's what I'm saying. When you get into finance, it's hugely complex, man. It takes master mathematicians to figure all this shit out because
Or
it's a big it's a giant game of musical chairs and done with math. Go ahead, Mike.
yeah, a couple things. I know with the car loan thing, you guys meant to take a shot on this. Like I think it was Jason Black or Professor Truth or something like that.
Jason
That
Black. Yeah.
was it was Jason. Yeah, he was talking about the car loans and people are getting like 7 year, 8 year car loans or something like that, or
hmm
7 year car loans,
hmm
and the interest rate is just ridiculous.
hmm
Like I wouldn't pay anything over maybe 7% at the most, and I have to really kind of want that. But I mean, I pay like 2% on mine, and it's just kind of crazy that people are even paying more. And at 2%, that's like $48 a month for me. Like some people are paying hundreds of
Yeah.
dollars in interest. And then as far
Okay.
as credit is concerned, it does allow you to do things quicker. Because if I was to try and fund my current venture
hmm
without credit, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd be well into maybe 2 or 3 years from now or 4 years, depending on how much I save, so on and so forth, to actually be able to open up a venture. And by that time, I could have lost. There's a lot of money that I could have lost out on.
Yeah. Carol quickly said that the defeat of Napoleon was basically the end of the gold standard because the fiat system actually defeated him. So more people adopted the winning, basically the winning strategy. Who else? Who's next? Somebody was next. I'm trying to figure who was next. Oh, Cerulean Gray was gonna.
Yeah,
He wanted to get in.
yeah, that 7 year. I remember back in the day, my pops told me something.
Speak up, Cerulean.
I said I remember back in the day, my pops told me something, and he said whenever him and my mom went to school,
Mm-hmm.
uh, they got what would be considered today a 4 year degree in 2 years. They got out of school and they owed the school probably a couple of $100.
Mm-hmm.
They could go on to buy a house, even build one from the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me, I feel sorry for you because now you don't even get the house, you just get the degree.
Ooh. I want
Yeah,
to.
degree.
yeah.
And,
That's
and
thank you, Bill Clinton.
Can I elaborate on that just a little
Hmm.
bit?
Go
So it's
ahead.
crazy if you think about it. Okay, both of my parents never graduated college. My father did a little bit in the military, but once they in the '60s, they both got a job at McDonnell Douglas, which is now Boeing,
Mm-hmm.
and they had kids and they got a house and all that stuff. Now me, 22-year veteran, graduated college, no kids. My parents are more successful in life than I am.
Yeah, and it's also location. If uh if you move back to the Midwest, you could easily buy a house or two on what you make. So it's location also.
I understand
Hey,
that. I do. But it's still, think about it. My
Yeah.
parents moved to California no degree, got jobs paying at the minimum. I think that the average year was 70, 80,000. That's horrible. Now,
yeah, that's why you have the.
One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, finish,
go ahead.
Charles. No, Charles, finish.
Me, a college graduate, a veteran with no children, still, I don't think I have a better life than they did.
Yeah, I mean that's why you have the 30-year-old child epidemic that's going out, like mindset and epidemic that's going around, like where you have kids that are like damn near 30 years old, or they have child type mindset.
Yeah,
and I think this is more of this is inflation, basically. I mean, the purchasing power of the currency, so in other words, your parents, they probably got paid in stronger dollars, or the dollars that they earned bought more. You could just basically buy more stuff, even if the salary wasn't as much as in nominal terms, maybe what you're making today. So, for example, when I try to explain this to people, I always say, well, milk hasn't dramatically changed over the decades. It's not like milk today gives you superpowers or anything. A bottle of milk today is the same, more or less, as a bottle of milk back in the 50s. The difference is that the currency is weaker due to all the things we talked about earlier.
It's actually cheap.
Currency manipulation.
If you apply prices to like the minimum wage. In fact, the minimum wage is probably too low. But it said, you say accept the $10 minimum wage and apply the prices compared to like back in the say like in the 70s, where the minimum wage is probably like $1.50 or something like that. If you start comparing that, then you get a good gauge on where prices should be. That's how they, that's what they call it, adjusted for inflation. Like milk and gasoline are actually cheap. Like gasoline is actually dirt cheap when you adjust it for inflation. But you got to remember, though, CG3, that when your parents came about, started their jobs and whatnot, America was at its peak. A peak of power, peak of wealth, peak of everything. So, and basically, well, not peak oil, but I'm saying is after World War II flattened basically the whole entire globe except for the United States. So the United States was the center of manufacturing, center of technology, center of wealth, center of bank, everything. So basically, they were basically the last man standing. So they basically took over the world, and basically they were the center. And they were at the, for between, I would say 1940 and I would say 1980, America was at peak power. And after that, you get the decline. And it's a slow decline, but you can see it. And right now, it's accelerating. You really feel it now.
And that's where we got those Reaganomics from, right?
Reaganomics was basically a trick because you had to get America out of its stagflation, because you had sold off so much gold. You were on a fiat currency, so you're getting strangled between the devaluation of your dollar and basically the rest of the world catching up with you as far as technology. So they were in a stranglehold, right? And so what the Fed did, what the Fed actually did, I'm trying to remember the name of the Fed chairman. What he actually did was he raised interest rates so high to defend the dollar. Volcker, we call the Volcker principle. What he did to break the back of stagflation was he did what he probably would have did. He was a good old fashioned German, Austrian economics, because he's an expert at it. So he basically did what Austrian economics would have done. To basically bring money back into investment back into the United States. He raised the Fed rate and interest rates so high that the money would stop fleeing the United States to come back in the United States and strengthen it. So the interest rates that you went through from, like, I would say from like 1978 or 77 to like 1983, basically set the table for Reagan and Reaganomics. Because then once you broke the back of stagflation, you brought money back into the country. You basically brought down debt, He brought down you brought down the debt that you owed. You brought dollars back in. You could actually you're free to actually do what, let the stock market rise, borrow money from other things to accelerate growth as far as the defense. Like the defense industry got a huge boost from Reagan because all that money
Yeah.
came back into the country. And so like what CG3 was saying, his parents were in the defense sector and they got a huge boost in the 80s because of Reaganomics. Basically, he shifted the money from a lot of different places to actually boost it in the business. Like he took money from the public sector and gave it to the private sector to boost jobs and businesses. Like he's the one that took money from Medicare and from Medicare and from Social Security and put it into the business sector. Like he put them into bonds to where the money went straight into paying off the debt of the United States and straight into the hands of business, and that accelerates your business growth. But the thing is, there's a front end and there's a back end. Okay, we're at the back end of Reaganomics because you got to remember it's a long-term cycle. So Reaganomics is in '83, and in 2003 you start to see all those chickens come back home to roost.
I have a question for you about that, related to that.
Go ahead.
So it sounds like, I mean, my thought is, based on what I'm seeing, is that I think we're kind of teetering on the edge of massive deflation. And when we talk about, money coming into the country, it sounds like that we have a lot of deflationary forces at work. And I'm thinking that, especially with what the Fed's doing, we're going to basically, I don't want to be dramatic. I don't want to say collapse, but we could be looking at recession at least. I think.
Why do you think there's a universal basic income? It's already collapsed.
BGS, the
Yes,
universal basic income. I've researched it. I think Canada and Sweden is trying to research it or whatever, but they really don't have any game plan to use the universal basic income and everything. And even from the standpoint of them giving everybody a certain amount, from that standpoint of the universal basic income, people are still going to be without unless they decide to give, if they decide to give like 40,000 to each person.
Okay, let me ask you a question. And stop thinking like a sheep and start thinking like a shepherd. If 90% of your jobs are going to go away due to automation, what's your plan?
My plan is just to pretty much do what I like doing and everything.
With what? With what?
All right. No, I don't have any as far as an income type thing, but I'm talking about like maybe be a life coach. I love helping people.
But how are you gonna get paid?
Yeah.
That's there's no from that. If they give out universal basic income, there would be no reason to get paid for anything because everything is being taken care of.
So in other words,
depending on the amount they're going to give,
you have to have.
I'm sorry.
One at a time.
What?
So we put him in the chair. Yeah, I want to
Put him in the chair.
Yes.
Put him in the chair.
I'm on mute. Let me go on mute.
Put me in the chair.
Put in the chair. Who's okay? You guys want me to go first? You guys want to go first?
You go first.
Okay. All right. Okay, we are making you the head of global economics at the World Economic Forum. Okay. You are going to have upwards of 7 billion people that don't have jobs.
Right.
So what do you think? When they don't have jobs, they can't eat. What do you think they're going to do?
They're going to start. If they can't eat, they're going to start complaining.
Okay. After they stop complaining, after they stop complaining, what are they going to do?
They're going to start rioting. They're going to start going to any means necessary.
He's in the chair, Jamie. Fall back. Your turn in the chair is gonna be next.
Okay.
So okay, they're gonna start rioting. What happens when they riot?
Pretty much anarchy.
Okay, what happens to your system if you have global anarchy?
It pretty much it crashes. There's no system at all because we don't even have enough. Uh, we don't have enough. Police and different things like that uh, to try to quell everybody rioting.
What are you gonna pay the police with?
The police. Look. I'm gonna be real with you and everything. When I don't know the schematics of the
No,
universal basic income,
no. It's
but
a basic. It's a
based on
basic
what they're
question.
going to.
That's a
Okay,
basic question. It's a basic
because
question.
there's some variables that I can't
No, no,
answer.
no, 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 no. That's not a
You're
variable.
asking me,
I'm
yeah,
asking you a question.
what am
What
I
are you
going to
gonna pay?
pay? I don't know what they're going to pay because I don't know
No,
what the
no. I
schematics
said
of what they're going to try to
no,
give
no, no, no,
is.
no. If there's no income, what are you gonna pay the police with to do the job?
Food,
Okay, paying with food. That's an answer.
yeah,
Can, can
or
I?
maybe they,
I'm gonna ask you a
yeah, or
question.
What?
maybe they might use Bitcoin or
That's
anything like
money.
that and
That's
everything as
money.
money.
Bitcoin is money. It's got to
Uh,
be backed by something. Go ahead, Edward.
all right. So, are you from South Carolina originally?
Yeah, I'm originally from South
Okay,
Carolina.
I asked that question because like South Carolina has a different cost. Sorry about that. South Carolina has a different cost of living versus maybe Chicago and New York. Do you agree with this or no?
Yeah, definitely, man.
Okay,
Higher
would you
living in
agree it's a
Chicago.
lot less?
Say again, brother.
Would you agree it's a lot less?
Yeah, South Carolina's a lot less.
Okay, so here's the thing. That's because of a lot of environmental reasons. So my thing is, when you look at a universal income, sure, people may not have the same kind of lifestyles as far as buying an iPhone and all the materialistic stuff that a lot of folks used to buy, but the idea of paying income for survival. So you're really saying you don't believe that there cannot be an income that can pay people for survival? Because hell, I call that Social Security, and they
Yeah.
don't pay nothing.
Or
Okay, but the key is what I'm trying to drive him to is that if you do not if you can't solve that problem, you're gonna have anarchy. You're gonna have systemic collapse all over the world. So the thing is, what is your best plan to prevent this anarchy, this collapse?
what if
Can I
they I can this is my theory or my thesis, my hypothesis per
Okay,
se
shoot,
on
shoot.
what we could do. Well, first
Okay,
of all, this whole issue that we're in is primarily based on capitalism itself. In order to move forward as a people, the human race, we need to do something from the norm that we would never typically do, and I believe that is eradication of capitalism altogether.
okay,
We
okay.
need
So
to.
what? Okay, what are you replacing with? Because you can't just say we're going to eradicate capitalism one day and eradicate it, and there's nothing to replace it with.
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that we can do like in some senses we can do fair trade, and in other senses, instead of people creating off of the basis of capitalism, we people will then start creating off of the betterment of mankind.
Oh my
So if you
God.
need something,
Isn't that too small?
you can go here, or like if you need something, like for example, if the new TV comes out, anybody can go get it. If the new, you know,
I
if a
got
new something comes out, instead of you having to worry about paying to get this thing, it's open access to anybody to get it and everything. But at the same time, the mindset of the people have to be we have to detox the people from capitalism, because everybody with the mindset of capitalism, they somewhat have a greedy mindset.
what
So
you
until
just
we eradicate that, we can't get to the next level, which is, hey, we're creating for the betterment of mankind.
Okay, so in the meantime, okay, let me ask you this question: since you're in the chair, how long do you
Yeah.
think it take to deconstruct capitalism?
That's going to take, I believe it would probably take a good 50 to 75 years
And
strong.
so what if capitalism collapses before that?
Then you're going to have, if capitalism, then they're going to have to do patchwork.
And what do you think the universal
That's
basic
basic
income
income
is?
is.
And that's patchwork and everything. But what I was, you know, before
Man, this
you stated what you stated, I was pretty much saying that they really, from me doing the research, because I've done my own research,
Uh
they're saying that Sweden is trying to see if this system is going to work, and I
huh.
believe they said that Canada is also, in
Uh
certain sections of Canada, is trying to see if this works. So they don't really have any game plan officially on how to do it and everything. So
Okay.
that's what I was basing
So in
on,
other
man.
words, was it something? I don't see. That's how I come say you guys need to write down when I say something, right? Because I told you that 6 months ago.
Okay.
Before, it's never been done before. So if something's never been done before you implement it worldwide, what do you have to do?
You do have to do
Have test cases.
What do you?
test
That's what's
cases.
going on in
That's what.
Sweden, in Canada, and all these other places, India, all these other places. They're testing it.
yo.
Right.
Before we go any further, can we figure out where we getting this echo from?
I think it's from
Yeah, I know.
Jamie. You on an iPhone, Jamie?
No, I got a headset in.
No, no, damn Jamie. Whatever. I should say James.
No, no, no. I have a
Give me the
Android
one
phone and I got Bluetooth
that
headset.
is
Are you?
the echo.
Because we getting the echo from you.
For me,
Among,
let's see.
I mean, you know, what I'm hearing when I hear this is a big reason. I wish Michael was on this phone still, because because Michael likes talking economics, and I do too. And this is a big reason as to why, like, I'm just gonna say this is why niggas can't build shit.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Because this idea that we need to destroy capitalism, let's be absolutely clear. Just because we're losing in capitalism doesn't mean capitalism is the problem. I know that's not directly what you're saying.
We're not losing. People think we're losing. If you're losing, then you're basically living dirt poor in a hut and starving to death.
Yeah, but I'm
That's when you're
talking
losing.
about as black. No, you're absolutely right, and I'm talking about as black men. And what you just said is true. But if you ain't ever been out of the country and actually seen that in real life, that's not emotionally real to you. Like when I actually saw those favelas and I saw those shanty towns and I saw like how those folks were still, I don't want to say happy about it, but they were content. It wasn't like they were bitter about this situation. They were making the best of what they can. Like then I really understood, yeah, we on some bullshit in America as black people.
Yeah. Or if you go back to your parents' homeland, like my parents in Jamaica, we still have the family home up there in the mountains. And when you see that, you're like, what the?
And
Yeah,
that's
Like,
the reality.
it's different.
Yeah, and you're like,
Yeah, I feel you on that. I just came back from the islands today, and yeah, it's very different. Makes you appreciate everything we have
Oh yeah.
here
Oh
in the
Yeah.
yeah.
States.
You
I mean, you
go
can have
to
a
like,
hole in your roof and you'll still be like better off than having a tin shed and everything like that.
the
Sorry.
yeah.
toilet flush in the project.
Yeah. You know,
Right.
like where I, I live in a city plot, where the house is, right? And I go to and it's a one family plot, where you have a house and you have a garage, all that kind of stuff, right? Um, you go to Guatemala, you go to a small Guatemala city, right? And where one family lives, say, like on my plot, you'd have 30 families living in the same spot.
Yep. Yep.
And
So
no
Two, three,
wonder,
four in a room.
no
and no,
running water, but no windows, a tin roof, and a couple of chickens. And so it's you, the dirt floor, the tin roof, and
Mm-hmm.
chickens, and you're grateful for that.
and no
But
wonder
go ahead, Edward.
come in the United States and cohabitate, and then you got niggas. And the reason why I say niggas because I'm talking amongst black men. But you got Nick right now, but you got niggas that'll actually be like, look at those Mexicans, look at how many of them in a car. Never mind that they're on their way to work at a construction site in which they all make money and they live in an area where, you know, the women are working in McDonald's, so everybody's bringing money in. It's like 21 over, building up their money. Another thing too in North Carolina is Hispanics are not they're not against being in trailer parks, and I've mentioned that before, but a lot of them own tire shops. So the point is, they wonder why they're passing us, and then niggas want to talk about. And I'm not saying that's what you directly were saying, but I've heard other black men say this, where it's really like fuck capitalism, and that's why they're really not engaged in it. Because what we're talking about right now, BGS, I feel like a lot of stuff you're talking about is it's on. You know how things move. You got evolution and you got culture, and evolution moves. You said it before. You said evolution moves slower, 50,000 years or 10,000, 50 versus culture. Yeah, it's like the geopolitical stuff. Stuff is changing rapidly. Make no mistake.
Yeah.
But it moves at a different scale than you getting your shit together.
I
wanted
to,
and a lot of things.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
I had
Well,
actual.
we gonna get to Edward. Real quick, Edward, finish up and take a breath, and we're gonna go to I think it's Mike and then Cerulean.
Yeah.
I was okay. No, I hear you. I was just
no,
saying,
go finish up.
No, basically, we got to start understanding context. And that's another thing. And I'm done. 30 seconds. The pecking order. We don't got a pecking order, and we do not have a code of conduct. And it annoys me because there's a lot of people that will put stuff out there for the sake of putting stuff out there. All opinions don't matter. That's all I got to say.
Oh, all right. Mike and then Cerulean.
To add to what Edward said is I used to have a saying for that up to a couple years ago. Actually, last year even. So it was my reality is moving faster than my dreams.
Oh,
meaning like this business the business has to get up off the ground, but these bills and the way life works is like it's moving. Yeah, it's moving a lot faster than my actual dreams are. And then and to add to what the gentleman was saying, I kind of understand what he's saying a little bit. But I know when I think about universal basic income, I'm thinking about, okay, I'm gonna have a basic income, but how can I get more? And that's my greed, and that's, I guess, capitalism mindset in there. Like, how can I do more? Like, because I want more than the basic income.
They're trying to balance it out. In other words, they're not trying. They're trying to give you an income to survive, but they're trying not to kill the willingness to actually get out there and work. So they're trying to balance it out.
I see.
Okay,
I want to understand that.
Okay, Cerulean and then Dr. Jones.
Yeah, I wanted to add some context because when we came in, we talked about we say that somebody will be the reason why the gender war is lost, going all the way back to that. And when you're really looking at things with any sense of reality, the gender war has already been lost. And if you look at what is going on in legislation, it has already been lost.
Why you say that?
The government has already dumped the wheelbarrow over on the black feminist autocrats.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you see back in, was it January or February, Trump signed a bill that was going to cut the 200,000 civil service jobs. Most of those jobs are held by black women. They're going to have no choice. So they're going to have no choice but to come back to the negotiating table eventually. But the idea for black men right now is to form up. And, shout out to Edwards, when we talk about establishing the pecking order, the pecking order of black male leadership. Okay. And this means donating to your media. Your independent black.
Which I'm humbled by. You guys are, you guys humble me when you guys do that, because
the only way you're going to get these young brothers in, I do it here in my city on a local level. You're doing it, Angry Man's doing it, shout out to, the Black Manosphere. They're doing it on a level that reaches a gross mass of people, and that's the only way you're going to get these people in. Once you establish that pecking order, everything else is going to fall into place. Secondly, you're going back to the credit situation. One of the things that Reagan did was actually expand welfare, which is what put us in this predicament, as speaking black community in the begin with. He expanded welfare. So if you look at what happened the 20 years prior to that, the idea was to ease civil unrest that was going on. It is
Mm-hmm.
actually what ended the Black Panther era. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
was the expansion of welfare.
Mm-hmm.
Now that the chickens have come home to roost, they don't have any money to do anything else with, which is why they're cutting all of these different programs in the white communities, which is why you see that white sacrifice syndrome that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
With the the meth is running rampant, the heroin is running rampant.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're coming into universal basic income. It's going to be the first time in human history where technology
Mm-hmm.
is going to guide everything. And
Yep.
technology is going to guide everything. Capitalism isn't going anywhere. You know,
It, well, it will because as a
well,
system,
it's slow.
it,
It has to slowly be phased out, which is
yeah.
what the idea of universal basic income is, as you move
Um,
towards a more equitable system.
Yeah. Or
now, uh,
balances. Yeah. I think it's Dr. Jones and then you, Royce. Dr. Jones, you were next.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to be an advocate for James's position because
Okay.
I am an Austrian school, till I die. But when we have universal basic income and when automation and artificial intelligence takes a big of enough bite out of labor markets, I think you will see a time where I think he was alluding to more of a socialistic system. I think then it might be viable because the problem is in the economy we have today where you have to allocate these scarce goods and resources, socialism is notoriously bad for economic calculation. In other words,
Yeah.
what gets produced when and at what price.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get to a circumstance where scarcity is almost zero,
Yeah.
then that could work. Although I mean, I would always say, let's try it out and see what happens.
Yeah.
Now, that's my thought on that.
Well, the thing is, you know, uh, they think universal basic income is well thought out. No, it's not. Universal basic income is, to put in a football analogy. Okay, you have 2 seconds on the clock and you got 70 yards to a touchdown. What do you throw?
Hail
Yeah.
Mary.
The universal basic
You ain't
income is
running that.
the biggest social, political, economic Hail Mary you probably will ever see. And nobody has any idea whether it's going to work or not. Even the people
Yeah.
that are
Can I
trying to put it together.
can I
Because
jump into the
Because
double dutch?
Oh,
well,
real quick, but because Royce is next. No,
Okay,
Jamie, Royce
I
is
go.
next.
Put me in
Let me
the
get
queue.
on this question also.
Put me
Yeah.
in the queue.
Okay, okay, Royce is next. Then CG3, uh, and then we'll
Guess you
see,
have to start
and
making
then
the
Albert, I
list.
think, because Albert hasn't talked. But go ahead, Royce.
First of all, gentlemen, I wanted to say good evening, and I'm happy to be on with you guys. Second, I wanted to kind of co-sign something Cerulean was saying, I believe, about capitalism dying.
Mm-hmm.
I think in its current form, it will die, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to completely die. It'll
No,
evolve into
evolve.
something
Yeah,
else.
yeah.
Which I'm thinking because, well, first of all, I just came back from a cruise in the islands,
Mm-hmm.
and because I'm contemplating going back to my ancestral homeland, which is in Belize. So talking to some different people in different places who are retirees from the States, and they still primarily bank in the States, but they've taken up residence in different places such as the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, places like that. It's going to be interesting to see how universal income is going to affect expats, and combined with what Trump is trying to do with the wall. Because make no mistake, that wall is being built to keep people in, not to keep people out. So, don't get it twisted. It's to keep people in the country, and it's going to be designed to keep people and money in the country. So it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to work with people who are already U.S. citizens who are already outside of the company. the country. So
And
I
with
would like to know
cryptocurrencies in there.
what do you all think about that?
Can I
You
take
want me?
this?
Oh, go ahead.
As far as keeping money in, I think that's going to be hard, especially with cryptocurrencies
Yeah,
and
that's true.
the ease of moving money as it is now, and even taking it and moving it via tangible assets, which is harder to do, of course. But with cryptocurrencies, until they really regulate that, and I don't think they ever truly will, because there'll always be that black market, if you will. But
Hmm.
that is not gonna. I don't think that's gonna. A walls, physical walls aren't gonna help. Aren't gonna do that.
No, no, they don't need them anyway.
It's just not. It's just gonna cost you more money, and it's kind of archaic thinking. Archaic thinking.
Yeah.
Um, so
If it were me, if I wanted rather than a wall, if I want to keep people in or out,
get a firewall.
no, I just launch a bunch of mini drones with a 2-shot 45 caliber pistol on it. So anybody crossing the line, you just send a swarm of those little mini drones, and they take out whoever you need to
Double
take
tap.
out. And
You're
yeah,
gonna make it like Escape from New York or Escape
yeah,
from LA.
yeah,
Well, they
yeah,
got that in that show, the 100.
yeah. You don't need a wall. A wall is not going to do anything. But you get them some mini drone. Launch some mini drones, man, and automated. They don't even have to be watched. Basically, you launch them and you keep them circulating. And you say any human being that crosses that line, that gets near that line, gets shot. Announce it. Even put up speakers warning. Okay, you're entering the DMZ. Okay, any person's unauthorized person passing this point will be exterminated on site. That'll
It's
stop anybody
interesting.
from crossing. Yeah.
It's interesting you mentioned that because
Hmm.
with the incoming age of automation, I see
Hmm.
law enforcement going that way actually,
Hmm.
where it's going to be all drones and robots and biometrics and things like that. So
They've done that in the past, like 10 years ago. They were actually, I think, no, yeah, almost 10 years ago. They were actually having police were having drones doing surveillance over people's yards, and basically the Supreme Court came in and told them they couldn't do it. So it's a matter of people accepting it. They can do it now if
right.
they wanted to. It's
Or
just
yeah, or
people won't
like
Well,
accept it.
actually, it's
tickets being
happening
handed
They
now
out.
they
One at a
they
time. One
got
at a time.
they
One at a time.
they
One at
have
a
a
time.
robot.
Yeah.
They have a
Oh, they don't need a
robot
robot.
that can do that now.
Well,
They
no,
actually
you don't need a
Oh,
robot. A mini
yeah,
drone will do more than a mini drone. Can't be seen, can't be heard, can't be detected, and by the time it's on you, it's too late.
Yeah, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is they got robots that can actually fire, like they got RoboCop type robots that can actually drive cars and fire guns. I seen a video the other day.
Yeah, but it's saying that's old technology. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Uh,
I mean,
that-
great
even things
question
just like
on the
handing out
drone.
tickets
yeah.
Well,
is
Okay. There's old technology. In fact, there's a very good. I'll look up the book where this guy was talking about the drone wars going crazy, where they devised a scheme, automated scheme, to where you can get like you take hundreds of mini drones, like the size of maybe a hummingbird, right? You load them with a 45 caliber uh, bullet, right? Automated bullet, right? And you launch hundreds of them, and they have a algorithm that detects human beings, right? And they fire. You get hundreds of them swarming on a target, man. How long do you think it's going to take them to take out the target? Not very long.
yeah,
You don't
you
need
know
you don't
what?
need a you don't need a RoboCop.
You know what? Actually, on that piece too, if you see what they did in Camden, New Jersey, a few years ago, where they replaced like something like 70% of the police force there with surveillance cameras
Hmm.
and stuff, and I firmly believe that's one of the areas where they're fielding programs like that. So, and I think with a lot of the political movements afoot dealing with justice, that is definitely going to be the way of the future with that.
Yeah, but it's a balance between what you can do and what people will accept. They can do it, just people won't accept it. Who else?
well,
Okay.
Somebody
you
else.
see it.
Yeah,
You
somebody else
see
wanted
it
to jump
even
in.
in
Uh,
you see it even in South Florida.
Yeah.
like with the SunPass lanes, the toll roads, where it's toll by plate. So all
Yes,
the
it
people have been,
is.
yeah, all the people have been
Yes,
pretty
it
much been
is.
replaced.
Mm,
And all you have to do is like, even, I mean, you even saw it in the old Transporter movie, I believe, where they
mm,
had this like little thing on the side of the road in
mm,
rural and very like rural areas
mm.
where there weren't many cops, and it was giving out speeding fines, but it was taking pictures of the license plates, and then getting the person's speed because of radar and everything like that, or
You know what
speed radar.
what the police are using now is that
Mhm.
they have laser plate readers, and they're using that technology
Mhm.
to do speed enforcement. So it's coming. It's
Yep.
coming.
Well, but you know,
Yeah, it's here.
the easiest way, and I'm surprised that Mike hasn't thought of it, is that what do you have in every car nowadays?
Cell phone.
GPS.
A computer
Mhm.
Hmm.
that monitors speed, and has the identification of the car, has monitors speed and everything. All you have to do is when it hits, transmit whatever you need to do to tell you the speed. Probably eventually probably tell you the speed, the identification of the car, who's it licensed to, and eventually who's driving it, because with facial recognition, like
I
boom,
strongly believe that is coming or already is here, and the
it's
only
probably already
reason
here.
you haven't seen that happen where it's widespread is one, if people accepting it, and two, car manufacturers not being on a single platform when it comes to this type of technology.
Wow.
But you already saw it with, I think, Progressive and Geico, or Progressive or Geico, where they had that little thing that you how your mechanic gets the readings from your
Mm,
car.
mm.
You hook it up to that, and it'll actually, and then you report that back to Geico, or you give it back to Geico, and they'll lower or height or increase
No,
your
Yeah,
insurance
yeah.
rates
it's already there.
based
They
off of
just
that.
haven't. It's
Yeah,
already there. They just haven't
they just
turned
haven't
it on.
implemented it.
No,
Yeah,
they
Well,
haven't
so it's
turned it
like,
on.
I don't need
right,
that thing in
Will
my
it be
car.
necessary to
You
have
already
full
have it. They
The
haven't.
thing
self-driving?
about
You
it is
already.
you already
You already.
have it in your car. You just
You haven't
don't
turned.
realize it.
They haven't turned it on.
right.
Yeah.
Will it be
Right,
necessary with
right. It's
self-driving cars?
already
One at a time.
there.
One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead,
Will
Albert.
it be necessary with self-driving cars? Would that kind of technology seems like it'd be
Yeah.
adequate
Yeah. Yeah.
before it's
If
necessary?
self-driving car does not just drive by itself. It's attached to a network.
What I'm saying
So
though
this.
is with the technology coming, that
Mhm.
that the necessity of knowing where you're going or knowing how fast you're going will be reduced because the car is going to have its own set of
Oh
rules and
yeah. 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 That will eventually go away. That's true.
Yeah, the human control will be taken out of it.
Yeah.
Can I
Or
Yeah.
say
has
what I
been.
want to say now? The little silly stuff I want to say.
I robot.
Go ahead, CG3.
Okay, this is all hypothetical, but please try to follow me, people.
Good. Jump in.
Okay, I'm lazy. I don't want to do shit. Do you guys want to
Mhm.
pay for me to live?
Oh yeah. That's gonna. Oh yeah.
I
That's
mean,
good. There's gonna be people like that.
yeah. So
But you.
people don't
Kind
they're
of
not
already
really
are.
looking at the bigger picture. So if you working your ass off and you doing everything you should do, and I'm driving around with a Bentley sticking you the middle finger, hopping on a cruise to Belize or Barbados, my ancestral homeland, aren't you gonna be angry? Aren't you gonna be
No.
angry at me? You know, like
No. No.
why
this
do
is
you get all this
the question
stuff?
I wanted to ask
And I'm
BGS about.
I believe some will.
Some
BGS,
they'll work. They will go to work. Go ahead,
Right.
bro.
quick question.
Mhm.
Okay, the question is, instead of a universal basic income, wouldn't it be more beneficial for them just to stop taxing up to a certain amount earned, as
No.
opposed to giving everybody money?
No.
Just
No.
don't tax the first
No.
$50,000.
No, because the thing is earning. Okay, if 90% of the jobs are gone, what do you earn?
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
think about the fight for 15 and all these people who
I
are
know.
getting, as you put
You
it, leveled.
If they
well,
get leveled, if you get leveled, that means if you want to tax people, you have to make sure they have a what?
Income.
an income.
In other words, if you can no longer guarantee them an income, in other words, not guarantee, but I'm saying guaranteeing them a job so they can provide their own income. If you want your system to hold together, what do you need to do?
you got to pay the people.
Make sure they can eat.
See, that's the
Make
whole
sure they
problem.
eat.
They're trying to hold together the system. That's what they're trying to do. So the system is not going to be stabilized. You got to give some people resources so they keep the system going. However,
Yeah.
my argument would be, it's always going to be a flaw in a system, but how can we make the system beneficial so all will participate in it? How can we make it so that people can accept it without violence or animosity towards others?
It's real simple. Okay. Once the job is gone and they cut off the benefits, you have two choices. You accept the universal basic income, get your house, get your clothes, get your food, or you starve. It's up to you. Which one are you going to choose?
See, I don't think it's that simple, BGS. I think
oh, really? You don't think it's that simple?
No, I'm gonna tell you. No, hear what I'm about to say.
I'll hear you out. Okay. Charles is in the chair right now. Sit down, Charles. Be comfortable.
Normally, I would run from the chair, but this is my statement. My statement is this: because people are greedy, and you hear from I hate to use certain terms, but from like right-wing individuals, they're always saying people got to do for themselves. So you're gonna have some people that are going to be against whatever system that they try to bring, and because people have so much inherent hatred and animosity to people who are different than them or people they think are less or do less, you have people that will fight the system. That's all I'm saying. I mean,
okay. If you are you're in the chair, right? Say you're a right hardcore Austrian economist, right-wing libertarian Republican, right? And people should get out and work for everything they earn, right?
I don't agree with that, but go ahead.
No. Say I'm giving you an example, right? I'm saying, well, I'm giving you an extreme. Okay. These are hardcore people do not believe in giving people shit, right? Everybody, you eat what you kill, period, right? And if you don't kill it, you starve, right? Okay, and that's good if that's okay. And he's a billionaire, right? He said, okay, you live in America. Okay, you're in an open society. You can drive where you want. You can do what you want. You can party where you want without having a bulletproof sedan and an army of guards, right? Because you live in an open liberal society, right? Okay. What happens if your country is reduced to Mexico, where only 10% of people have money, and basically you're not the predator, you become prey? Do you want to live in a country like that?
No.
So in other words, if you don't want that to happen and you don't want people to work, the system here's all the problems in the system that you have. Dump it in your lap. You go figure it out. How do you, if automation is going to take 90% of people's jobs, what kind of jobs you think you're going to give them? You set it up.
See, I have no argument against that. That's not my argument.
Exactly. There is no argument against it. As far as people accepting it, it's real simple. It's called life or death.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this.
Let me go. Sit, I'm in the chair. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
I love being in the chair. It's kind of fun now. What I'm saying is, so many people that are illogical and emotional that even if it makes sense to them, they're not going to react good to it. It's kind of like
did you ever go to the Philippines? Did you go to the Philippines, Charles?
I have never been in the Philippines. No.
Have you ever been you've been in the Navy? Have you ever went a port in a third world country?
Yes.
Which one?
Longapo.
Thailand. I consider that third world. I've been to Thailand. I consider. Go ahead.
Have you gone to a shanty town in a third world country?
Shanty town. Let me think.
Where they don't have no windows. They have a tin roof.
Yeah, I've been to places like that. I'm trying to think of, was it Haiti?
Okay. If you walk up to that Haitian and says, okay, I'm going to give you a better house, better clothing, and food, better food, how many people do you think would accept it?
Everybody who has nothing. But that's not my argument. That's not my argument.
So what is your argument?
My argument is that the people who think they are part of the group, the elite group, even if they're not, will fight for people who they think.
I just eliminated that with my first argument, with my first example.
My statement is that people are illogical and irrational. And
no, they're not.
You okay? Why do we have wars?
You know what?
Wars are not illogical. Not as illogical as you think they are.
Okay.
Well, I want to say something on that piece with the elites too. And you know what's funny is these are the same people that receive government subsidies for their businesses and the land that they own. So they talk slick, and I'm surprised Edward has not jumped all over this. They talk slick about do for self, and then they turn right around and they get subsidy money. So you can't take them serious. It's very disingenuous what they say. So because the minute you start giving somebody money, they'll shut up. You know, when push comes to shove, they're going to shut up because they like that extra money. Any little money is still money. Pennies make dollars.
How many rich people do you know that are illogical?
None.
I know you're gonna say Trump.
I don't know.
I'm asking Charles.
I can't answer that question because I don't know very many rich people.
You know enough. What I'm saying, they're not illogical. They're not. They might talk. They might talk stupid, but when the rubber meets the road, they know where the rubber meets the road. They're not. That's how they got their money in the first place. If you explain, if anybody that's ever had the universal basic income explained to them, automatically, that's like there's very little opposition to it. Almost none.
I'm not opposed to the universal basic income. So let's get that.
Oh no. What I'm saying is nobody is, because there's either when billionaires are faced with the universal basic income and automation, or the alternative, which is collapsing a system to where they become food for poor people.
You have motivated me. I'm going to do some research because you have a better view of most people. I love people, but I believe that so many people are illogical and emotional. They don't think through.
They're selfish bastards.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm okay with UBI. I just want to see how I'm going to make extra money off of it, because I'm not going to be good with bread and butter. I need some ham and some cheese on that.
That's the other half of the UBI. Yeah.
What's the first? What's the big?
One at a time. James first, and then Jamie.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, man. I'll make it quick and everything. Since we're continuously talking about UBI and everything, the question that I have, the first thing I need to say is, based on the standpoint of, okay, they give UBI out to everyone to survive and everything. Now, based on the job standpoint, the only basis, or are you saying that the only basis that we will have as a people or humans is to pretty much make your own business in order to have extra money and everything? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say that not, and I'm just being honest, and please don't take this the wrong way, especially you, Edward. But especially you, Edward, because I know you. But the truth is, and everything, and this is real. A lot of people.
You call the devil's name, he's going to appear. You know that, right?
Okay, all right, okay. Well,
I'll give you the horn.
Edward, death and taxes are a sure thing. So you call his name, he's going to
okay. But and also Dr. Jones. Okay. So from the standpoint of I will say this, and I say this humbly, that not everyone is an entrepreneur, and this is equivalent. This is equivalent to the man, the handicapped man. This is equivalent to the handicapped man on 300 who wanted to fight with the Spartans, and he had to pull him to the side and say, "Listen, we do it like this. We can't use you and everything. So go talk to go back to the house and tell everybody what's going on." So I say that not everybody is an entrepreneur and everything. Some people just have a working spirit, and everything. So how do you eradicate, or how do you help people who have not even fathomed the thought of becoming an entrepreneur?
You still have skills, even if you're not an entrepreneur. Say if you have an entrepreneur, he knows he wants to grow certain crops for restaurants or something like that. Jamie, we can hear you, Jamie. I don't know, were you crushing cans or something? Every day. Jamie, what is it you made? Is paper or cans or food or something, man? Mute yourself, Jamie.
Here's the thing, BGS, also too, and I'm gonna leave this alone. Here's the thing that I'm looking at. When you're looking at UBI and everything, and this model is based continuously on the capitalism, model. If everybody just gets the basic income, okay, And so that's just for living expenses and to
Mhm.
have some place to stay.
Mhm.
The market itself is still going to implode because most of your McDonald's and your Pepsis and your
Mhm.
Coca-Colas and
Mhm.
everybody else
Mhm.
need the income of the people in order to
Mhm.
stay on top to be Pepsi or McDonald's or whatever.
Okay.
If
W-
So wait a
everybody
minute.
is
Okay.
right,
Okay. Well,
hold on, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
oh,
If
okay.
everybody
Real
is on
quick,
the
because you
standpoint
get
of
along
UBI,
with it. Yeah, you get along
okay,
with it. So make it shorter. No, no.
okay,
Continue,
so
but make it
okay,
shorter.
okay. So if everybody is on the UBI, there's no jobs and everything, and everybody has to overcome the entrepreneur hill.
Mhm.
There's going to be a lot less sales, and those companies are going to start panicking. Am I right?
That's
Because they're
true.
going to be
But
like,
okay.
"Hey, we're not trying.
Okay.
We don't have."
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
Floor is
Okay.
yours.
Okay. If I'm on a 30-yard line, right, and they're in
Right,
a certain defense, the play would everybody's in a prevent defense. The play would be what? To throw the pass, fade back, three-step drop, throw the pass over the middle to the running back, right? Because there's no or the tight end, right? That's the
right,
play, right? That is the logical play given the defense, given where I'm at, uh, the logical outcome, right? Okay.
right,
Now, if you had 15 minutes, a whole quarter, rather than 2 seconds, you would run that play. But if you have 2 seconds on the clock and you're on the 30-yard line, throwing it over the middle, and the prevent defense is going to get you what?
intercepted.
Or not intercepted, but it's going to get you what? He's going to get tackled and time's going to run out. You're going to lose the game,
Right,
right?
right.
So your only play is to do what? Throw it to what? Throw it to the
Throw
end
the
zone.
zone.
In
You got
the
to throw it to
zone.
the
Yeah.
end zone, right? In other words, that is the worst play in anybody's playbook, which is the Hail Mary pass. It's the worst play you can actually draw up because the odds of its success are like less than 1%, right?
Right,
But given your situation, guess what? It's the only play you have. This is
right,
the only play they have. I keep emphasizing that. Everybody keeps
right,
trying pick apart what's wrong with it. Okay, there's everything wrong with it. UBI
right.
and what's going on with automation is exactly the worst play you could draw up economically. There is no question that it is. We don't know if it's going
Okay,
to work. It's never been tested. It's never been done in human history.
right,
People may not be able to work. They may not have enough income. Your businesses may not work. Some are going to go out of business. All that stuff is absolutely 100% true.
okay,
But the thing is, it's the only play you have because if you do not do it, what's going to happen to you? You're going to run out of time and you're going to lose the game.
right.
That's what
Yes.
people are missing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
All right. Here goes the question.
Mhm.
As the automation approaches and the cost of things
Approaches, accelerates,
is here, as automation
accelerates,
accelerates.
and not approach, accelerates.
Okay. As it accelerates
Hmm.
and the cost of things decrease,
Hmm.
the deflationary pressures are going to become
They're
harder,
already here. They're already
tighter.
here. Yeah,
You
they're
know,
already
like
here.
I just bought something from Amazon
Hmm.
the other day that 5 years ago was $500.
Hmm.
I got it for 20
Yeah,
from China,
yeah,
and it'll be here next week.
yep.
As that
Was it a
becomes
sex
normal,
robot?
I wish
Ooh,
it might be
burn.
fun.
Yeah. And what sex robot would have cost you like a couple of $1 million like 10 years ago.
You can get you a nice doll for about 300 if you order from
If you,
China.
yeah, well, if you were, yeah, if you're
Put the
willing to
link in the
accept a little
chat.
less. You ain't shit.
Alibaba, that's all I'm saying. Alibaba.
I need
uh,
a hey Maylene, fake Maylene. I need a quickie. Come here.
Yep.
Wheel your
Alibaba.
ass over here.
Jack Ma.
Yeah.
It-
Anyway,
well, Alibaba
continue,
for
Albert.
$100.
Continue.
Okay. As the pressward downward press continues,
Hmm.
and is there going to be a how are they going to reorganize the need for stuff? And then on the flip side, do you think we're going to hit a point where like we're at like the Japanese, where it's a mouse utopia situation? Because I really think that's what's happening with them. You know, they're not having sex, they're not
Mass
reproducing.
utopia.
Mouse
Mouse
utopia.
Mouse
utopia.
Utopia. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I got
mean,
a question on that too, BJS, to add to that.
um, uh,
When you're
the
done.
thing is that what you need will change. Okay, when you have so many flat screens, you know, then the need for flat screens will go away and turn into something else. There's bigger problems that you have that could use the technology that's sitting, like the fresh water is a big problem.
But
Food is a
2,500 calories and 3 gallons of drinking water and some bathing water is not a hard problem to fix. You know,
Well,
I'm
I'm
just
saying
saying.
it depending on where you are in the world. If you're in the United States, no. If you're in Saharan Africa, yes, it is. If you're in India, yes, it is. If you're in parts of China, yes, it is. If you're in,
Yeah.
there's a
Now,
Yeah,
whole lot of
okay, the
and
Because you
flip
could be
side of
in
that
Florida and
question,
get 2 honey buns and get that much calories.
yeah.
on the flip side,
I agree.
Yeah,
I,
if you're in
I just had
Flint,
to put that
One
out
at a
Michigan,
there.
time, one at a
water
time,
is a
one at a
Honey
time, one
problem.
at a
buns.
time, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time.
Just trying to put a funny joke
I'll
out.
finish up Albert and then Mike's next.
okay, the flip side of that question is, you're saying it's a problem in those places. Is that because the resources have not been allocated
Exactly,
to that?
exactly. All the
Because it's not really a
resources, the
technical issue.
mindset. Huh? One is because allocation of resources is a source of is a control source. In other words, you control people by food and water. And if you
Right.
give people food and water, you start losing, you become more independent. They don't need you, so it's a control source. And another thing is will. People are greedy. That's two things. So last statement, and then we're gonna go to Mike, and then if you got something else, we can come back around. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say the issue of food, water, and shelter is
Mhm.
what is it, 100 square feet issue. You know, you could do hydroponics on a roof
Yeah,
and collect the water and grow your own food and you know,
yeah, yeah. But if you have the technology to do that, where does the water, where does the clean water come from? Where do you get the materials to grow the hydroponic garden? Where do you get the soil? Well, where
I
do you get the roof in the first place? You know,
agree on the technology piece, but
where
it's
do you get
not
the energy to run the hydroponic pumps? In other words, it's bits and pieces of technology that are not equally distributed, which is universal basic income. That's the other half where the technology will get cheaper and cheaper where you can distribute it. But
that's
it
the
solves
that I'm,
smaller problems, not bigger problems.
You
that's the
got to
piece
figure in
that I'm wondering
aptitude as
about though.
well.
Okay,
It's not
okay, that's true. Go ahead, make your point, and then we're going to go to Mike, and
it's not an issue of the availability of technology, is or not the availability,
distribution,
but it's distribution.
Yeah. Availability is different if in the United States than it is in Ghana or Mali or Morocco or Kenya. It's
Again,
big,
it's
huge difference.
distribution. It's going back to that primary greed question.
Yeah, yeah. Which has to be solved, which is the UBI will help us. They're discussing that right now. Go ahead, Mike. I mean,
Um,
this is a bigger topic than I actually thought it would be, but go ahead, Mike.
um, Albert brought up something that made me think of this. Is just with UBI and all the other things that are going out there, where you're going to change what you're going to want or need. Like you're not going to need the flat screens. Is socialization going to change? Like socialization of the people to say, hey, listen, you don't need that anymore. Why would you need this? Like, is advertising going to change? Things like that. What are your thoughts on that? And if Edwards would know,
I don't think.
that'd be
I
kind of
think
cool
it
if
will.
he.
I think it will change in what people desire because you're going to have newer and
Right.
newer things. There's lots of things. How do you? Okay, I mean, basically, if you disguise the limit, okay, how long do I want to live? Health care. How do I have my children? Um, if I have an ailment, I was born with a birth defect. How do I dentistry? Um, all kinds. It basically is open up a whole number of things. We're thinking about nuts and bolts like food, water, shelter, which are basics, but the things we don't think about healthcare. We don't think about children. We don't think about uh, clothing and stuff like that. Different products that people actually desire. People,
Mm-hmm.
human desire will never go away, and
Right.
it will always change. And like human beings, it's the next greatest and latest and greatest, right?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of designer drugs, designer alcohol, there's all kinds of things that people want. And can you fill those gaps? Because there's going to be holes. There's going to be gaps, and they're going to leave gaps intentionally because You can't solve every gap with a widget. Okay, that has to be done by individual people. You can't solving a water problem in Middle America on a Middle America farm. Okay, that can't be done by a widget. It has to be a person piecing together all these different pieces of
Yeah, be
technology
in
to
that
solve a
area
problem.
working on
So
that problem.
basically, the biggest job that anybody's going to have going forward, and you know, as far as I can see, is problem solving. It's like being Scotty on
Star
the
Trek.
engineer on Star Trek, right? He Scotty solved problems. Okay, you know, he was an engineer, but the thing is, he brought together little bits and pieces of technology to solve a problem. Okay, our lithium crystals are out of balance. How do we fix that, right? Or how do we do a workaround? Um, the warp core is out of balance. How do we do a workaround? Different things like that. You got to bring in different pieces of technology to solve you're a problem solver. Like what you do, Mike. What do you do as far as systems, right? You come in and you solve problems. So you bring in pieces of technology that you did not invent, software that you
Right.
did not invent to solve the problem. You're gonna have to be like that. There's gonna be more people like you in different areas.
Yeah, because if
Not,
anything, in a lot of cases, I'm an integrator.
yeah,
Like a
yeah,
customer asks me, is like, how do we do this backup? I
yeah,
got this, I got that, and it's like, all right, cool. Well, you can use Google Drive over here, and then you can use local storage over here, and then we can go from
yeah.
there.
Yeah, yeah. How do you solve a
So
water system? Okay, we need electric. We need electric pumps. We need a desalinization. We need pipes. We need sprinklers. We need
right,
wood to basically give the build the structures for the raised bed gardens or whatever we're going to build and stuff like that, and seeds that'll grow like that and cover. So
right,
basically, you have to integrate this whole system and make it work. It could be energy could come from wind, it could come from solar, it could come
or
from a whole
manual
different
labor,
manual labor,
like
or
somebody sitting on a bike just so they
eh,
can actually use gravity to
yeah, or
actually
you
do your purification.
yeah, you know, how do you get the fertilizer in because you draining do you is it liquid where you replenishing the soil or you using animals? All that stuff has to be integrated. You're gonna have inventive people that may not even be able to read or write, okay, but you can integrate all these systems to make something work, and you're gonna need those kind of people. Okay, who was next on
Me,
on the board? Who's that? Who's me?
at work.
Okay. Oh, Edward. Like I said,
Speak of the devil.
death, taxes, the devil, and Edward. Inevitable.
The last two might be one and the same.
My turn. I've been waiting my turn. I like how
I
you
know.
said at the
What's that?
end with the integration part, because I forget the dude that comes up every once in a while that's the engineer that thinks everybody has to be like hyper smart in this future.
No, no.
Uh, so that really answers that question, because what I really want to tell him sometimes is that's like a really pseudo elitist mindset that he's drawing from that kind of drives that sort of thinking. But anyway, on the other topic, I just feel like we're saying the same thing like in a lot of different ways. Like here's the thing. I'm always very interested in when it comes to the future, how do black people and by in general and black men meet that future? And a lot of times I feel like when we're talking things, it's for folks to try to get swept away and say, well, and I'm not talking about you, Michael. I'm just talking about in general.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even necessarily talking about on this hangout necessarily. Like people want to make the shit bigger than them so they can be like, well, it's out of my hands. I'm gonna leave it to the Lord type of mentality. And the reality is nobody's going to save you. If we don't
Right.
actually when I say take control, I mean take control of our own situation individually and as a group. We will be at the mercy to a lot of these changes. And black men are always the first ones to get fucked over. Considered when it comes to these things. So this idea where there's going to be some kind of utopia where greed's not going to exist, everybody's going to do the right thing is bullshit. I see something that's more like the empire where it's a couple of people that control everything. And then they'll say, okay, let's get rid of these niggers now that we have the perfect opportunity. That can happen just as likely as what BGS said as far as control, using resources as a control source. But I hear more
Yeah.
people thinking everybody is just go do the right thing.
Do you like searching?
Well, isn't that like that movie with Matt Damon was in it? I forgot Elysium, I think it was.
Yeah.
I
Where
remember
they were on
Gattaca.
that space station. Oh,
I
Gattaca
remember
is what you think it is?
Gattaca.
No.
Yeah, still.
I love
Ga-
Gattaca.
And
Gat- I
Gattaca
don't know.
had no black people in it.
Well, they didn't show any. What is arbitrary in Gattaca
I've
is
watched.
arbitrary. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
they
I've
Gattaca.
watched
showed,
that movie at
well,
least 4 times. I love
they
that movie.
showed it at like the very last scene because
Yeah.
they fucked up because people made. But that was like some bullshit. You already know what that was. But in general, you say that's arbitrary. Well, at the same time, what were they doing, sir? They were doing genetic coding. They were basically creating people, and
Yeah,
it's making it
they were
all up.
altering. Oh, that's like I said. The ultimate mind fucker, which people didn't catch, was what was it called?
Is it Jude
Was
Law?
the no. It was it's actually a series. It was called
The Hunger Games.
no. It was a series on Fox. And they had the what they had. They called the observers, right? Where they merged technology with the human brain.
Fringe.
Oh, that was Fringe.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
talking about the
Fringe.
Minority Report.
No, that's
Fringe.
Fringe.
No, Fringe.
Oh.
Where
Yeah.
basically they merged. Basically, the singularity had hit, and they were basically designing human beings to be merged with technology to have superhuman powers. Okay, that is the ultimate mindfucker. Where I think that the singularity wants to actually push human beings to go from ordinary human beings to super beings, which the observers were. They can go forward and backwards in time. They could teleport. They could do all kinds of things with the technology.
What was your motivation though?
What's that for? What?
At that point when you become the Uberman, what's your motivation? You know everything. You can go anywhere. You can do anything. Aside from
doing what human beings always have done is push the limits.
But I'm saying
exploration though, right? Like would be the next thing.
One at a time.
Question that I'm asking is: once you become a god, what is your motivation? You know, I mean, God, little G God, not universe warping, changing galaxies God, but I mean, you know everything. You're able to affect the reality of the space around you to the max.
That is a great question, but the thing is, until you get there, who's been there to actually tell you?
Until
you don't know
that.
Yeah,
because you haven't reached.
Might have had somebody get there, but why would they come back to tell you?
Okay, eventually, if you get
because they like to gossip.
Okay, eventually, the best answer I ever seen was in 2000. I think it was 2010, 2001: Space Odyssey, and then 2010.
The first one or the second?
Well, both really. The end of the first one and then the second, where you merge with your God. You become God, and you merge with your essence. So basically, there is no end. You know, you serve the universal higher mind, which is to help and create. So
I would think exploration would be the next thing to like say, okay, you've answered the questions here. What about the questions and problems that are out there to be solved?
In other words, if you merge, you become a God with a big G. You merge with the universal mind. You already know it.
Okay.
Because you're tapped into it. You already know all the answers are already there.
So where would you need to go? Like think about the Q continuum in Star Trek. He would just come out and fuck with people just because he was bored.
He was bored.
Now, are you going to be that kind of God?
No, what I'm saying, he's not a God. He's still a being.
I'm saying he was a being that was omnipotent, omnipresent, knew everything, and was with a group of people.
Use your imagination.
No, what I'm saying, in the continuum, they had certain powers, but there were limits. Okay.
Or no limits. They can do what they want to do.
No, there's limits. When you become the universe, then you are part of it. You know, they were still beings. Okay. They had mental technology, but they're still beings.
What I'm saying is, in the continuum, they effectively knew everything. Like, are you familiar with Stargate?
Yeah.
The equivalent of the Q and Stargate, where the ones that descended.
Yeah, but they're omnipotent beings, but they're not gods.
Right. They had, like I said, they had rules, but at that point of being omnipresent, omnipotent, knowing everything, and being pure knowledge of everything, and what do you need to experience at that point?
Well, the thing is, that, in other words, Q was still seeking answers, and he's using humans as experiments to seek answers. It's stuff that they didn't know or they may have forgotten. That
he became a sociologist at that point.
Yeah, because he was curious. Because remember the battle that the Qs had amongst each other. Them warring together lets you know they hadn't figured everything out, even though they were extremely powerful. Okay. If the Qs are omnipotent, they just create another universe. Period.
They knew more, but they didn't know all.
They didn't know more, but they didn't know all. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Well, all right. One thing that I've always thought about is we've evolved in technology potentially, because we got massive structures that we don't know how they were built. So at some point in our last 400 years, we've come to where we are now. But in the past 100,000 years or 10,000 years that humans have existed, how many times have we gone to a point where we've known more than we know now, and because the population as a whole became too UBI'd out, for lack of a better way of putting it, we forgot. Because this thing, if you have no need for a guy to go to college to become an engineer and no curiosity, because the main bulk of why you're striving is erased, the society eventually can forget and regress.
Because you're thinking that there's some kind of perfect order out there.
No. What I'm saying is, at some point, the order that you have will be, the structure will be not perfect, but will be so comfortable where, okay, I don't need to do this anymore. I got this machine over here that does this. Like, if you think about a cell phone, and if you took all the cell phone engineers of the last generation and the books were all digitized and they got destroyed, how many years would it take for a teenager who had the concept of a cell phone to reinvent that?
I would say about 50 years. Because you destroyed all the books. There's people that still have knowledge. And once you know that there's something that's already in existence, okay.
Well, that's what I said. You get rid of the generation of engineers that were.
Well, in other words, we had to erase all the knowledge of it. Okay. Once you find out that there is you uncover it like a smartphone, right? First thing you're gonna try to do is take it apart.
Right, you reverse engineering.
And you're going to try to reverse engineer because it already exists. You don't have to invent it. What you have to do is find out how the last generation or the lost people put it together. And now you're not going to do that instantly, but over a period, like for a smartphone to come in existence, human existence took like maybe 200,000 years, give or take, right?
Can I give Albert a recommendation real quick?
Go ahead.
2 shows, because I forget how many hangouts you missed. 2 shows. Have you ever heard of The Expanse on the Sci-Fi Network?
I'm aware of it. We've talked about it before.
Okay. Have you ever heard of The 100?
I've watched The 100.
All right. The 100 answers a lot of these. I mean, it doesn't answer the million-year questions you're asking, but it answers like the 200 question, and if the society got destroyed because we fucked it up in a nuclear war, and how might that work out?
Rebuild,
answers that. It answers those. It explores those ideas. Because I mean, I feel like this is just something where we could just get into this like black hole of like what ifs and who cans, and it doesn't really. I don't know. Maybe it's just.
As long as a piece of technology exists and you can see it. Okay, even if you don't know how to put it together, a human mind knows that it exists and say, how can we recreate this? And they will keep taking it apart and taking it apart.
Yes, are you aware of the 100?
I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
So, okay.
The 100.
These are old questions.
The 100 is the truth.
Been around for 50 years.
Yeah, because there's a couple of facts.
One at a time.
By the way, Isaiah, because a lot of times it comes up like what happened to Isaiah Washington's career. Isaiah Washington was prominent on the 100. That's actually how he was getting his money after he got.
Yeah, he said he is savage in that show. He's a savage.
Yeah, he's really good, but it's a couple of major.
He's not getting Hollywood money like he was with the.
No. Well, Wesley Snipes ain't either, but you know, who is nowadays with the black actors. But anyway, like there's a couple of major factions in it. You got the people that were already in space, like they were in space stations. Like imagine if the International Space Station expanded to almost like a city. It was kind of like that, and then they came back down to the planet once they were able to. Then you had people that had survived the nuclear winter by hiding in a bunker. Like that's that bunker thing you're always talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you have people that survived on the outside.
Yeah.
And then they had like, and they came up with this in another season. They had like this, not a singularity, but a AI that was sending drones out. So
yeah, Allie.
yeah, so in different seasons they come up, they discover some of these things. Like the first season they discover who they call the grounders, which are the people that went back to primitive stuff. And then I'm not gonna spoil the show, but some of this stuff comes together. The next season they discover the people in the bunker. The next season they discover artificial intelligence, and now they're moving on to something else. And
But the crazy part about that show is how those people born in space could actually save those people that was born in the Mount Weather. So they was like harvesting their DNA.
Because their technology still exists. It's still inoperable. So it's not lost or forgotten. They don't have to recreate it. They just have to
build back up to it.
Build it back up. Build it back up.
Yeah, and they represent
that's a good. The 100's a good show.
About that, they represent different eras of human society and how they might interact. That's what a lot of people don't get about the show.
Okay.
Well, if you smash the society, and basically the human beings go back to their feral nature, which is
and they do it Hunger Games style too. By the way, if you want to sci-fi Hunger Games,
Oh yeah, when they was in space, they actually had to. They was actually voting on killing people so they can actually survive. They was like, we have to float these people in order to keep the supplies. So that's pretty much a lot of the drama of that show. How Isaiah Washington was deciding who wins, who lives and who dies.
Because being in space, you have technology, you're safe, but you have a lack of resources. You have a lack of water and air and all that stuff. Those are valuable resources where it's abundant on the earth, but it's a dangerous place. Eventually they have to go home.
They had
Earth could have been
one at a time.
Well, after Earth could have been.
Have you ever seen the Time Machine, Edward?
Huh?
Time Machine.
The Time Machine.
Wells.
No, I haven't.
Well, that H.G. Wells and Time Machine was one of the original ones. What happens when human societies actually get shattered and they diverge?
Right.
You have feral human beings, and you have the technology that got saved, which is underground. Yeah, well, Time Machine is just one of those things. They go like 100,000 years in the future.
We're in a new part of history, Albert. We haven't hit more than 5. According to what BTS says, and I have no reason to doubt that, we haven't hit more than 500 people in the planet in the past. Is that correct? BTS?
No, 500 million people. Yeah, before Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, so what we're talking about is a new thing. What we're dealing with now.
The population aside, the technology at one point to build the pyramids, Puma Piku, and all those places that they can't really explain had to be at a point that was superior, at least in building terms, than it is now, unless the aliens did it.
No. In other words, what I'm saying is, the thing is that when you're talking about technology. Okay, technology and knowledge, all that stuff exists in a certain environment. The thing is the environment that we see the pyramids in now the same one that was there back then? If we can recreate the environment that the pyramids were built in, we probably can actually figure out how they were built.
I'm just saying.
How they did it.
One at a time.
How they did it.
We can build it. We can build pyramids now. If we wanted to, you can build a pyramids that are the thing is, how did they do it with the technology they had? Because we can cut stone and build the pyramids if we wanted to, exactly like they do. If we wanted to, but with modern equipment, we could actually do that. It's not that hard because one, has already been done. Two, you have way more technology to actually do it. The thing is, how did they do it? What they had back then? That's what they can't figure out.
how did they pinpoint them to point right at the same stars?
It's real simple. If you have people that have tracked stars for 100,000 years, they know precisely the cycle of stars. Precise. You had Egyptian priests that knew precisely in their minds. Tracked. They spent 40, 50 years studying it, so they knew that knowledge had been handed down for 100,000. In fact, they uncovered an artifact, a machined artifact where they had it was mechanical, but you could predict the movement of stars and planets precisely with that particular artifact. The knowledge was there before it was in people's heads. Okay, now it's in computers and navigational devices and all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, but people think that all of a sudden within 50 years, the civilization rolls up. It says, okay, now we're going to track stars. We're going to build pyramids and all this. No, it was success and failure, because there's tons of pyramids in what they call lower Egypt or lower Africa, lower Nile Valley and Sudan and places like that where you can see where they experimented with pyramids that didn't work out. And over a course of like 50,000 years, you can figure out how to build a pyramid. You just can't. With enough time and enough effort, you can figure it out.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying the fact that they had these megalithic structures in Angkor Wat, Puma Pinku,
yeah,
you know, it's just all over the world. It seems.
Yeah, but
they figured it out. You know, it wasn't like it was a secret, because there was so many cultures that had
well, they carry. Okay, it takes a lot of people to build a pyramid. You can't. It's not a group of 10 people that build a pyramid. It takes hundreds of thousands of people to get together to build a pyramid. So that knowledge is going to be transferred to hundreds of thousands of people. So when they move, what are they going to take with them?
The knowledge of building.
I have a question.
Building. Yeah, go ahead.
How much esoteric knowledge do you believe has been lost?
We don't know. That's a good question. It's a damn good question. I would say at least half of it. And the thing is, we don't know what's underneath the Roman Vatican catacombs.
Yeah,
that they keep secret.
That's where they keep the library?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that, because I know there's a lot of knowledge that is not for common consumption, but I wonder how much of that secret knowledge has been.
Well, don't they have that book that shows how the Earth got populated? They call it the Book of Jubilee.
I haven't heard of that one. They probably do. Talking about populated with human beings.
Yeah, basically saying how the Earth got populated through incest, and they couldn't have that type of secret in the church because of what they preached.
Yeah, well, but that they talked about that in what's his name? Churchward talked about that. That's how come we have totems. That's ancient groups of people, tribal hunters and gatherers, carried a totem so that you know what clan you were from. So basically, two people from a clan couldn't get together and mate because they knew it would be incest. So in other words, if you wanted to mate with another group, you had to have their totem would have to be different. So they figured that out years ago. I mean, well before the Catholic Church was even thought of. So there's something they worked out.
Okay,
and they figured out incest causes birth defects. That's how come they actually know it. Go ahead.
Are we all one people?
Yeah. Genetically, they've been proven we're all one people. You know, with minor differences.
Oh shit! So I should start talking to this chick.
well, no. What I'm saying, all one people as far as one race, but. With minor differences, but the thing there's enough variations within a race to keep it healthy.
Good, because I want to suck on this chick's minor differences when I get a chance.
Yeah, well, blow her minor differences out her back instead.
Exactly. Tell her to arch her minor differences up real quick.
Yeah, and screw the minor splendiferous nut over her back.
Yeah. So we're all one people. Why is tribalism so divisive?
Because people don't see themselves as one people. Okay, it's tribes. People focus on the minor differences. Because
it's because People are easier to control when you divide and conquer. So you got you.
No, it's a natural thing. It's not something you can see it amongst hell. Clans of hyenas fight, prides of
Yeah.
lions fight, groups of bacteria fight. It's just a natural part of nature. Groups of ants fight. That doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just a natural part of nature. Actually, people are cooperative species. They're not a. They're not. We cooperate way more than we fight. We focus
Yeah.
on fighting because it's so unusual, but we cooperate way more than we fight because that's the only way we survive. There would be 8 billion, 7 billion of us if we didn't. But but before what happened, there was enough land, so two groups couldn't get along. What they do? So you go that way, I'll go that way.
Okay,
Right.
let me ask you another question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's wise to choose one group over the another?
Is it
No,
wise? No.
no, that's not true. I say that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's true and everything.
But what's true?
Because when you
What's
to
true?
accept one group of people over another,
Hmm.
because if history has showed itself, when you gravitate towards one's people or per se one skin color, you then have to take the good and the bad of that people. And I believe as black people, that's the problem of the habitual cycle that we're going through right now,
If you
which
choose
is that.
if
So
you choose one group over and one another, you're going to have what? You're going to have conflict. Is
yeah,
conflict good?
I want to
but
look at it from a
but
slightly
but
different.
but the question but what I'm saying is BGS is,
Mm,
instead of choosing a group over another group of people,
mm.
we as people must have a upper mindset to say, choose the righteous should choose the righteous, and the wicked is going to choose the wicked.
Yeah, but how's that worked amongst the human race?
Yes,
From the standpoint of the spiritual side of things or whatever, it's never is from my standpoint. I can't speak for everybody else, but it's never done me wrong.
What
It's
I'm
never
James.
saying is,
done me wrong.
is
Listen,
It's just
you as
like
a
it's just
yeah, over you as a singular person. We're not talking about you as a singular person. We're talking about human beings as a group.
yeah.
All I'm going to say is this: it's been said that evolution favors diversity, and I'll leave it at that. The American black the American black phenotype is the most perfect person on the planet right now because they are so racially diverse. I'll leave it at
Right.
that.
Well, the thing is that what I'm saying is that's a belief.
over
It's a belief.
specialization is a problem.
It can be, but
Monoculture,
monoculture has what pluses and what
minuses.
minuses. So monoculture for white folks has done what? It has kicked our ass from one end of the
Yes.
globe to
But
the other.
white
That's
Drop
the
folks
the
are
part.
not a
anchor
mono
man.
group.
BGS,
Huh?
drop the link for the
They're
anchor
not a
man.
mono group.
One at a time. One at a time.
I said drop the link for the anchor man, BGS.
Put a link. Okay.
Monoculture. White folks are not a monoculture, nor are they a mono group.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they have forged themselves into a mono group.
Yeah, but they in the last 70 years, yes, they have forced themselves into white
No,
people.
before
Per
that, they
se.
start forging themselves into white people long before that. The
But,
culmination is in America, but yeah,
but
they did that about 400 or 500 years ago, forging themselves into a group.
but they weren't a monoculture, is what I'm saying. They still had, you still had Greeks, you still had Romans, you still had Italians, you still had Saxons, you still had, even though they were closely associated genetically, they were not a monoculture.
The closest thing we have to a monoculture is are the Chinese, and the Chinese dominated for 18 centuries.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm saying it. I said there's what I'm trying to everybody. We can nitpick over a particular point, right? In any particular thing, right? What I'm trying to say it is as in an aggregate, looking at it as a whole, as a holistic whole, and not the little pinpoints. What system versus another system? What is the positives in one system and the negatives in that system versus the positive in another system and the negatives in another system. So you have to compare what attributes, because they both have reason that there's a system in the first place is because they work, right? So monoculture does work because there is a monoculture. Okay.
If I could
Hold on a second. A diverse culture works because there is a diverse culture, right? So in other words, there's pluses and trade-offs in each system. I'm trying to get you guys to realize
maybe I'm misstating what I mean, but what you're talking when you say monoculture, I'm thinking we might be thinking two different points.
What I'm saying is, when we say a monoculture, so there's something that's as close as you can get toward one spectrum, right? Because there's nothing that's 100% in the universe.
I'm saying
that's
it's
100%.
the homogenized culture of the Chinese, it as it stands now, is one thing, but just because it's homogenized didn't mean that there weren't separate regions in China that had different things going on.
What I'm saying, okay, we can nitpick over it. In other words, if that is the case, there is no such thing as a monoculture any place in the world. So bringing it up. That's what so in other words, we use it as a term, right? How do we define a monoculture, right? If we use it as a term, how do we define it? So in other words, when I say a monoculture, it can mean that is homogenized and everybody is exactly the same, okay? Which you know is impossible, at least impossible compared to what technology we have right now, right?
Right.
So we will say, okay, when we say a monoculture, what does that mean? Okay, how close do you have to get to everybody in agreement? Because even in a monoculture, you have individual human beings that think differently. They're not robots. They're not widgets that you stamp out off.
But even if you were able to create this culture of human beings, say for argument's sake, you were able to get everybody the same with the same texture of hair, the same eye color, we'll still figure out a way to class ourselves into different classes because human beings are tribal by nature. Human beings are tribal by nature.
You don't want to be picky.
Okay, City of Truth, you cannot interrupt like that. You have to wait your turn. We'll get to you. I know you're there. Okay, this is not one of those things because if people start doing that, what are we going to have? We're going to have a cluster.
We're going to have a mono hangout.
Yeah, well, we won't have a hangout at all because if people complain, I don't want to hear the debates. I got to do it, everybody. Okay, okay.
So my friends are.
Excuse me. Oh, okay. He's talking to somebody else. Okay, City of Truth, go ahead.
Yeah, my thing is this: when it comes to monoculture,
we need to cut it short because you're having a dialogue, so we need to cut it a little shorter.
Quite honest, though, if you look at African American culture, it's actually more of a monoculture to me now than white culture. Because in black culture, everyone is expected to, as Boyce Watkins would say, to think a certain way about different things. Everyone is expected to be a liberal. Everyone is expected to have certain views on certain issues in the news, like these police shootings and stuff like that. And if you deviate from that, you're essentially ostracized from the black community. So
I would disagree. I would disagree, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I would be interested to hear why you disagree with
okay.
that.
If we're a monoculture, how come black people don't have a uniform code of conduct when it comes to business?
Mm-hmm.
They do.
We have a uniform code of conduct.
We don't.
No, I want to hear his answer. Okay. City of Truth is now in the chair. He's in the chair now. Okay, he's in the chair.
We do have a uniform code of conduct when it comes to business. And it's
what's that?
But it's called getting over on one another.
That's not uniform. That's not uniform.
And for too long in the black community, that's how we've operated.
But everybody in the black community.
One at a time.
But everybody in the black community doesn't operate that way. Well, what you're talking about is a stereotypical.
Wait a minute. City of Truth, you will have your chance to respond. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude. Come on now. This is my hangout. I run it the way I run it. Okay, you were in the chair. He's asking you a question. You're gonna get your chance to respond because you're in the chair. We're talking to you right now. Everybody's gonna ask you questions. You're gonna get your chance to respond. Okay, capiche?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Finish your
Yeah,
question, Valdez.
yeah, I'm merely addressing, I'm trying to address what you're saying, City of Truth. What you're saying, describing about the black community as far as its behavior. A lot of the things you're naming are stereotypical things, and black people just don't fit into that box that way.
Enough of them do, though, to a point where you could look at it and you could say that, okay, you can say it's stereotypical. I could say that it's a stereotypical thing for a black woman to divorce black men and collect child support from them. Now you could say, well, that's a stereotype, but if you look at the numbers, enough of that is going on to where you can say that as an actual real factual phenomenon. That's not just a stereotype. It's something that is actually
But
real.
that
And go
but
ahead.
that's something that's occurring also in the white community. That
But
has more to do with
not
gynocentrism than that has more to do with feminism and gynocentrism than black behavior.
but I mean, like I said,
Yeah, it's not
regardless,
pathologized.
Wait, Cerulean. Let him finish his statement because he's in the chair, and you're the next one to ask him a question.
it is
Finish
so
his statement.
prevalent in society. I mean, you look at the black businesses. A lot of times, black businesses, and it's very unfortunate, but they will overcharge customers because they fail to secure their own distribution network. So they end up having to have higher prices. All right. So to
Okay,
overcharge.
City of Truth, City of Truth. You got
Can
to,
I
you
can
got
I
to.
get a little
No,
bit
no,
on
wait,
that?
wait a minute. I'm trying to get City of Truth to make his answer shorter so you can have a dialogue with people with your interlocutors. You can't
Yeah.
go on
Well,
a
that's
monologue.
this is my answer to that.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Um,
now Cerulean, go ahead, and then Mike.
Okay.
oh,
Yeah, my question, City of Truth. Okay, because what it sounds like you're doing is trying to pathologize black people, and what I want to do is I want to bring it back to the core. Ask yourself, well, let me ask you this: what is the prime directive of a human being, an individual human being? Because my standpoint is that all people are the same. If you break it down to what the prime directive of the human being is, and what is it?
Okay, but see, we're not talking about prime
No,
direct.
Answer his question.
No,
He's
okay,
trying
well,
to get somewhere.
of course, of all organisms, the prime directive is to reproduce, right?
no.
Okay, well, what do you believe is the prime directive?
The prime directive of any species, of any animal, no matter what it is, whether it's a bacteria, whether it's a parasite, whether it's a human being or a fish, is survival.
First,
Exactly, so they can reproduce.
and
Well,
reproduction is second.
yeah, reproduction is second.
Survival is
Survival is number one.
No, it's not.
No,
Survival.
reproduction is a result of survival.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, they're one and the same.
No, they're not.
They're not one and the same. You can survive without reproducing.
Yes, you can.
You don't have to reproduce to survive.
Survival is number one. That's reproduction.
One at a time. Let him answer.
Well, you're talking about when you say organism. I'm assuming you're talking about on the species level. So
It
the
doesn't
whole
matter what level it is.
okay.
On all levels, it doesn't matter what kind of social construct you want to fit it into. All of your prime directives are geared towards survival, whether
Okay.
that is in business or whether that is in just social behavior.
Okay. Now, are you saying that the behaviors of African Americans that the reason they behave that way is because they're trying to just trying to survive?
All right.
Make your point. I know you're
I would
trying
say
to
that.
get. Hold on a second. Cerulean's trying to get to a point, and I want him to get to his point. He asked a question for a reason, so now get to the point, Cerulean, because you got other people. I know you want to grill him down to with logic down to a point. The thing is, we don't have time for that. You got too many people on the board, so try to boil it down and get you a point, and give him a question where you actually answer.
The point is that we do actually live in a type of monoculture, and it's something that you can't pathologize with just black folks. If there is a phenomena that is happening across the board that is not specific to black people, then you can't really say that this is a pathology that black people generally have when it comes to business, because all things go back down
That's
to the
true.
basic
That's true.
imperative of survival.
Survive. In other words, what he's trying to say, City of Truth, is that if it's pathologized only in the black community, you wouldn't see it anyplace else. In other words, the reason that black people divorced at a greater rate has more to do with the broader society than black people in particular. We might be affected by more by more than everybody else, but the thing is, it's not. It has a bearing on the whole civilization, because the whole civilization is basically the same thing. Like the 60% divorce rate in Sweden, there's no black people that do that. The out of wedlock rate is about 65% in Sweden. Black people aren't there. So in other words, it's a civilizational pathology rather than particularly to one group. Okay, that's what he's trying to say. Mike.
So,
Yeah.
First off, BGS, I really don't appreciate you bursting our bubble here and saying that we're not special.
Okay. Hey.
It's kind of fucked up, bro.
Hey, that's my job, man. I have ingested the black pill, and I become what is it? I become part of the League of Shadows. Okay?
Yeah, I think you need to throw that. I think you need to go ahead and throw that out there, big guy.
I'm part of the League of Shadows. But go ahead, Mike.
As far as the businesses, the statement you made about businesses, I personally see, and it's just adding to it, but I personally see that black people, when they're in business, they actually charge less. They don't charge more. Essentially, they don't charge more because they're at a disadvantage socially and economically. For if they did charge more, it takes them a while before they start to charge more. Even myself, although I might say that, hey, I'm going to add 1 or 2 extra things to a customer's invoice, I rarely don't. And honestly, if I do add something to a customer's invoice, they've gotten that from me, and that cost or that addition is justified. So from what I've seen, black businesses rarely charge more.
Okay.
And if they do, they've been out there for a while, and
Yeah, but it sounds like
I just don't see it.
Let me answer.
Yeah, no, that was it. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about yourself as a black business owner. I'm speaking
No,
about.
I'm talking about others too.
Let me finish his answer. Then you can respond.
I'm just speaking about the. I'm not saying you an individual. You as an individual, you made for lower prices. I did too when me and my dad, we had our business together. I always shot for lower prices because when you have lower prices, you actually sell more stuff. But that doesn't mean that as the whole, as a group, PGS can attest to this. I mean, if you go to a lot of black soul food restaurants or black-owned restaurants, you notice that oftentimes and then other places.
You're dropping out. So I don't know if you need to get a better feed or get.
Okay, is this good? Is this better?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say BGS. I mean, you've been to black-owned establishments and soul food restaurants and stuff, so you know that a lot of times the prices can be higher than
because they're margins, because they need to charge higher prices because of the type of food they're selling. Their margins are a whole lot thinner. In other words, so there's a reason that people charge higher prices. And if you look compared to other businesses that are similar, it's not really that high. Okay. Because it can't, because the white man's ice is colder. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed. I haven't seen that. But in my experience, it's the black businesses that usually charge less unless they're, like you said, put in a position where they have to charge a certain price.
Okay. Yeah, like rent will do that. Like, for instance, if that soul food restaurant is in a high-end plaza, then yes, the prices will be a little bit higher. But I mean, I haven't seen it, and yes, that is me. But then I've also seen from other people and other black business owners that I've worked with and vendors. For instance, one of my guys who's a cabling guy, he got his price cut down from $8,000 to $7,000 right off the bat. And he wanted to get the job and everything, but a $1,000 cut is huge.
Yeah, because when you're a black businessman, what is the worst? What is the worst term that you're going to hear from another black person you're doing business with? Can I get a hookup?
Too much. Can I get a hookup? Can I get a
hookup? Yeah.
Right, and he was taught, and he was going to the customer that I'm talking about, or customer in question he was a white guy. But the white guy was just like, well, that's too much. I can get it for cheaper, so on and so forth. So guess what? He cut it down $1,000 just so he could possibly get a chance at the next job installing camera systems at the other guy's property.
Okay, let's see your truth respond.
Okay, but just basically, I mean, and the point I'm trying to make is that in Black America, there is a behaviors that go on.
Yeah.
That that basically insinuate what I'm talking about. That's all I was really trying to say. I don't want to drag on.
In other words, okay, there's a difference between a culture. Culture has to have similarities.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
If you have a culture or subculture or whatnot, you have to have similarities. That is far different from what we call a monoculture. I mean, the closest thing we have to a monoculture would be Chinese coming in, because they have a standardized way of doing business with each other, a standardized way of raising their families. They have a standardized ways of doing a whole bunch of things. Okay, Black people are far from that. We're all over the map. In fact,
I didn't know. I wasn't aware. I guess
have you ever been in with a big group of Black people discussing a problem?
Yeah.
It's like herding fucking cats, man.
It's a freaking free for all.
It's a free for all, man.
But
we have ideas all over the spectrum. Says, can you guys come together and agree on anything? If there's one thing,
that better be a sober event too.
If there's an anti-monoculture any place in the world, it will be Black American people.
Okay.
Individualism.
We can't even agree. If we have a dance. We have a dance, okay? We can't agree on all the steps, because there's always somebody that's going to do it a little bit different and think theirs is the right way. We are the anti-monoculture.
BGS, a dance. We're not even going to agree on the decorations for the dance hall. We ain't even going to get to the dance.
Yeah, we're not even get to this. That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Do you feel that because I think a big part of this is that Black people are naturally creative, and anything that we discover, anything we create, we will make variations of it. Whereas other cultures, such as East Asians and stuff like that,
Germans, yeah,
I think Germans, or as you call the Prussians and stuff like that. They're more. They have a history and a culture that is more conducive to what's the word? To a monoculture or to conformity. More so than Black folk, I believe, and I think that's what it is.
If you call
the school system,
if you call anti-conformity a monoculture, then I will accept your definition, because Black people are the most anti-conformist people I've ever met in my life. And Americans and Black women are even worse. Okay, American Black people are even worse.
Yeah, I think that being the original people, Black people being the original people. You go to Africa. Africa is very diverse. You have where you go in Africa, you look at different tribes. You have some tribes that have what do they call it? The Paleolithic fold, the slanty eyes, and the lighter skin. You have some tribes, and I just think that naturally we're more. And here's another thing. Going back to earlier to what you said, and I'm not going to drag on for this. This is my last point. But you talked about how the Earth got populated, right, BGS?
Well, there was a theory, yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you look, when humans left Africa, it was actually a very small group of humans that left Africa. So that's why you have less genetic variation outside of Africa than in Africa. And I'm going to take it a step further and say that's why you have less creativity outside of Africa than in Africa, because it was the reason you have all these other monocultures and stuff is because they're more inbred than Black people are.
You probably, that I would agree with. You probably are correct, but as far as saying that African Americans, I think you're seeing a lot of African Americans. If you look up monoculture in a dictionary, African Americans would fit the opposite of that, the antonym of monoculture, and I think we practice that every day.
You gotta think, dude, because of the North Atlantic slave trade, you have Black people in America. Each one of us has all of that African culture in us, because we have multiple tribes multiple because of the slave trade, the way they were actually breeding the Africans who basically are ancestors. You have all of these different types of genetic, and I'm one that believes in certain ideas and different things being passed on genetically. So you got black people in this country that are a multitude of Africans, not just from one particular strain
That's
of,
true.
of
Yeah.
this tribe or that tribe.
And here's another thing I'm gonna add to this, even though I'm kind of just jumping in like double dutch.
Okay.
They don't take one of the things that a woman said that, even though it annoys me, it is still kind of true. And she said slavery was practiced differently depending on who you were under. So if you were like in New Orleans and under that kind of French rule to a certain extent, we're talking about United States being a country and all of that. Slavery, there was like certain things like you could be married in the way they did slavery. If you were a black woman, you could be married to that white dude or whatever, versus the way the British did it was different. So even those variations, when you look at the Creoles and stuff like that, informs how different we are. So if anything, like I said, we're a complete cultural mashup of a lot of different bullshit, even inside the United States and outside. So yeah,
we are a mashup. Yeah. Okay, who's next? Okay, James, jump
I'm
in.
just enjoying the conversation, man.
Let's talk about the NBA for a second. That's what I've been waiting on.
Let's go.
Oh, go there. We need a change. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Lakers.
You still got some years, but them Clippers are going down though. Them Clippers are done.
Yeah, well, they had no. Basically, if you look at the Clippers, you've tried to get to the just the Western Conference out of the second round for the last good year. Since 2012, last 5 or 6 years, and now you're looking at a super team in Golden State. So basically, you're going nowhere.
Yeah,
it's your Western Conference.
I actually have a top-down approach, which is interesting. Like,
what's that?
Some of the science stuff. Steve, I've heard from a lot of people that Steve Ballmer, the guy that owns the Clippers, is the main reason why Microsoft stayed stagnant. And a lot of people, like aristocrats of Microsoft, were very happy that he got his ass out of there and got to the Clippers. By the way. And that's not even my main thing. My main thing is they were talking on ESPN about how if David Stern would have been the commissioner now, like in his era, his thing was he wanted a star in every market. And now since the West is so lopsided compared to the East, that's really showing that silver is really fucking the NBA up.
No, it's not.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement.
Go ahead, Gilmar. Go ahead.
That's
TG.
what they said.
Okay,
but,
no, I can tell you exactly what it is because I found. Okay, what it is that what they actually forced the lockout to distribute players and restrict player movements. In other words, you can only afford 1 or 2 stars at any particular market or any particular team to distribute the talent more broadly, right? Because they figured that the TV contract was going to be a certain amount, so they reduced the amount that the players can get, right? Okay, but what happened is that the NBA became way more popular than they ever thought it was. Okay, because their model says the revenues are going to be stagnant or even going down because of the recession. Because at the time, we're at the bottom of the recession. People were losing their jobs. There's money going out. Small market teams weren't getting a whole lot of money in. So they figured there's going to be either lower receipts or stagnant receipts, right?
Truth.
So in other words, what happens when your TV money doubles and you still have to pay the same percentage to players? What's going to happen? Have to happen to your cap underneath your agreement. It's got to do what? Go up. True. So in other words, what blew out what Stern put in place, because Silver didn't put this contract in place. Stern did, right? Okay, but according to the contract, it was supposed to be a profit sharing between the players and the teams.
Yeah, it's like
so
50.
Let him finish. I have to jump in on it.
It's like 52% to 48%, somewhere around there. It's like 50, basically 51-49, right? Okay. In other words, there's a portion of the TV contract they have to pay to players, right? So in other words, your cap is determined on the receipts that you get in because that's what they negotiated. So if it was in underneath the old amount of money that the TV contract was giving out, then yes, it would be wouldn't get a Durant or whoever going to Golden State. In fact, Golden State would have lost some players underneath the 2012 market. Well, what happens when you get double the amount of money than you anticipated? What's that going to do to your contract or your model?
You can afford to pay.
In other words, you're basically, you have a Golden State that has a high ceiling, right? But when you expand the ceiling, then all of a sudden they can add a superstar where they couldn't two years ago. So in other words, it was a perfect storm that came in. They caught everybody by surprise. Kevin Durant was a free agent, and Golden State had enough cap room to get him. So guess what? We're going after him. And they got him.
Well,
So now you have,
I'm not talking about Golden State in particular. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but all I'll say now, I'll let Charles get in. It's still not long term good for the NBA for the East to be this fucking weak. And the people that I put the blame on that is because they got whack ass management. This is what happens when you don't have diversity in your management. A lot of these players are seeing nothing but these white faces, and if they not offering shit, they like, I'm going to win because they can pay me now too.
Okay,
and that's what you're seeing in the East, up and down with Dolan, with all these people. People are saying, "Fuck it."
Well, naturally, that's if in a open competitive market, where is the cream going to rise to?
To the best management group.
To the best man, and no matter who that is, whether they're on the East Coast or the West Coast or wherever they are, Boston is doing quite well rebuilding their team. I mean, they're not there yet, but they're doing quite well.
Boston's the best, and then you got the Heat. The problem with the Heat is they got that contract with Chris Bosh is gonna be hanging over there for a couple of years. And then Dolan, this is another thing too about the Northeastern teams. Because of the cost of living there and what you just outlined, they can still justify having higher prices that's gonna pay the bottom line, even though they suck. And because you got people from New York that are stupid that will still go to the games, even though Dolan's an asshole, and I'm gonna just call that what it is, they're never gonna get anything that's gonna do anything.
But the thing is what's actually screwed everything up is that NBA is not just a local market anymore; it's a global market, and you have global money coming in. You got a hell of a lot of Chinese money coming into the NBA.
Asians love basketball a lot more than people think, and they can play it better a lot more than people can think.
Christ. Edward, you got some of the most intelligent brothers on this hangout on here, and you want to talk about basketball?
Well, you want to talk? Well, it's a nice break.
I'm not gonna lie.
Let me jump in for two minutes. I'm gonna make it as short as possible.
Keep going.
No. Mine's gonna be real short. Listen, people keep forgetting that basketball is a business, but fans are emotional, and a lot of moves are made. Business-wise and emotional-wise. Let's talk about the Paul George situation. They sent Paul George to Oklahoma City, correct?
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't the best business arrangement because Paul George is a high-value player. They could have got a lot more for Paul George than what they.
No, they couldn't. No, they basically. Once he announced he was leaving, his trade stock went down.
But I have a question.
Let me finish. Charles finish.
So emotionally, Paul George wanted to go to probably
Los Angeles.
There's Los Angeles. If not Los Angeles, go to Cleveland for a year, win a championship, or somewhere else I can win a championship. They did it twofold. They did it to get some assets back, and they did it to not give him what he wanted. So
they wanted him. Would you trade him? Would you trade him in conference unless you can get a whole lot for him? You never trade a player inside your own conference. Go ahead, James. Was it James?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, James.
I just had a question. I don't really follow basketball often or whatever. I just kind of, I'm a novice when it comes to basketball. But my question is, maybe somebody can answer. I don't understand, like, why is everybody coming down so hard on Kevin Durant? Like, after he won the finals, people were pissed off at him like he did something wrong.
Okay,
Like, what,
you would have.
what is that about? I
Okay,
Yeah,
you
didn't
would.
like
understand
LeBron
that.
didn't do it.
Okay, you would have to be in the gym rat culture, the pickup culture, right?
Right.
Okay. In other words, if you're on the playground or in the gym rat gym, right, and you're waiting to play a particular team, right, to defeat them, right?
Right.
Everybody's lined up to try to test yourself against that particular team, right?
Right.
And there's always one guy that gets sick of losing, right? So he's going to join when a player drops off of that winning team. He's going to join it. He's one of the better players. He's going to join that team because he's sick of losing. In other words, you
Right.
punk ass. We're all trying to prove who can knock this team off. And guess what you do? You take the shortcut. You're going to join the team instead. So it's an internal basketball culture, internal basketball mindset. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, if you want to win a
Right.
championship, you join the best team. If you're the best player, they can afford to sign you. There's nothing wrong, but inside competitive basketball, it's a no-no. It's like it's a weak move.
Oh, okay, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't understand that. People were
Yeah.
pissed off at him. I was like, he just won the
It-
finals.
it's-
Why is everybody mad
He
at
did
the man?
not want to
Yeah.
be Charles
It's
Barkley or
it's
Patrick
it's
Ewing.
Yeah, go ahead.
it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous notion because everybody that's mad about that shit is mad because they wanted LeBron to win, and it's like,
No,
how the hell can you be mad
no,
at?
no. That's not
Yeah,
it.
that's
That's not it.
that's what
That's
it
not
is.
That's
BTS,
not
come
it. No,
on.
it's not. No, it's not
BTS,
it. No, I'm
Angry
serious.
man.
I'm
Yeah,
serious.
come on,
Angry
man.
man. A lot of people believe in loyalty, so they like, yo, dude, why would you go to the?
Yo, hold on, back up for a second. Check
He was
this out.
going off on LeBron when he came to Miami.
Check this out. Hold on, check this out. I'm a realist. Okay, I'm a realist.
But it's not basketball. Okay, it's not
Hold
basketball.
on. But hold on, listen. I'm a realist. And at the end of the day, if you want to get mad at Kevin Durant for doing that, there's a whole lot of niggas you got to get mad at, including LeBron James.
Right.
I agree with you. No argument from me. I'm just saying.
That's reality.
No,
I understand, I understand loyalty and I understand bandwagon. Like I've had the same team since I was a kid. But the reality is they allowed him to do this. They've been allowing him to do this ever since the Lakers started.
Well, no, if you go to the team that just beat you, people look at you as weak.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course.
Look at you as weak. So it's a basketball thing. In other
Of
words,
course.
in other words, because you couldn't beat that team, in other words, I joined them instead of trying to beat them. That's
Of course. That's what
thing.
that's Gary Payton and Karl Malone did right before they retired. So
if you
a lot of people do that. Robert Parrish did it.
No, if you people understand if you're getting old and this is your last chance to chase a ring, they understand that. But he's not old, he's in his prime, and basically if you add another piece, you could probably come back and beat the team you just beat. Well, what do? You do the opposite. You go join the opposite team. And with basketball circles, it's like basically celebrating going around the bases in baseball, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I understand it, but I understand it. But I understand it.
I think Kevin Durant left more for management. Because think about it, he had a great team. He had what? Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
He had James Harden. They had Kevin Durant.
Let me
and they had Russell Westbrook.
Let me just ask this question. Let me just ask this question. I want y'all. I want everybody on here to be honest. Just be honest.
Yeah.
If LeBron James had not went to Miami, would you say he would have gotten those rings?
Probably not.
Think so.
Well, eventually he did because he did it to Cleveland. Eventually he would. But the thing is,
but the team was different.
The team was different.
Well, the thing is, Miami.
Also, there wasn't a dude on the team that was
Miami
fucking his mom.
Miami was not a championship team at that time.
No, but they had the potential to be a championship team. Anybody sitting there saying that Miami would adding LeBron to that, I don't see no difference from adding LeBron to that than adding Kevin Durant to the Warriors. I really don't.
If Cleveland had just lost to Miami and Miami had gone on to the championship, right? And LeBron jumped ship, left Cleveland, and went to Miami, he'd have got the same derision that Durant did because it's a different thing. You went to the team that just beat you. In other words, you couldn't beat that team, so instead of trying to beat them, I'm going to join them. And that's okay as far as business and life, but as far as basketball is concerned, it's a weak move. That's how come they jumped on it. But in the end, after he did it, he won a championship. Okay, we accept it. It is what it is. You made it. You took your knocks. He knew he was going to take knocks. That's when he turned all his shit off. He knew everybody was going to get on him about it. But he decided to do it. People got over it, and now we go on with life. It is what it is.
Yeah, but like Miami's always had to build a team. They always had to build a team. Like they even did it when they got Shaq and everything like that.
Well, Shaq was given to him because he pissed off Jerry Buss, and basically he was Jerry Buss was sitting at the dinner with Pat Riley, and he says he tells Pat Riley, you know what? I don't want to. I love the big fella, but he pissed me off. He's gonna cost me too much money. Do you want him? And Pat Riley basically fell out of his chair and said, "Yeah."
How did he piss him off?
What's
exactly?
that?
During preseason. You know how they have the back then the Lakers used to go to Hawaii in preseason, right? And play, right? Mm-hmm. So Shaq in preseason he get mad, and Jerry Buss would be sitting courtside, and in Hawaii he sits courtside, right? So he dunk and go down the court and yell at Jerry Buss, "You gonna pay me?" Okay. And then he go play defense. He come down, he get two people on him, dunk in their face. He run down the side of the court to Jerry Buss. "Now you gonna pay me?"
That's fucked up.
And Jerry Buss, Jerry Buss got some pride. He did that in public and stuff like that. Get embarrassed him. So he was planning to trade in Shaq anyway. So when it came for Shaq to be a free agent, before he became a free agent, right? He said he's going to have to trade him because Kobe Bryant was pissed off at Shaq too. So he had to choose between the two of them. So he needed to. He already wanted to move Shaq anyway, and even Shaq talked about it. He said, "Shaq said, yeah, I know I pissed him off, and he traded my ass, but all is forgiven." So, but basically, we were wondering, said, why would he trade Shaq to Miami? Okay, and then people blamed a whole lot of people. And then it was revealed he let it go in the press conference that Pat Riley actually said it. Pat Riley said he was having dinner with Jerry Buss, and he says we're gonna have to get rid of the big fella. Do you want it? And Pat Riley said he fell out of his chair. He said he couldn't say yes fast enough. But that's inside Laker basketball.
That's funny.
Just right along with they pissed off at me because. Like the writers, the local sportcasters won't even take my call anymore because I pissed off. The buses are pissed off at me. Jeannie Buss is pissed off at me because I kind of lifted up her skirt a little too high with Kobe because they knew Kobe's arm, his shoulder was damaged, and basically Jim Buss was trying to basically get the what is that term? What was it? Whether you could actually pay the player and get him off your books. They call it the what was that term, Charles? When they were getting rid of players, high ticket players. What would they call it?
Don't have you lied.
On the new kind. Where they could. Well, there was a clause. I can't remember what the clause. Amnesty clause, right?
Oh yeah.
You have a real high ticket player that wasn't performing. You could say you could pay that player and get that player off your books. And Kobe was like the old Kobe, $30 million. His shoulder was fucked up. His legs were fucked up. And Jim Buss wanted to amnesty Kobe so he can get him off his book so they can rebuild the team, right? But Jeannie Buss and folks wouldn't let him. Basically, Jeannie Buss and then Time Warner, who was giving the Lakers like $150 million a year, wouldn't let him. So basically, instead of not only did they not amnesty him and get him off the books, what they also did was sign him up for $50 more million underneath two contracts, right? And so Jim Buss is actually stuck with him, and so Jeannie Buss had to give a good reason for why she did, right? And it came out that Kobe Bryant's shoulder was fucked up. He had a torn rotator cuff. They were trying to manage, and it would have came out. Why would you give a player $24 million who's physically really cannot play anymore? And they got mad at me. Yeah, well, yeah, there was tickets and other stuff. Ticket sales, but they got mad at me for saying that, and the writers actually rode with it. They were harassing Jeannie Buss about that, so they're mad at me now. So when I call in for Laker talk and whatnot, they won't even take my phone call. But that is the life of a geopolitical analyst who's a curmudgeon.
I mean, they won't take your phone call, BGS?
The last time I've been on, time I
Oh.
was on, normally they give you like 30 seconds to actually say something, right? They gave me 10 and hung up on me.
Shit.
But
But you was just like revealing the whole like his shoulder was fucked up type deal.
Yeah, about what they were doing and the plans. Are like a lot of times they won't even take my phone calls, man. Because the whole thing with the Buss family, because I revealed that this is what Jeannie Buss could fire Jim Buss. I said no, he couldn't because they're owner, and all 6 family members have to vote on who gets what position, right? And she didn't like that either because I said she didn't have as much power as she was claiming.
Right.
So in other words, let's go ahead.
No, after you're done. Say
no, finish. No, go ask you.
Because
I see people dropped off, so this Laker topic is not popular. So go ahead.
Haters.
Yeah.
My nephew's like really into basketball and everything like that, and I know there's I think Yahoo Sports is stationed down here in Miami, and I think I know the building that they're at. I used to work in it. How do you get a kid into sports analytics? Like, what would be, because he talks about this stuff all the damn time.
There's a service that you can actually pay for that actually breaks down all this stuff. Some of it is free. I can't remember the name of the company, but they actually do sell the analytics. It's mainly for the big ticket items like teams where they give you all the analysis and stuff like that, breakdowns, computer breakdowns and whatnot. But I can't remember the name of the service, but you actually pay for it. I can't remember. It's like some people pay for it. I think it's like the cheap price is like $150 to $200 a month, where you can actually get breakdowns of players and plays and tendencies and all that crap, and even film that you can actually get. A lot of the people get into it by doing it that way. You can actually buy the service. I can't remember what the price is. It's different for the individual and then the organization and whatnot, but you can actually pay for it. So analytics is a service that you can actually pay for. So if he wants that and he's willing to pay for it, I can't remember what the ticket price is, but you can pay for it and you can get the breakdown. But it's like a flood of information. Most people aren't that geeky about it to actually use it like that.
Well, what about like getting? I'd like to get. Is there? Well, that brings another thing. Is there a market for that or a job market for that? Because
a good
for him to get into
one person I follow as far as Lakers is called Laker Film Room, where they're deep into analytics, deep into breaking down plays, and analyzing players and their tendencies and whatnot. And he's on YouTube, and he's also on Twitter and all that kind of stuff. That's how I find him. But he does a real good job of analytics and breaking down plays. And the best way to get into it, as far as making money from it, is actually get in good with be a groupie of the team. If you know enough about it, know about analytics, you start talking to, like, you say you have a D League team. We call them D League teams, like the minor league team or whoever team they're connected to.
Right.
Their coaches and their players are more accessible than the NBA stars. So you start, a lot of them start there, or you start there. In fact, if I was him, I think Florida, Miami has I think is it Orlando or Miami has a summer league, NBA summer league. Okay.
He started Orlando.
Orlando, you go there, you hang out, you start to network, get to know people. I mean, it's tougher for black folks, but you have to get to know the players. You have to get to know the coaches and stuff like that. So when they come back to Miami and you go to the D League team, they recognize you, become part of that group, and you just basically have to work your way up. Get into the circle, talk to the coaches, do your analytics, do your homework, get on Twitter and get a blog and blog about the team and and your talent will start to show. People start to follow you, and then they accept you as a journalist, and you can move your, like, Bleacher Report started that way.
Hey, how many people know? Go ahead. I would say, how many people know that? Go ahead, BGS. I'm sorry.
I'll say Bleacher Report now is famous, but that's how they started. Go ahead, Charles.
How many people know they changed the name of the D League to the NBA G League? G standing for Gatorade.
I saw that, but didn't follow, but I saw that they changed it because they changed the name of the Lakers team from the Defenders to I think the South Bay Lakers or something like that.
It's the name of the D League is down the Gatorade League, the G League.
Yeah. You have to basically you got to get into basically you got to get into gym rat culture. Like I don't follow it anymore because once my son started playing in it, I got too old. So he basically took over for me in the gym rat culture. So any question I ask, because he travels the country and does that kind of shit, I ask him. So
yeah, I mean, I was thinking like get my nephew maybe an intern because I see that it's something that he really likes. Because like when I'm at work at night, like I didn't go in tonight because I'm sick, but when I'm at work, he's usually in my room playing the PS4, and then I come in every so often, like in the morning, and he'd talk all these damn numbers and shit. I'm like, how the fuck does this kid even know this? And he can't do geometry worth of shit. Like, but you know, he's really into it. So it's like I'd like to cultivate that. So say like you know, do something with it.
Does he play at all?
No, but he's actually he might still be moving with his mom here, so he actually might play because there's no track team in Lakeland at the school that he wants to go to, or that he's supposed to be going to. So he might play basketball up there.
Okay. What I would do is if you play in the PS4, you know all these statistics. Get into what do they call it? The fantasy league. Start if you're really good at stats. Basically, start following fantasy basketball and post your stats and all that kind of stuff as a blog or even as a YouTube channel.
Right.
Give out your stats and your numbers and stuff like that, and your tendencies and whatever analysis that you think that you have. Make it public so people get to know you, get a following, and then you start moving up the ladder. Once you get known, is one step to the next. Edward probably knows more about marketing as far as that's concerned. Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, as far as the fantasy thing, the NBA is actually a really great place. NBA.com to get the advanced level statistics is actually what I do. And if you want to shoot me an email, I'll send you my book. I have a book that I created for the specific purposes to help me play fantasy basketball. And what it does, the Excel file, and what it does, it pulls directly from the NBA.com. And what it does is it has like 369. It has 12 sections in it. And what it does is it takes it used to take FanDuel and DraftKings, but they may merge together. But it takes their equation of how they determine points. And what it'll do is I look at the guards, forwards, and centers, and then backups, which are the bench players. And I look at it from the last 3 games, the last 2 games, and the last game they played. And then basically it's a whole bunch of stuff I have to do it. But after when I make it, I can filter it for like certain things I want to see. So I'll filter it for like playing time. So how many like bench players, how much playing time do they have on the court? Because the longer they're on the court, the more they obviously have the chance to score. And it really helps you hone into a lot of different stuff. When I make it, I have to make it every day, and it takes me like 3 hours to make it. So I'm about to farm that shit to somebody. But if they don't do it right, if they make one mistake, it fucks the whole book up. So it's like I'm not comfortable farming it out to somebody yet and basing the money I spend on somebody fucking
data
it
entry.
up in the Philippines.
Right, yeah, because I was thinking about doing something like that for probably year 2 of my my current plan. Creating something called what is it called? I think it's Fat Pockets. So it's FAT, still financial asset tracking, but it would do along the same things that I have a crazy spreadsheet. Not as crazy as what Ed just talked about, but I have a pretty decent spreadsheet where it tracks all my financial assets, cryptocurrencies, and tangible assets, and then all my other stuff. So that would be kind of cool if you created something that like this is more like a program that did all that as well.
Yeah, and it's a fun way.
But I think they have that stuff out there too.
I was actually thinking of coming up with a blog called cheapskates.com, which is about little kind of freakonomic ways of saving money in ways that a lot of people don't think of, particularly our people. But it would be a blog that I try to get everybody involved in, you know. Yeah, so it's a lot of little things. If you make it fun, it'll get people involved. I always talk about
Mm-hmm.
meeting people where they are, and if you really did want to get black men thinking more analytically as far as like financial assets, a good way to wean them in there would be to start with something like a fantasy sports, particularly football. But basketball is more complicated because it's more games, more variation, so you have to be more focused and in tune with what's going on, and they'll have you love players you hate.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the same thing with even financial assets. I have no problem with you buying Jordans or doing whatever you want. The usual stereotypical nigga shit. But the problem, the problem I see with it is that you buy it and you can't afford it. So, like little things of like, how much is your card note taking up of your actual monthly income or your gross income? Sounds like somebody snoring.
Oh my God, man! I was just listening.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just listening to a podcast that I've been holding off on, and like I said, I'm contractually obligated to mention Jason Black once every hang.
Oh yeah, I heard that
Yeah.
one. Yeah,
Take a
I already
shot.
know.
Take a shot.
Yeah,
And that
I,
dude,
I mentioned it earlier, Ed. So I beat you. Yes.
did you hear the end? Did you hear the end? Like
Yeah,
that
with
dude
the
was
guy
from
with the
my
7,
area
he
code.
bought the Mazda 3 or whatever.
Yeah, he was from a 919 area code. I was like, what? And then Jason Black was like, brother, he must have laughed in his face so much. Okay, so guys,
Right.
he bought. So check this out. There is such a thing as 6-year and 7-year car notes, and they're gonna expand it
Right.
to try to get broke motherfuckers in luxury cars, right?
Right. Right.
So this dude basically traded in a 2006 Mazda 6.
6.
2000, no,
Right.
2011 Mazda 6 that he admitted only had brake shoe problems. So he needed the brake shoes to be replaced and the tires to be replaced. And check this out. This fool traded in for a 2016 Mazda 3, a
Right.
touring class. So the most expensive. And guess
What
what?
the hell?
Guess how much
Who's
he
somebody
paid?
snoring?
I'm about to sleep.
Guess
Who's
how
it?
much he
Somebody's
paid?
not.
Nighty night, sleep.
Guess how much he paid?
Close your eyes, live
28,
tonight.
I think.
He
Is
paid
it Jamie? Is it
400.
okay?
He paid.
Roll call. Who's up? Is it Jamie? You up?
Charles Gilmore.
Mike.
He
Jamie
paid.
up?
Jane.
Jamie snoring. Okay.
He paid
Sports talk put him to sleep.
$450, $453 for the note, and he has to pay that over
7 years.
84 months. Every
Yeah.
84 months, that comes out to $38,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's after the trade-in of
Yep.
a
Yep. And the car.
2011.
Tell him how much the value of the car was, Ed.
What was it? It was like what,
17
$21,000?
grand. It was 17
Yeah.
grand.
Yeah.
He was like,
And
the
then
base model was like 17 grand, and then his interest rate, and the guy was like, he's like, how many? He's like, and then Jason Black goes like, so, have you ever dated white women? And he was just like, because he was like, that type of car is a zippy
Yeah.
car, and white women usually like zippy
Yeah.
cars.
there ain't no
And
black
he-
people.
Right, they're not gonna get into that. I was like, holy shit, because even me, just this past week, like, I had to put my car in the shop, and like, because the AC on the front like is not working or whatever, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. Hopefully it's covered by the warranty. But even if it's not, I still have the cash to do it in reserves. And like even with everything and having the warranty, like you're still gonna have to fork out some change because certain things are covered and certain things are not.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy's paying this crazy exorbitant, like I don't even know if you told us the interest rate on that. I don't think you said it in that podcast.
It's got to be more than 8%. It's got to be more.
It gotta be.
Yeah. It's a ninja loan.
It's-
Yeah.
Right. And the worst part is he played this there's that guy that he's a well-known YouTuber, like he's like car and driver or something like that, Speed Vision or some white guy. But he's really good. Like I love his YouTube videos. But he was talking about some people go into and get these loans and they're not even asking what the interest rate is.
No, they don't care because they no one would qualify anyway, so it doesn't matter.
They're talking
Right.
about the
They
payment.
just want the loan. Yeah, they
They
just want
want the
payment.
car. They want the car. Yeah.
And here's another thing too about that guy West. West he was in the Air Force, and I'm like,
Right.
so people in the Air Force ain't supposed to be stupid. And then he got out of the Air Force. Because the alcohol.
Jarheads.
They're not stupid. They've been protected by the service, so their maturity can be diminished a little bit because they
Okay.
yeah.
Right,
So
and that's
what's
what he
happening.
was saying.
He had
That's what he was
alcohol.
saying. He was like, it had to be that somebody was paying your way for so
Yeah.
long for you not to care about these things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Jason Black put him in the chair too. Because Jason Black didn't castrate this dude. Jason Black held off because he said
Yeah, he was being
it's
nice.
indicative of a lot of kids. So
Yeah.
he told him, I'm not about a gun for you. But what was the other thing? He was Jason Black talked about the difference between a lease. No, that's not. Fuck that. He was talking about how dudes will get these cars like these S500s that are 10 years old because the variation of them is not that much. And I was laughing because I see that all the time out here in North Carolina with the 740 series. They be like 2,000.
I'm guilty of that.
If you got the
hold on, back up for a second. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm semi-guilty of that.
Because why? Hold on. Now, what's wrong with getting an older vehicle so you don't have to pay as much?
He said it's
they get it.
You talking about they getting it, but they getting ripped off?
Yeah.
No, they get it, and they get it for cheaper, but they still can't afford it even at that point. So, like me, I have a 5-year-old. Like my 7 Series is a 2011. But even so, even if I take the thing into the shop, you still have to pay X amount a year for the warranty, plus tires and everything. And then these people and they will get these things and have these air ride shocks that go out on them. And like I even saw it the other day with one of those BMW GTs, and the thing was riding low in the back. And I'm like, holy shit. Jason Black just talked about this.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
here's another thing too. He even got dirty with it. And he said, look, man, they'll set up a lot of these cities. Some of these people will set up dealerships specifically for drug dealers, like not for drug dealers, but to sell cars to people to get cash.
Oh, yeah.
And then he said what'll happen is a lot of other kids that just got out of college or got jobs will come in behind them and buy these cars. But what it is they're not prepared for, like, when something messes up. That's like you got to go to the dealer for that.
Yeah.
Or they know they'll have to give the car back because they'll get fucked over on terms. So he said nothing's wrong with that. But what he said is people are getting these cars to be sex wagons. And that's why they got no money for black empowerment, because they're tricking up their money.
Yeah, they're tricking up their money. Yep, there's old trap. There's old trap, pussy trap. Go ahead, Angry Man, jump in.
Oh no, I was just listening. Like it all it boils down to is a matter of black people not being taught, like that. You know, the whole flashy thing. Like there's an old saying that they have out in Texas. They say, "Big hat, no cattle."
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you heard that before.
All what they call the variations called all hat, no horse. Yeah.
Here's the thing though, and this is what we were talking about last time when we were talking about, you know, how we kind of were on 2 different frequencies about game versus other stuff. This is what I keep saying. This is what I keep saying with Jab too. Dudes, this is a BGS. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not a common thing in the black community with the cars? On the black man?
It is a common thing.
What my brother says is they can see the car, but they can't see the house. And that's what people focus on.
Show success.
Because your house is about investment. And in California, that's secondary. But the thing is, when you're on the street, like you said, you can't see the house, but you can't see the car and the clothes.
But my thing is, that's tricking. That's just as much tricking as buying a
that's the worst kind of tricking right there.
What people can't understand. So when dudes talk about no tricking, if you got the car like that, and I ask you, why did you get that car? And that's what Jason Black did beautifully. When he didn't break it down by telling that guy why he got the car. He let the dude tell him methodically by asking inquiries. And my thing is, that is just when you get things, and a bitch is the principal reason you got it. Because Jason Black said he had a girlfriend at first and he did it. You're doing that because of a girl? Are you trying to get women? That's tricky. Because that's you coming for your manhood, as Angry Man always talks about.
The thing is, Okay, the reason that you get the car, okay, unless you're like a tuner and you just love racing cars. I mean, those are far and few in between. The reason you get the car, join the car club, is to get women. It's a pussy
Yeah,
trap. It always
yeah,
has been. That's
yeah.
old school.
But most
And it,
most things that guys do is to get pussy most of the
yeah,
time.
Right.
but the thing
And
is,
that's what advertisers and marketers actually
it's,
prey
it's
upon.
but it's supposed to balance out. Though, in other words, the money that you spend in the car and the clothes is supposed to save you on the money you have to do to get the girl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So my thing is, if you go broke trying to look like you, it's the same thing. Jay-Z said it so beautifully. I've seen it on Instagram all day. These dudes with these fucking stacks of cash, which are probably 100 on the
Yep.
front and back in
Oh
dollars,
yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
with the
yeah.
Oh,
phone call.
and for
Go
the
ahead.
record, and just for the record, I hadn't even listened to that album yet. That same night I dropped that video talking about that bullshit.
Hmm.
Like
What album is
I
that?
that
You
the
already
album
knew.
he dropped for. Yeah, I already felt like what? Why is all? Because like I've been feeling that way for a long time. I just ain't come out and say it. I'm like, what is the point of? I don't understand this concept of holding a stack of money to the side of your face like it's a phone. I don't understand that. Like,
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
why is
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Why is that clever? Like, what is?
You know why I do it?
I'm willing. I'm with telling.
Money's
I'm willing
calling.
to. No, I'm willing to pay for pussy. You know, it's an old player's
Well,
trick where you do where
a
you do
lot
it.
of that.
In fact, my ex is my ex, one of my recent exes, she got caught up like that in New Orleans. So her first baby father actually got her is because he had a wife, and basically he had. And she found that out later. He had $100 bills on either side, and he had a big stack of ones in the middle.
Well, if you're smart, okay.
Oh,
So, yeah,
Yeah, it's an old player's trick. This goes way back to
if
the
you're
18th century.
savvy, but there's a savvy way of doing it, and then there's a dumbass way of doing it. Like, for instance, let's take Paul George, for example, and I'm not trying to bring it back to basketball, but I really wanted to say this. This is why I was saying Paul George is not a leader. Paul George is actually a lot like a little boy. And I'm
Yeah.
not trying to play the dude, but when you get pregnant by a stripper, when you get a stripper pregnant and you do this shit again, when you tried to pay that chick to try to have it, dude tried to pay like $1 million to have an abortion, and
Yeah.
she kept it. Like, Paul George on the low stay doing dumbass shit like that, and people think he's gonna be a
But
fucking leader.
but
So
Edward, most of the dudes in the NBA nowadays are little
children.
boys.
Little boys, yeah.
Yeah,
my,
they
my,
haven't
son,
grown up.
my son is 30 years old. Okay, he's 30 years old. I'm still trying to teach him how to be a man at 30 years old. I shouldn't have to. And he's semi-pro basketball. The only difference between Paul George and my son is that Paul George is 6'9".
it's
Same
the
mindset.
perfect. It's proof that, and I wish I want either Ron Wills, Allen Roger Curry, or one of y'all to do a video on this. How alpha you could be a physical alpha,
Yeah,
but be a mental beta. I
Yeah.
haven't seen nobody touch that yet. Like
Oh yeah. That's why I'm saying alpha is a relative term because you can have physical
Alpha's a
betas.
feminine term.
Well,
I think Ron may have did that already.
No,
I mean,
I mean,
Russell
alpha-
Wilson is a physical alpha.
Well, I'm saying alpha. The word, the name alpha. Actually, the original term alpha, beta, gamma comes from what is it? That book, Brave New World. Alpha, beta, gamma, and all basically the divisions of how human beings were actually cultured and cultivated, whatnot. That like alphas had a certain trait, your betas and all the stuff had a certain trait, all the way down to your gammas had a certain trait. And then the people on top of that are the leaders of the world. You had so many leaders of the world. But anyway, that's where it comes from. And basically,
master of the universe.
yeah, well, Matt was the world leader of the world leader. You had so many like 5 or 6 world leaders that actually govern a region. And basically, the alpha dogs actually came out of the sports realm. In other words, where the alpha male was the leader, leader of the football team, the point guard of the basketball team, whoever gave the directions on the court. Those were called the alphas. And then it got brought down into the mating game. But a physical alpha is different from a financial alpha, as we want to call it, the masters of the universe and There's different alpha traits in relationships, because you can be a physical alpha, but in a relationship you could be a simp. You could be a relationship beta,
Yeah.
and you could
Right. So look,
be a 5 foot, like nobody would ever claim that Obsidian, who's not a physical alpha, would be an alpha, a beta in a relationship. He's not. Okay. There's different classes. So in other words, when I say an alpha, I say financial alpha, or like my son, he's a physical alpha. Now physical alphas like that get financial alphas, and physical alphas get pussy all day for different reasons.
What
Okay.
would you call Prince? Prince wasn't no physical alpha. He was financial alpha, but physical he wasn't. But he was getting all the baddest women on the planet.
Because
Might be a
he had
relationship alpha.
status. He's a financial, and he's a basically
And-
the people, cats like that are outliers. Okay. If you get somebody that's a rock star or whatnot, they're outliers. They don't exist in the hierarchy. Okay.
But also you got to think.
One at a time. Go ahead, Angry Man in the network.
But also you got to think Prince was also what you would call a dandy, or what people call like a metrosexual. Like he had certain traits about him that would attract women.
Yeah,
you know, that we look at, like a lot of cats looked at Prince like he was gay, but he really wasn't.
Yeah,
he just was.
Like I said, Prince is the epitome of a guy I learned game from, and I always call his name Billy. If you saw him,
Goldie.
No, Billy. He was 5'7". He was ugly as hell, and he talked like he was gay. He was the epitome of a metrosexual. Billy could talk a woman out of her drawers within 5 minutes.
Yeah,
he was a natural. I've seen it on. In fact, Billy, he was a photographer, right? He's taking pictures of the bride. He fucked the bride in her wedding dress. Okay.
My nigga Billy. You ain't gotta take it off, just pull him down.
Because you gotta think, like, if you ever noticed how comfortable women are with gay men.
Yes. Yeah.
Like that's part of it. It's part of that allure for some reason.
Well, in other words,
because they're in touch with the feminine.
The thing is, they register as feminine, right? So they're not. In other words, they don't throw up their shields. It's like it's like if a starship is out there, right? The biggest starship in the world, right? If you know the code to get behind those shields, it's vulnerable, right?
Rathacon.
Shields are down, Scotty.
Shields are down, Scotty. Yeah, basically, that's what happens. Billy was recognized as gay, right? Yeah. And so women put their shields down, right? So okay, he's defenseless, but he had so much natural gain, that by the time they realized that they should raise their shields, he already had his dick in them. It's too late.
Yeah, like one of the guys. One of the guys.
Yeah. You have a torpedo in your bay, and it's too late. Go ahead. Go ahead about this.
Yeah, like one of the guys I looked up to when I was real young was Morris Day.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wanted to be Morris Day so bad it was ridiculous. But he wasn't he wasn't that far metrosexual as Prince, but he was close to it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said, in the 80s, it amazes me when I hear people like Chrissy talk about the context of like colorism. Like in the 80s, black women were colorism as fuck. In the 80s. Like light skin.
I'll be sure.
They were,
I see women in their 40s, like women like 44, 45, like the age of what was the woman that was on the women's hangout that we were talking at the end? You know what I'm talking about.
Miss J,
First lady.
Yeah,
Miss J.
Not Miss J. No, hell no. The chick that knew what she was talking about, the Mediterranean.
Oh yeah.
Like they would look at me like these would be the mothers of like the women people I was dating, and they would really they were light skinned or dark. They would really look at me, particularly the light skinned women, the moms. Because I dated a string of light skinned women for like a spat, and they were really, I'd be like, why the fuck are they looking at me? And then when I heard the word choosing from Tariq, it connected me. I said, that's what this shit was. I was like, God damn. If I would have been an asshole and I would have been a couple years older, I probably could have got that. Because a lot of them chicks would look good, man. Them chicks, you can tell they got it from their moms. And that's where it comes from. It comes from that 80s generation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that colorism issue is kind of skewed because you can go all the way back. You know, colorism played into, you know, hypergamy and all of that.
But the 80s was a special type of, like, the 80s shit was amped up. Like, it was amped up a little bit. Like,
no one supports colorism more than black women, man. Like, that's just the reality.
But again, it's a feminine argument, so it's not something that we would understand easily.
Okay, if you go back to the Cotton Club and who the stars were in the Cotton Club, the
Josephine Bakers and
Cab Calloway, they were all light, bright, and damn near white. You know, they were basically just the side of mixed race. I'm not gonna say the other M word because I don't want to get my ass kicked by the angry man.
I mean, I didn't change it personally. I don't care. No. I mean, it's funny because I was actually, somebody put up this post, like this valiant defense of Umar Johnson, and I said, you know what, I'm about to tear this shit all the way the fuck apart just because it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I basically wrote this whole dissertation, and the main thing I wrote when the dude responded, because he gave all the Obama arguments, you know, when they don't want to hold nobody accountable, and I said, this is a guy, and I'm here nor there with Umar, but I said, this is a guy that will talk about light-skinned dudes. That's like his first hit when he wants to, you know, throw that at another man. But he claims to be the descendant of Frederick Douglass, who is a mulatto. And I said, this tells you how full of shit he can be. I'm not saying Umar is a fraud. Umar is not polite.
He's not descended from Frederick Douglass.
But that's what he is, though. And that's what I'm
get to that argument, man.
So the thing is, you got a lot of time. Okay, I'm gonna say that multiple times. I'm gonna say it. In the conscious community, I'm gonna say this real quick. In the conscious community, you have to separate the basically the information from the hustle. No, the information from the hustle. There's two parts to make money in the conscious community. There's the information, if you got good information, but also there's a hustle side of it. That's how come I never went on the road. I never did all that stuff because I don't want to get mixed up in the hustle.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
It grates against my person. You don't get what?
I said I don't get into colorism because I'd be damned if somebody tell me that Angry Man ain't black, that I ain't black, that Edward ain't black, that General Seti ain't black. I'm gonna be like, what you talking about? That don't make sense to me.
In other words, the people saying we need to reorganize the race. I said, motherfucker, you didn't organize the race in the first goddamn place. You got dumped. You got dumped just like everybody else, like my biracial daughter-in-law, whose grandson I was keeping all day yesterday. Today, really, you know.
So one of your sons got a body, boy. You need to
hold on a second.
I got a quick story.
Go ahead, Charles.
I dated a girl, and she looked black, but she never thought she was black. She never claimed she was black. Did her history and her genealogy, she found out she was black. It changed her whole world to find out her relatives that she was actually considered black. She didn't know how to deal with it.
Get bigger?
In other words, your phenotype is not your genotype. They're two different things. And basically,
Angry Man says that all the time.
In other words, she had to tell me that she had a white father because I have all different kinds of colors in my family. So, you know, to me, she's black. She acts black. My daughters accept her as black. The whole family accepts her as black. We don't go by that. We got to reorganize the race. That's bullshit to me. Like my nephew, my brother married a Filipino. Okay, my niece and nephew, other than their hair, they're black. They never saw themselves as anything else but black. So this bullshit. I don't know. You can't reorganize a race because it's not up to you.
Well, Sarge, the main people, two groups I hear push that. One is the Sarge contingent, which Sarge got a lot of coons that hover around him. That's why I had to stop fucking around him. When I see too many coons in your
So
audience,
he's a coon orbiter.
Over there.
and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. It's not necessarily the Sarge is a coon himself, but what it is Sarge. That I think they're attracted to that suburban like conflict bullshit this Sarge has, where
Yeah.
Get that
like
coon gravity.
The coon
Sarge.
cavity.
Coon
Is there coon
gravity.
gravity?
Well, like black men call it gaydar, I call it coonar. Sarge is like a black person look from the black community from the outside in, but he still is subject to it because of like how he's subject to a matriarchal household, and then he's completely fucked up because he was raised around people that are patriarchal. Even the people he deals with now with Indians and Arabs, they're all patriarchal, super patriarchal actually. So it's like that fucks his head up, and he can never really translate that. So he comes up with these.
Why does he go? Well, he can't. That's the reason, because he's too dark, and he can't blend in. That's his problem. I'm dumped in the black bin. I have to make the best of it. So instead of making the best of it,
you a 6'5" fuck.
yeah, in other words, it's too hard for me to blend in. So I'm gonna try to berate the black community into conforming into what I wanted to be, because I can't get it any place else. Grow the fuck up, Sergeant Willie P. It is what it is.
Oh, what I
He
was
doesn't. He doesn't
I feel the
understand.
same.
Sarge doesn't.
Go ahead.
Sarge.
Go ahead, Sammy Man, and then Cerulean. No, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, Sarge. He's one of those. Like, I don't get it twisted. I feel for him, like I feel for a lot of brothers that are very intelligent brothers. He's not. I wouldn't say that Sarge was a coon, but just like Ed was saying, he's borderlining on it because he doesn't want to be around the ignorance of black people. But he still considers himself black. He just feels like black people could do a whole lot better. I feel the same way, but I know how to. Like, I don't want to live like I'll say this to everybody on here and don't have no problem saying it. I don't want to live around a bunch of niggas that's gonna be cutting up and doing a bunch of shit they ain't got no business. But I know how to do that. I know how to say, okay, I can go live in this neighborhood and still retain my blackness and still retain my convictions. Some people can't do that. You know what I'm saying? They completely assimilate into, white society, like to the point where
if you do that, it's okay. If you do this, okay. Finish your point, and then Cerulean.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, go ahead, Cerulean. Edward, Cerulean first. I know you want to jump the line. Double touch time is over. We've dropped the rope right now. Go ahead,
much respect to Edward, man. Last hangout we had, man.
Oh, he was laughing. He said
he had me roll. But I don't even know who Sergeant Willie P is, but yeah, that whole thing with brothers cooning, man.
Better you don't.
But
I like Sergeant Willie P, man. Believe it or not, he talks shit. I know I like him, but I'm saying I understand because I went to all white schools for the majority of my life. So basically, it's a culture shock and figure out, okay, you haven't been in an environment with all black people and find out that they don't work the same way white people work. So it's a shock, and he doesn't know how to handle it.
I understand Sergeant Willie P and everything like that, and I've listened to some of his stuff, but he strikes me as mostly what you always see in black elitists or black YouTubers that think they're of higher on the food chain or hierarchy, and it's just they cut down everybody else below them, which some need to be cut down.
Yeah,
but sometimes it does sound like you're just whining and crying.
He's whining because he's not doing anything.
Yeah, right. And it's just like, at some point.
Wait a minute. Go ahead and finish your point, Mike, and then Edward.
I'll make it quick. At some point, you just got to be like, yo, listen, it's fucked up. Keep it moving. And that's
Go ahead, Edward,
Michael
and then Charles.
is a real cool guy. If Michael was annoying as fuck. And if Michael was annoying as fuck and just had like 2 notes to talk, that's what Sarge Willie P is basically. Like an annoying version. If I could imagine what an annoying version of Michael would be, somebody that's educated, has been around, but he's educated, but he's not smart.
Sarge.
If
Am
you
I
want
too
to,
What, did he,
if you
did
if
he
you
just call
want
me
to,
stupid? What the fuck?
no, he didn't. No.
That's fine. I know. That's
In other
fine.
words,
I
if
feel
you
like
want
doing that.
if you want to find out behind what black people are and what black people think, you look at their mother. Like Crystalline Cares has just revealed about her issues with her mother and colorism.
Mm.
And also, she talked about her mother. Everybody went,
I
"Oh,
gotta check that out.
now we get it." Now we
see,
her
See,
video about her
I
second to last video. She talked about her mother and colorism, and you go,
He probably took it
"Oh,
down.
now I see." Yeah.
Knowing her ass, she probably took
that's
that
why
shit
I
down.
Well,
did
it,
it because I can't listen to that bullshit from these hoes. Like, you see what it did to Stars. The role Stars damn near crazy. Let me just get it from Obsidian, from a
My
third
problem.
party.
yeah, and
What it is with me?
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Charles, go ahead. You haven't
See,
jumped in.
what I like, truthfully, is when I get interact with people, like the Angry Man, like BGS, Obsidian, O'Shea, different people. If you want me to respect you and understand your ideals, then you should be able to have a dialogue with me so I can see where you're coming from. Then I can
Yeah.
make my own assessment. Now, I'm not going to
oh,
talk to whoever. Go ahead. Then I can go ahead.
he's not gonna have no dialogue. Like he took a shot at me, but he won't debate me.
Who's
Like
that?
Sarge.
That's
Yeah, that's where I'm about to
Oh,
go
no,
with
no,
it.
no, no.
That's why I'm not a advocate. I have nothing negative to say about Sarge, but the reason I can't really get down with him from what I've heard is because he never interacts with people. He just speaks. He's just speaking, and he's never gonna put you in a chair and see where you're coming from. At least give
Because
BGS.
he's intelligent, but he's immature. You can tell.
Oh yeah.
See, I have my own. I have my own.
Go ahead, there, Charles.
I have my own view, but I'm not gonna force my view down nobody's throat. And I'm always willing to listen and learn because I'm not perfect and I don't know everything. But as long as you can tell me something, or at least show me where you're coming from, I can do my own research and then see if I agree or disagree. And that's why I respect most people that I listen to, that I support.
Yeah.
Sarge is a lot like Tariq Nasheed. He's like algebra 2. You know, we're talking calculus. We already know the shit he's saying. So if you've already, so that's the thing. Sarge is good because Sarge can distill information to people that don't know shit. So if you're blue pill, then listen to this. Sarge has like, I say 15 videos that I think I would argue are like 4 mics. He has like 5 that are 5. Ooh, that's what I'm gonna start doing. Videos that are 5 mics. We're going back to the source plan. 5 mics. And that are really, really good. Outside of that, all those videos are literally remixes.
Remixes,
Well,
okay, Angry Man and then Cerulean.
Well, see, here's the thing with Sarge, and I had a video. I don't know if you saw it, Edward. I gave his ass pure work because he was talking about yeah, he tried to blame the entire condition of the black community on the men, and basically, his saying not giving women nothing to respect and we're not building anything. It's not that simple. So I gave I gave his ass pure work. You understand me? And his only response was that I was in La La Land or some shit, and then he just moved on to something else. Like he didn't even address any of the things I said.
That's what has a bad habit of getting elitist on people.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Cerulean.
Yeah, I typically try to follow the intelligence because the intelligence is where it's at. That's the only way any people are going to be galvanized by anything, galvanized into movement. So a lot of these guys I just kind of like pass over because I don't think they have a valid argument. And what I notice a lot about these guys that sit there and they beat down on black men in a really condescending way is because they're imprinted by feminist idealism.
Yeah, he has. Sarge has a very, very strong.
So they'll hit
matriarchal mother. Yeah.
So you'll hit them with that. They'll hit you with that. Oh, black men aren't building, and I hear that. I used to hear that a lot too. Like, black folks just pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And just clean up your own neighborhoods. And I'm thinking to myself, like, nigga, with what?
I'm sorry. As a side note, does anybody have a funny Jamaican mom or island mom? Like, my mom literally just texts me, "Okay, fool, you ate bad pussy. That's why you're sick."
Yo, I've heard that. I've heard that.
Oh
I've
my
heard that joke
God.
before. I've
Oh
heard
my
that joke
God,
before.
dude.
I was like,
Jamaicans are the most
but
rawest people in the world,
yeah,
man.
and
They
she
have
said it
no
in
filter.
Jamaican, like she texted in Jamaican too.
Go
She was like, "Okay, fool, you nyam bad pussy." That's why. That's why it's sick. Yo, that lady's a fucking
Oh my
asshole.
God, yeah. I love
Oh my
Jamaicans, man,
god.
because they are raw, man. They have no filter. They have no
Oh,
filter.
I'm
Jamaican
sorry.
women have
Continuing.
no filter.
No,
Continuing
but
on. A
no,
brief
but
interlude.
I used to say about Sarge, one thing I used to tell Sarge in the comment section, I said a lot of shit you saying, because the thing that really started pissing me off about what he used to say, and this is all constructive criticism. Like I said, I didn't call Sarge a coon. Sarge is not. There's a lot.
No, I'm
He's
thinking
low
you.
on that list of my list of suspect folks. Let's
No,
be clear. He's way at the bottom. He's not somebody. I think he does
hey,
more good than bad.
coons make money. Don't get it twisted.
And Edward,
Oh,
Edward,
absolutely.
I gotta ask a question.
Jason Whitlock.
Define a coon
Yeah.
for me. I gotta know what you decide. What is a coon?
Go ahead, Dan. You give your definition first.
A coon to me is anybody that if I look, I call it. Have you ever heard of what the carbon footprint is?
Yeah,
Green. Being green and being environmentally friendly.
yeah.
Well, in my head, I have a thing called the coon footprint. So so it's a way for me to measure. It's kind of like a balancing scale for me to measure what you've done versus how it hurts the black community. So you're somebody like Jason Whitlock, when you've made a decision that you're going to live in an artificial reality that basically says fuck black people at your own expense, that's a coon. Stephen A. Smith is kind of like for the most part, he's on that coon side, but he's not as far as Jason Whitlock. Charlemagne is like right on the edge. Right on the edge. But I still put him in the good side for the most part because what he does with the Breakfast Club. So basically, it's when you're deciding it's more important for me to make money on the backs of black people. And the other part of it is when you have an ideology that is not in line with black people succeeding in America and globally.
There's a difference between a black conservative that believes what he's saying, regardless of whether it's integrationist or whatnot, and there's a difference between black people saying it to make money. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's that? What's the name of that conservative economist that all the Jewish people quote? What's his name?
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell. Even though you might disagree with him, you might not like what he says about black people, the black community. He is a true black conservative. He lives, walks, talks, breathes exactly what he believes in.
Thomas Sowell is the shit. I don't care what nobody says.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you might disagree with him. You might disagree with him. You might not like what he says, but he is not a coon because he truly believes what he is saying, and he walks.
Yeah,
it.
that's the
Where is what's his name?
I love his talking points and the way he delivers everything.
Larry Elder overdoes it because he's trying to make money from white people. Okay.
Well,
and Tommy Sotomayor is borderline because he from time to time will do the same thing to make money. That is the definition of a coon. Okay.
Yeah. My definition of coon is real simple. It's a person that basically a black person who criticizes the black community without having invested anything into making it better.
What I'm saying is whether you invested or not, the thing is you're false to your own premise. You know the real deal, but the thing is you're saying Jason Whitlock, you know the real deal because you've been there, but you do it because you need to make money. Anthony Brian Logan is a conservative. There's stuff that he says I don't like, but he is not a coon because he truly believes in what he says.
That's an interesting thing. Speaking of Larry Elder, because I remember back in the day when what was his name? Steve Coakley outed him.
Yeah.
But he had stood on the premise that black people should not get reparations because it was so long ago. Now, all of the books he's put out are the property rights of his books are actually owned by the Jewish World Review.
Yeah.
And that's a funny thing because if you remember like a couple of years ago, he was out there pandering for why the descendants of the Holocaust should get reparations.
Yeah. That's cool. Now that is a coon. Larry Elder is a coon.
So
Okay?
the definition. So I just need a concrete definition of what a coon is, so I can understand it.
A coon basically a coon to put it in a street vernacular is throwing your own people under the bus for money, not because you believe in it.
Sellout. Okay,
sellout.
My definition of a coon is somebody who is harshly critical of black people, but never has any criticisms for white people.
Yeah.
That's my definition.
No equity and criticism, yeah.
Is somebody that runs interference for white people. Jason Whitlock is a perfect example. Those elements are, and here's the thing: there is coon.
Jason Whitlock is a butter biscuit coon. You know, he does.
Jesus Christ! Now we're just throwing out names out here.
The reason I bring it up is because so many people I think distort coonery. They okay, let's use LeVar Ball. Hold on. LeVar Ball is not a coon to me, but somebody else would say that he's not pro-black and he's a coon because he's married somebody that's not black. And I'm confused sometimes when I hear rhetoric like that. It doesn't make sense.
Well, the definition.
Hold on a second. He never claimed to be pro-black, but go ahead, Angry Man.
Well, see, here's the thing you got to realize.
It's an overly used term.
The definition of certain terms like coon, simp, sellout, they become a different definition when you're dealing with ignorant people. When you start dealing with ignorant people, the definition of a simp or a coon or any of that is based on whether you did something they liked or not.
Right.
That's what that boils
whether you
down
disagree
to.
or agree with them.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of like the big deal with the word literally and figuratively. Like people like literally that just happened. No. What you wanted to say was figuratively, but people have redefined the word over time because they were just so ignorant of what the true definition was in the first place. So then it just got passed down, and as it got passed down, it got shitty.
Yeah.
Take thick.
Go ahead, Edward.
Take thick. Completely different. You could talk about a straight obese Tasmanian bitch, and a dude be like, "Yeah, that girl thick right there."
Now, hold up, hold on, Edward. Why you doing that, Edward? Okay, first of all, you got to realize there is a difference between what the white standard of fat is and what the black standard of fat is. Now you could take a sister that I would genuinely, I could show you a picture of a sister that you would say, "Oh, she's obese," and I'd be like, "Hell no, she's thick." Because because you gotta look at the proportions. You understand?
Right.
You gotta look at the proportions because you could have a sister that's real thick and niggas are looking be like she's fat, but no, she's curvy as hell.
Angry. Okay, that is not so cool. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. There's a white girl that
somebody's got the YouTube feed.
You got a feedback loop.
Somebody's got feed. Is it Charles? Is it Charles? I'm gonna be Charles.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about though, because a lot of that depends on my height and stuff like that too. So women are like 5'7", 5'8".
But even the BMI chart, you're talking about BMI chart standards.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
But even that's off.
Chart. And the reason why I stay hard is because the black women will look. I hear what you're saying, Angry Man. You're a taller person, so I get it. But you know, a lot of these chicks, we know what's walking around here, man.
Angry Man be the first to tell you if you're abused. He'd be the first to tell you.
But you know what's walking around here, so I think I get the people that's kind of in the middle. Because technically, you can say Amber Rose is fat, but I understand.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Let me finish. I'm talking about so I hear what you're saying with the proportions. I get that. Yeah. But I know white men like skinny minis. I've already talked about that before. But at the same time, these chicks are like morbidly obese and thick. Like when you're dressed in the club, I'm just driving down the club, literally not just an hour ago. The dresses are screaming for help.
Yeah.
Well. See, here's the thing.
I will assist them.
Here's the thing. Here's
that
the thing.
motherfucker off.
There's a cultural thing when it comes to that, because for a very long time, the standard of beauty, as we know, have been defined by white people in their culture.
And you won't see that shit like that. Not like that.
No, not morbidly obese, but you still gonna see some curvy, thick women.
Yeah, I'm not talking about curvy. You applying it. I'm not looking at it from a white standard. I'm talking about chicks that's got basketballs as bellies. We're not talking about ass titties. We talking about your arms folded over your arms. We talking about
So let me ask you this question.
Oh, you talking about
let me
the
ask you
gospel
this.
singer size bitches?
Oh yeah, hold on. I'm glad you said that. So let me ask you a question, Edward. So you wouldn't date a chick like Tamala Mann?
I don't know who Tamala Mann is, but I know I'm 5'5". So
Sounds
I got
like something I'm gonna have to jerk off to later.
What I'm saying?
What do you say? What do you say?
I don't know. I said I
search it up.
Like for instance, what's her name? Bria Miles.
Bria Miles. Who is that?
Do you all know who I'm talking about? The dark skinned chick.
Yeah, she a booty model. Tamala Man can get it.
But what I'm saying, I'm not saying
you damn straight she could.
I'm gonna need an extra bottle of I'm gonna need an extra bottle of baby oil for that.
This is incredible.
I'm just trying to make sure. Bria Miles got that big fat booty, right?
Yeah. You know we have a culture among our women that is against working out. So this thing about women won't fat, these chicks are huge. This is not fat. We're talking about they're going to die early. We are not talking about, well, it's because of the white standard. Don't even bring that in there. We know what we're talking about when we say it. Like these chicks are walking around here like Oompa fucking Loompas where they got ass.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, brothers gonna have to rein it in.
Oh,
yeah.
I feel like you're trolling me right now.
Where I cut it off between thick and fat is if you're healthy. A lot of women are walking around that are not healthy. They ask me, what size should a woman be? I said, for most black men, your size doesn't matter if you're healthy. If you're solid, if you're a big woman and you're curvy and you're solid, you're not fat. Okay, but if you, so say if you're
because everybody's not. Some women are not going to be small. I don't give a damn what they do. I don't care how much they work out. They're not going to be small. And just like you have that one end of the spectrum where women are too big and they're unhealthy. There's another end of the spectrum.
Some are pygmies.
There's another end of the spectrum where you too skinny and that's not healthy.
I agree with, but I'm not.
Where I cut it off is if they got that damn SIP syndrome, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about.
If they got that stomach in the pussy syndrome, it's over.
Okay, yeah.
Stomach in the pussy. I'm sorry.
Hey man, nah. I have to redefine that. That's that crackpot pussy right there. That motherfucker warm.
There was a joke I told last night. Well, Angry Man falling out of the chairs about that lotion in that fold.
You got chicks here, like, and it's okay. So April, oh man, I love this. April Mason was talking about this, and she's had,
take a drink.
She hasn't had issues with her weight, but she's been bigger and smaller, and she's a shapely woman. She's not huge, but she's not skinny. And she talks about
also
her.
Should be going through menopause by now.
Who? Well,
she probably already has.
Who you're talking about?
April Mason.
Even back in the day, though, she was talking about this, and then she was doing a live stream with this dude. His name is Titus Unlimited, and this dude, for an older guy, has his shit together when it comes to lifting weights. Like, I'm like, I'm not, so I hope I look like that when I'm like his age, because he got a great beard and everything. But my point was, it was a chick in the comment section that she felt some type of way, and it was funny because she thought because April Mason was a woman, that April was going to take her side, because I was checking her with all the bullshit she was saying, because she was giving that bullshit about being big bone and everybody not the same way. But April is a woman. She's not talking about women needing to be skinny. She's a black woman. She understands. And April ended up booting her out because she was just saying some straight bullshit.
Man, I'll tell you what. If she lifts up her arm and that shit looks like a thawed out raw boneless chicken breast, she's fat, my nigga.
So you might see that from girls that had that surgery, and that's the after effect when they arm and skin be hanging.
Yeah, that gastric.
No, I mean even before the. I'm talking about even before the gastric.
Even before that, like what's her name? Aretha Franklin had it bad. The ham hock. The ham hock.
Our women have cultural issues when it comes to
Edward, you're going to have to take some breaths so we can respond because we know. Okay, go ahead, Edward.
No, I'm just saying our women don't work out for a variety of reasons. But one of the things, they have these cultural issues where they'll, like, for instance, they believe that lifting weights will make them look real talk. As much as they try to talk shit about black men talking shit about Serena, even though we've been the main one talking Serena down. A lot of black women don't work out because they don't want to look like her. They're in fear that they will look like her. And that's
Serena got that awesome muscle booty that everybody loves. You got to be crazy.
I'd bust a nut all over that.
Hold on, y'all getting a little.
Let me say that.
Y'all getting a little extra now.
Edward, finish and then Angry Man, because I want to hear what he got to say. Go ahead, Edward, finish.
I don't want to get muscled out like that. I don't never say Serena, but that's the picture that they thinking of when they say that shit. That's why they don't work out.
Go ahead.
They'll never work out that much.
All they gotta do, first of all they gotta do to avoid looking like Serena when they work out is to not take steroids. That's all they gotta do.
Yeah, even though she doesn't, but yeah.
Okay. If you say so, BGS. If you say so.
Oh, they've been tested. They've been testing the Williams sisters, man, for 20 years because they want to find someone. They across the Russian chick. They test them when they go in them tournaments. After the tournament, they got to pee in the cup. They get tested.
They want the Williams sisters.
The only argument I have against that is BGS. Remember Marion Jones, and they tested her for a long time. But couldn't catch her. One day they caught her.
Carolina. I saw her at the Golden Corral.
Man, let me tell you something. If y'all gonna see, you know what? Let me just keep my opinion to myself.
No, go ahead.
Share it, brother.
No. You at home with the brothers. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
Man,
his opinion to himself. I don't believe that. Put him
There was a time where she was straight, but now she is too damn masculine. If she ain't taking, let me tell you something. If she not taking steroids, she taking something that's boosting her testosterone because she's starting to get really manly.
Basically, when women start to lose as they age, they start to lose progesterone and
estrogen. Yeah.
So in other words, the progesterone is what smooths them out more than the estrogen does. And so basically, so in other words, if because my sister is built, she's a shot putter. She's built like that. So there's our women that are built like that, and so and have muscles like that. If you saw my sister, you would swear that she's taking something, but she's not. I know women that are like that. So she's always been that way. And Williams sisters are the most tested athletes in the world because they want to have something on them because they're black and they're dominated.
Yeah, they call that Russian chick. If they call that Russian chick in Lance, boy, you know how, man, these dudes will have, some of these people have orgasms if they catch Serena. Like,
I don't know. I like, me personally, I like women that are soft and
dainty, right?
Yeah, man. Like for instance, I'll give you another prime example. Y'all remember the movie? Y'all remember the movie Baps? Remember the movie Baps, right? Remember the short one that was with Halle Berry?
Yeah.
She can get it. But all day. Twice on Sunday.
I like athletes. Well, normally when I was younger, my like say Pam Grier would have been the basically I was engaged to a version of her, a darker version of her, was the tall, thin, high fashion model type. Okay, that's what I was attracted to. But I would tear up with Serena Williams in a heartbeat because she's athletic. So,
I say it all the time. So Serena would have been smart, but Serena's got a lot of colorism issues because fuck the white man for a second. If you look at even who she dated but leading up to that, it's clear that that's what it is and how fast she jumped on that shit. With when the white game in the
I think it's proximity because she was like her boyfriend when she first started, LeVar Arrington. He was a linebacker for the Washington Redskins. He was dark. In other words, in other words, the biggest factor in mating is what?
Proximity and commonality.
Proximity. They're in a white world. Look at Venus Williams has never dated a black man because it's proximity. That's
I'm
who
not
they're around.
For that, but what I am saying is when it comes to the outcome, because she's about to get set out, she's gonna get set out worse than Alicia Tyler. I'm telling you that right now. If she would have been,
not necessarily.
If she would have been smart, she would have got her a rich African dude. If she would have been smart.
The thing is, you know the reason that Serena Williams is engaged to a white man. The real reason, because she slipped and got knocked up by the white man. Okay, that's what happened. Now they had to cover it up because I really want to keep this baby because I'm 35 years old and I'm athletic and I don't know if I'm going to have another one. Okay, so I'm 35 years old. For me to have another one, it's no guarantee.
Every black chick all the time.
So you're saying that she was pregnant before he even?
Yes, she was.
That makes sense.
Like 2 months before she even announced it. They said they announced the engagement in February. She was pregnant in December.
Oh yeah, and I believe, and check this out. I believe.
I don't think she's gonna get married to the guy. Really,
I don't either.
Discover.
I agree completely with what you're saying, but my thing is, I love it because a lot of black women will get mad and say, "Well, why do black men? They'll project onto us like we're making fun of Serena, like black women do, like a black man." But I say that's not what it is. What we're talking about is the hypocrisy, where you do the same thing no matter what fucking race of man you deal with, but you want to say black are the reason why you bitches are pregnant.
Well, we might talk about Serena, but we still ride. Black men still ride with Serena Williams.
I love Serena, the beautiful ass sister.
Here's our thing. We don't like white women say shit like, "Oh, this white man treated me the best." That's when you piss us off. Alfred Gritter's been married to a white man for 30 years, and ain't nobody sweating that. It's only when they talk shit.
Well, the thing is, when I posted that, I got a lot of silence when I posted a Jet magazine article back in 1952 about black women and their white husbands.
I like that. That's a great video.
They didn't say shit.
Well, just me personally, I don't really.
Man, you go down to Louisiana.
Hold on. Go ahead and finish.
I'm not really like Serena. Serena's not really my cup of tea. I don't really have a problem with her.
You Kodak motherfucker. No, I'm playing.
Because you know why? Because you know what? Hold on. Because you know what?
Finish up.
Hold on. Because you know what?
Edward, calm down.
Because you know what? I could shut all of that down.
Go ahead.
What's the old girl's name that plays on The Walking Dead? She's gonna be on the
Star Trek.
She's gonna be on Black Panther. She's gonna be on the Black Panther movie.
Fucking
oh yeah.
The one that played Michonne.
What about her?
I think she's pretty as hell.
She is
fine. I think she's pretty as hell.
Yeah,
she's okay.
You can't see. Okay. And see, it's because of the features. See, that's why I be trying to explain to everybody. Like, you could have some brother that could say, "Yeah, I'm not attracted to Serena," but then it'll be another sister that's damn near the same complexion, but she got different facial features. You know what I'm saying?
Different build. Yeah, I like what's her name? Anna Jop. I think Anna Jop is from 24. I think she's chocolate and gorgeous, man.
Hold on, let me see who you. Hold on, Jana.
Oh man,
Anna Jop. ANNADIOP. Anna Jop.
I think Janelle Monáe is really attractive. She stopped acting like a fucking LGBT lesbian.
She's a lesbian, LGBTQ lesbian. That's what she is.
But yeah. You look at the history of colorism. You know, it's always played into hypergamy. Black women have always been into that.
Yes.
It is only really, that whole black men, always white women and all. See, that's really kind of new. And people don't understand that. That's really kind of new. That's only after, the miscegenation laws dropped. And, it's funny how the miscegenation laws dropped as soon as they start. As soon as they started to basically push the black man down, and you have the rise of the black feminist autocrats. And what they traded in for that was they traded in all of their social capital for this illusion of exaltation.
They traded in the feminine.
Like you look at other groups of women, and people wonder why these white women are able to come into the black community and pilfer these black men from under these sisters' noses. Is because they haven't lost their ability to hunt social capital in men.
Yeah.
And they're taught that social capital in men is bankable, even if they can't see the evidence of his social capital. If you can't see the evidence of his intelligence, black women lost that. Black women, you gotta show me something
because white women do not compete with their mates,
right?
Black women do. They black women believe they are superior to their men, so they act upon it, and no matter what they say, it comes out. It continuously comes out with
they got that Amazon women on the moon mentality where they're slaves
like that.
Where they're work.
Because I remember the lady that played what was her name? Not Serena. What is it? Xena, the warrior princess.
Oh yeah.
And she said, and she couldn't understand. She said, they asked who was her biggest fan base. She said, black women over 40.
Jesus.
I remember that show.
That was years ago.
That was
I love that show.
I was in Chicago back then. It was WP, and that was in my.
They said, who's your biggest fan base? Said black women over 40. They said, well,
Kevin Sorbo was Hercules and shit too.
Hercules, yeah. I could, at the time, it was a disconnect. I said, why would black women over 40 be your fans and not little girls that are like from 12 to like 25? Doesn't make sense. And then as I grew older, I figured, that's what it is, because that's who they really want to be. They want to be a
chasing Miss Ann syndrome.
Yeah, chasing Miss Ann syndrome. Plus, they want to dominate men. What did the warrior princess do? She was big, she was bold, she dominated men, she had blue eyes, and she had good hair.
And here's another thing too, that Chrissy and the colorist deflection, that's all it is. It's like the ultimate deflection tactic that they don't understand. She's right. Black women are getting rejected, but what's being rejected is that damn idea that you dominate. That idea that you're superior to us, black men on a subconscious level, because the problem is black men don't have a lot of times until recently are not able to articulate it. But a lot of times when they hop the fence and do all of that, they're chasing the femininity that they don't get in the black community.
You know what, Edward? I could ride with Chrissy except for one thing. Every time she talks about colorism, whether it's white people do it, white women do it, black women do it, it's always black men's fault about colorism. It's what you're not doing, what you are doing, and what you're not doing. The reason that we're not accepted, we're not celebrated, we don't have our own pedestal, is because you weak ass, fuck up black men aren't doing your jobs. Because if you were doing your jobs, we wouldn't have these issues. It always comes back to what black men are doing.
Well, it's kind of like what you said even last night with the with Beyonce. Like, if she wanted a dude that was black or everything that was Jay-Z without the womenizing and cheating on her, she would have it. And it's not like it's not there. And then to what Edward said, these women, they're chasing their femininity, but it sounds like they're running away from it as well.
No, they're not chasing it. What they want to do is knock off Miss Ann. So who they are would be classified as the epitome of womanhood. In other words, I don't want to be what I'm doing.
They want to be
basic femininity. Men,
they want to be
in other races.
They want to be exalted. They want to be exalted. They want to be the number one goddess who's praised above all.
Yes.
Right. And it sounds like female nature wanting to be with the dominant race or dominant or whatever is the standard.
But they can't come out and say that, can they?
Right, and that's just the delusion. But
so
that's
what do you do? You blame it on the sacrificial lamb, like they won't eat it.
It's because you're weak. We can't be.
You blame it on the slaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and they all
production is down. These damn slaves are lazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not because no one's buying your shit.
Tit rolls, tit rolls
You're
down
not
here.
offering. It's not that you're
Sure
offering a
does.
crappy product that it can't bank on. No,
Ooh.
you lazy slaves.
Yeah.
Wow, you're
You
gonna
know
get the
what?
stream shut
Donald
down on
Trump,
that one, bro.
hey, Donald Trump slapped the shit out of Mika Brzezinski in the media when he was talking about her face was bleeding and shit. But white women aren't saying shit about that, are they? They just taking that shit lying down because it's nothing that can't be said because it's a white man.
Yeah.
What the fuck you gonna do?
Yeah. Basically,
Can't
I'm
say
pre-
shit to the tangerine.
I am the man. I am the white man. I'm president of the United States. I am the top of the food chain. What the fuck you gonna do? And he phrases it's like a lot of white women don't like him. A misogynist as president. Yeah.
By the way, Professor Black Truth shanked Mika like really good in his address. He broke that chick down like, you know, only like Jason Black and BGS can. Going after her ass. So that's a good video. Another one is O'Shea broke down this bullshit with black women too, talking about the Rihanna situation. The why black women always like O'Shea said it's so great. He said black women celebrate first downs because they can't get touchdowns.
That's fucked up. Who's next? Who's next?
That's
you know
interesting.
Like
I was gonna.
Angry Man had a chick called in that was pissing me off.
Oh, he was giving her the work though.
Oh, that last chick that called in. Yeah, man. Halfway
said we couldn't have dreads anymore, and I'm like, so you cool with that shit?
The Angry Man basically she was serving up softballs, and the Angry Man was knocking them over the fence. Go serve up another one. Serve up another one.
Look, BGS, the funny thing is, like, everybody was in the chat room like, yo, Angry Man, she's trolling. I had realized, like, 2 questions in that she was trolling, but she wasn't really good at it. So I was like, go ahead, keep going.
You should have gave her the litmus test. You should have gave her that litmus test.
Because she's too dumb to realize that she's out of her match, but she keeps serving up softballs and keeps knocking over the fence. And said, "Go ahead, throw another one."
Yes. Oh my God! Did you hear? Like, whenever she would say certain stuff, and I would respond to it, like you could hear an ant pissing on cotton. Like the silence was. She was just sitting there thinking. Like you could almost hear her brain, like the gears turning.
Yep, I remember that. I said, Angry Man has a pinata. He's not finished whacking it.
Well, that's why a lot of people don't call in, because that's how it is. It's like I could tell that she logically understood and agreed with what you were saying, but emotionally she wasn't buying into it. So where the stupidity came in was her trying to connect the narrative in her head logically, and that's where a lot of women fuck up. Because even when she said that stupid shit, when you said you did a blog talk radio show with Char, which makes sense to why she's like the moderator in the Black Manosphere. I call her Judge Char now. It's because
they hate Char Willie, man. The Borg mind hates Char Willie with a passion.
She was like, "Oh well, of course she's gonna agree." I said, "Since she got common fucking sense. If she disagrees, she'll say something."
Yeah, she will.
But see,
she will.
But see, that's the funny thing. The whole premise of it is, at first she was like, "Well, I don't understand how you could talk about this topic and not have women on here." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? There were women who called right before you. I got numerous women in the chat room. Like, you're not even making it." So once I said that, it's like,
women's they talk about y'all. That's what I would have said.
Nah, but see, the easiest way, that's what they want you to do. They want you to be combative, because then if you're combative, it gives them the excuse to keep going. No, what you do is you take all of the bullshit that they're saying, and you turn it back on them. Like, what are you saying? Like, do you think it was an accident? Like, the moment that I saw, like, Char Willie was a huge fan when I was doing the Blog Talk radio show, I was like, yo, you want to be a host? Cool. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, how are these women going to come to me and say, oh, you just hate all women? Well, there's women in here, and then they agree with what I'm saying. So what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they
back themselves into a corner.
And it's like It's a lot of like it's, and we noticed some like Bronze Beauty's a good one, Ming is a good one, Nicole's a good one. The ones that are in the chat room, we see them. We know the ones that got goddamn sense.
Yeah.
And then you got the trolls, and the
Few and
trolls
far
look so
between.
obvious. I want to see. Oh, I wish Miss
Yeah.
J would have called in with that other Mediterranean chick, because you know she would have been insecure as fuck. She would
She's
have knew
young.
what to do with that shit.
Miss J, I like Miss J because she just there's this simple
Miss
ignorance
J
and there's
is
compound
exhibit
ignorance.
A.
Miss J is young and she's immature. She doesn't know anything. You can tell.
Miss J
She's
is
basically
like Chrissy.
regurgitating, huh? Like who?
Miss J is Chrissy, and Chrissy was fucking with that narcissism dude she keeps talking about all the time that she wasted 8 fucking years with, but then she want to act like she woke
What?
now.
She didn't waste
Wasted
no
8 years?
years.
Yeah, that's a question I always hear from
That's
women. That
bullshit. You
to
didn't
me,
waste
But
it.
whatever a woman says that
Okay.
she
Let Edward finish and then go, John. Because I know you chopping at the bit. Go ahead. Edward,
yeah,
finish and
she,
then
like
Charles.
she said she made it from high school, and then she didn't get woke about the fact that's not gonna work out till she was like damn near 28.
Yep.
That's twin.
That's when it hits. It's when it hits. Yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Charles. Jump in.
see.
8 years though?
I'm here to learn, and hopefully you guys can also teach me.
No, go ahead. You know,
I-
you in the atmosphere. You heard this a million times. Go ahead.
See, what confuses me when a woman says, I wasted time. I wasted 12, 15, 5, however much time they choose with the man. And I'm thinking in my mind, that's your choice. You made that choice. That's your time you chose to waste. The man didn't waste your time. You wasted your time.
You know what? You know what? I come back and why women say that. So, in other words, I've been with him 20 years and I get nothing, and I wasted my time. So, what you're saying is you got nothing out of the relationship. That's what you're saying. No, I'm not saying that. So you gonna enjoy yourself for those 20 years? No, I'm not saying that. So, in other words, his sex was lousy. No, I'm not saying that. What they really mean is that my biological clock is ticking.
Right.
And I have so much time to secure a mate and a family for my offspring. And because I enjoyed that man so much, I wasted my biological fertility on him. That's what they really mean. If they say that and own up to it instead of trying to blame it on him, he's not to blame for you not moving on. You was
she allowed him to disarm the bomb instead of it blowing up in his face, aka having a baby.
Yeah, I wasn't blaming the dude. What I was saying is the way she says it is she was on and off with him. And the reason why that mattered is that was back when we were having the street dude versus classic man argument. And basically we were saying you choose this. Here's the point. This is what I loved about Chrissy. You heard me first, because these are not dumb females. So they're not like intellectually retarded. So we basically got them to admit that they choose the bullshit that they complain about. So you say ain't no good men there. Where is all these good men? Angry Man likes. Not saying that you kill it with comic books, but you listen to that stuff. But obviously, people see you as you're an alpha male to them, and there's different varieties. But you have this Urkel thing in your mind where you think everybody fits that narrative. That's not the masculine thug. And this is why I came back and said,
the thing is, what the problem is that like I said, when I did a video, but there's no beef between street niggas or street dudes and classic men, because there isn't. We're saying exactly the same goddamn thing from both sides of the street.
I got
I had the chick come that was on my channel. She said flat out that I wasn't a nerd. She was like, "Stop it, Angry Man. You're not a nerd." Like, and I'm sitting there like, "Yo, you guys know. If I wasn't a freaking geek or nerd, there's no possible way I'd be able to get excited about a Star Wars conversation or, you know what I'm saying, anything else in geek culture."
Hey, but see, where she don't be playing no Leonard Skinner.
Hell no. Of course not. But see, look, here's the thing. This is what she doesn't realize. This is what a lot of them don't realize. I'm Bruce Banner. You know what I'm saying? I got all of that in me. I'm intelligent and everything, but once I get pissed off, I turn into the damn Hulk. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
But that's just females defining masculinity. Like, that's the worst part about it.
If you think that's the case, look at Mike. Man, Mike is ex-football player, 300-pound shot putter. If you piss him off, you got the Hulk. You know,
But see,
Right.
you know.
I mean, even one lady said it. She was like, "He's just a gentle giant and everything like that." And I'm thinking in my head, I was like, "Yeah, get me mad though. Like when
Yeah,
I'm really pissed off, like
yeah.
I'm not. I'm non-confrontational. I don't like to fight. I won't get into it, but I'm not gonna back down either.
Hmm.
Like I'm gonna go off. Like
and
it's
that's
just,
what this is. That's
but
what's
that's just
fucked up.
females. That's just females defining masculinity, which is why I
Yeah,
have a problem with the whole alpha beta because
yeah.
alphas sound like betas to me and betas sound like alphas.
It depends. It's
Like
situational. Yeah.
BG,
It's
right,
I got a request to ask.
Okay.
Do it, you please, please, if you ever do a video about women in time management because they don't understand. They control reproduction, not the man. So don't blame a man for your choice not to have a child. That's on you.
yeah, somebody once said it
Yeah.
beautifully.
But on the other hand, you can't really blame the man for her choice to have a child either. Because they're controlling the
That's
cards right now.
what the thing is that it's way out. It's a real complex thing. Because people don't realize how much the Industrial Revolution actually screwed up and broke apart all the conventional ways that people form culture, form families, and all that kind of stuff. Because there was a video. There's a video I think I did. I might have to redo it. Okay. Um, in agrarian culture, even in a physical culture where you have a lot of factories, a lot of manual labor, blue collar stuff, right? That when is a man most valuable as far as earning potential, right? When he's like
40, 50, 40,
no,
30,
no, no,
40.
no, no. Basically, a man in a physical job. Okay, the
Oh,
younger the
oh,
man
twenties,
is,
mid
younger,
twenties.
you know, between I would say between 18 and like 30, 18 and 30. He's like an athlete. He's most valuable
I
between
hear what
18
you're
and 30 because he can do the heavy lifting. He can work longer hours, all that stuff, right? When you get past 30 into your 40s, it's going to go down because you can't do all that stuff. Your mind has to take over, right? But as you have a shift toward more knowledge base, more service sector, when is a man most valuable? Not when he's 21, but when he's 35, right? From 35 to 55, because he's mature, he's
He's gained more
trained, he's
knowledge
more
over
intelligent,
time.
he's more
Yeah.
knowledgeable, he has more skilled, all that kind of stuff. So in other words, instead of between the ages of like 15 or even 18 to like 35, it's like 35 to 55. So you have this big, huge shift when a man is valuable, right? But when a woman is most valuable is when she's what? Still
14, it's like 14
Young.
to
14 to
between
25.
right,
15, 15 to 35, right?
right,
Her, her,
infertile
her
years.
prime reproductive years. They haven't moved, right? But a man has shifted. So in other words, the peak value for a woman is age 23 years old. Peak value for a woman, right? In fact, they did it in OkCupid and a few other metrics did it. Peak value of a woman is 23, which basically matches up with the peak value of a man, right? But since a man's value have shifted into his 30s, and women can't find men that are valuable for what they're valuable for in their 20s, you have a mismatch.
Yep,
So
and that's why black women
yeah,
say they can't find no good man later
yeah,
on
yeah.
because it's not that they can't find one; it's that they not being chose because their values low.
Yeah, the values are whacked, right? So there's and what I'm saying and what I say to women instead of like the stuff is out there. How come women instead of pointing fingers at black men haven't figured this out? It's real simple.
Because
It's right there. Yeah,
because
go
They
ahead.
don't want to.
teaches women, society influences black women in general to blame the black man. Society blames the black man, and it's so much easier to blame. It's like a crutch. It's easier to blame the black man than to look in the mirror for women. That's why I call it BPS, vaginal positioning system, and
Yeah,
that's how a woman's vagina chooses who is an alpha and not an alpha, and it goes into imprinting and not imprinting. But a lot of these black women got fucking broken compasses. You compare her to the woman that we were talking to in the last hangout, and that
right.
tells you all you need to know is that their
Yeah,
compass is fucked up and they don't know.
yeah. Well, you can't. Well, it's hard to
Yeah,
compare
Tom
Gigi.
giving the wrong directions.
It's hard to compare Gigi to
Boom.
everybody else because Gigi is raised to be an elite, and I was questioning her so women can get a peek of if you want to be elite, this is how they think and how you thinking that you're upscale and royal and all that stuff. It's not. You're actually basic. So I'm trying to give
I
you
didn't
them a
even.
character.
Yeah, I was trying to listen to
I
that
I
before
didn't
you.
even know.
Before
I
this
didn't
stream.
even know that was. I didn't even know that was Woman of the Past.
Is there women in the past?
Yeah,
Is Gigi's woman in the past? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Okay, I didn't know her call sign. Because I
yeah.
see
I
her all the
saw.
time. I didn't know that was her.
Yeah,
Yo,
that was.
you BGS, the video you did on the matriarchy thing, I know you remember you said in the first video you said you don't know what context what he did he said was. I listened to the full context of that, and it was an amazing video because what he talked about, he said that coons, a lot of dudes that are coons, they come from
Yeah,
matriarchy because
yeah.
he said that you have an over emotional investment in your mother because it makes up for the hatred that you have for your father. So your mother can do no wrong. But
Right.
in the Larry Elder video was kind of like exhibit A of that. And that's why I always say cooning and simping has a lot of overlap.
Yeah, of course.
It's almost
But
in
that's
In fact,
because
yeah, go ahead,
that
Angry Man.
that's because it ties into mental issues that stem from childhood. That's
Mm,
that codependency.
yeah,
That's the men never getting to the point where they actually have to leave their mother and accomplish things. That's why at the beginning of that hangout I was playing that song by Aloe Black, where that song "Mama Hold My Hand." Like
mm,
it's a perfect example of like the transition of manhood, because every man is going to be close to his mama. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? In some way, shape, or form. And you have that relationship, but that relationship has to transform into a different type of relationship. And most men, they don't do that because they are in households with a single mother that won't allow it, or even if they want to.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or they just don't know how to make that transition to
And,
go
and,
from.
and when it, when
Yeah,
it,
they're
and when
coddled
they
and kept
when they
in the
find
nest.
if they find a woman, you have to find a woman with the same mindset. Okay, so
Yeah.
basically instead of a woman being transferred from her father's house to her husband's house, basically have a man being transferred from his mother's house to the next
Hmm.
woman's house, and you have
Yeah.
sometimes it'd be your wife, it'd be a series of women that you basically with the same pattern all over and over and over again, because
this is
that's the
Yeah.
way the matriarchy works or the
yeah,
gynocracy works.
yeah, sisters complain all the time about, a man's relationship with his mom because they don't really care about it until it goes counter to
Yeah,
like what their own agenda is. And
right.
you got a lot of black men running around here. I like to think of a Star Wars reference. I think I said this before, but I'll say it again. Where you got a lot of black men that they have never gone through their quote unquote Jedi trials. And a
Hmm.
lot of the few dudes that have, it's like Anakin Skywalker. They just got it in the field of battle because it wasn't passed down the way it should have been. And those are like the outliers now. And the women, for a lot of different reasons, see them as outliers. And then they get mad when they see those same dudes that they deem unworthy with a white woman. It's amazing.
Right.
I'm like, these are dudes you wouldn't be fucking anyway if they tried to holler at you. So why do you give a fuck? But I want to hear about what Harrison said, man. I'm curious about that. Like, did you see that video, BGS?
Yeah, so because Sarge was talking about it, so I went to the video and listened to it, and she was talking about she started talking about raising
Love
mixed children, right? And she talking about colorism, and she was saying that her mother was raised to basically raised as because she was put down because of her color, right? So she always worshipped lighter skin, softer curls, all that kind of stuff, right? So her her mother, when mother visits her, she always calls her daughter, her mixed race daughter, Miss America, right? Oh, you're gonna be Miss America. You're gonna be Miss America, and she plays in her mixed son's hair, right? Like black women
Right.
ordinarily do.
treats her main daughter or her my
No,
bad, I
no,
ain't mean
the
main
mixed
daughter.
race daughter, the mixed race daughter. I'm gonna be
Like,
Miss America. Yeah,
oh, I mean
and
like her.
and so
I mean
and,
like her
and
first.
no, not her first daughter. And so Harrison said she had to check her mother. Like, we're not raising them like that. In other words, we're not gonna raise them like you raised me, because
That's a
I'm not
fuck.
gonna.
You
Huh?
fucking.
But she is.
That's
It
exactly
is
what
racist.
she's doing. Like, what is
Right.
this bullshit that she basically bombing it on YouTube?
In other words, there's a public facing Keratin and there's a private facing Keratin, right?
I think she's
Okay.
fine.
What she really feels about colorism like that goes on YouTube. Okay, but that doesn't go to her children.
You know how I know that's a lie? You know, or
Why
I'm
is
a,
it like?
you know, that's a lie because even in the one video, because I remember Star was talking about you don't put your daughter, I'm talking about her oldest daughter, the one that's black. Well, I'm not saying the mixed kids aren't, but you know what I'm saying, the one with the black guy. She was teeing her up for the same white bullshit. So
Yeah.
I can't believe that you're raising your fully black daughter a certain way, and then your mixed daughter, you're raising them a
No,
different way.
she's probably raising them the same way. I'm gonna steer you toward white guys and away from black guys.
Well, that's
Well,
bullshit
see,
though,
you know
because
what?
like the kids are gonna watch these videos.
Oh, yeah,
You
that's
know
true.
what?
Kids are gonna see these videos eventually,
Yeah.
and
So
a lot of
am
them
I-
are on, and they're on the videos, and some of them.
So
Yeah.
am
But
I?
you know,
So
Wait a minute, hold on there with Angry Man next, and then you.
one of the things that's the biggest hypocrisy to me is the fact that anytime there's a video where black women are triggered by a light-skinned woman, she's always quick to do a video about it. And I'm sitting here like, so let me get this straight. So you're mad because a brother went out here and picked a woman that was lighter skinned, but you're part of the swirling movement that's creating these women.
Yeah, Sarge. That's one thing that Sarge says that he's right about.
Sarge,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sarge got a couple of things he's on point with, but he needs to
Yeah.
stick with these things. I mean, Sarge needs to stay. First of all, Sarge needs to stay away from economics. That livable wage bullshit. He needs to shut the fuck up with that. The second,
Sarge need to put on his damn gloves and get in the ring. That's what Sarge need to do.
that's
Yeah.
Stop bullshit.
Yeah.
because when he does get on
Angry
blog,
Man want a piece of that.
dumbass.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Take
anyway,
the head off.
but did I misunderstand?
Sorry.
Because when you say we don't, when Keratin says BJs, we don't raise our daughters like that.
Yeah.
What I don't understand what.
In other words, what she's saying is she raises them to the point where there's no difference between my chocolate daughter and my mixed race daughter. Your hair is good no matter whether it's soft curls or it's tighter curls or whatever it is. That's the way you raise. In other words, you don't show a difference between one child and another. Whereas
that works while you're in your home.
when you're at home,
Very well.
that's a private facing. There's a public facing that she makes money off of.
It's great at the house. As soon as you go to public, it's a different story.
Exactly. That's a problem. That is a problem. Go ahead, Edward.
Her mother would check her ass and say, "Well, bitch, you basically got him on the same track. These kids are just further ahead. You doing the same shit." So
But you gotta understand women. Most women aren't like Jamaican moms. Okay. Okay.
I dealt with Jamaican mom. Yeah, I've dealt with
Jamaican moms are just as colorist as anybody else. Okay.
Yeah. My former girlfriend's mom didn't like me because I was light skinned. Like she was on the other side. She was on the machete side about it. And I'm like, whoa, I like your daughter because she's dark. And that's the only I actually mentioned her color like that, and my girlfriend kind of felt some type of way about that, and I said yes because I'm trying to be with black people, and I feel like a part of that. I'm not saying you got to get the darkest part you can find, but I feel like a part of that is who you plant your flag with. I mean, that's a personal view. It's not about. I mean, I like you, but I'm you know.
Somebody wants you to drop the link, JD Miles.
Okay.
But I was like, yeah, because she had colors issues, like, and I don't know, but she just thought, like, she projected a lot of stuff on me that was not true. And I was like, yeah, we're going to have to fix this because I'm not going to keep on meeting you and you got me mad at me for no reason. I don't know who the other niggas she dated were like, but I'm not them. It got straightened out, though. But,
yeah. Well, the thing is, if we're still talking about it after 150 years of after emancipation, because that's when it all really started, then there's an issue. We shouldn't still be talking about the same damn thing.
Well,
because,
go ahead. I just can't. That annoys me so much because you're genetically erasing yourself, but have the nerve to speak. And you know what? It ain't even Karis and it makes me mad. It's the females that fucking listen to her. And that goes all the way. Oh, that's one thing I knock Olivia Alexa for. Chrissy low-key listens. Chrissy low-key got one foot out the door. She really does. I know the first solid word, man, she's going to be on that shit. And
she's already been on the other side. She said,
Hold on. Edward said something about genetically erasing yourself. How is somebody genetically erasing themselves?
Fucking themselves out of the race, it sounds like.
No, go ahead. Let him answer it. He can answer for himself. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. Do you know who Joakim Noah is? Basketball player.
Yeah, talking about the Chicago Bull guy.
Yes. Have you ever seen her father? His grandfather. Have you ever seen his grandfather?
No.
His grandfather is black as coal.
Yeah.
Now, if Joakim Noah gets with a white woman, which I don't know if he is with, and has kids, they will no longer be black as far as I'm concerned. They will be, for all intents and purposes.
That is BGS.
So Edward,
that's full time. That's colorism.
Yeah, but
that's just straight out colorism.
Joakim Noah,
that's what I'm saying.
Noah is not American. He's French.
Okay, I got it. No. I'm about to close the door on this right now.
Go ahead.
Do you know who Ronda Rousey is, right?
I'm about to put you in the chair, but go ahead.
You know who Ronda Rousey is, right?
Who?
Do you know who? This is for anybody. Y'all know who Ronda Rousey is, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, right.
Hey, JD, let me finish. Yeah, so what? Yeah.
Anybody? Is she black?
No.
Yes or
no?
No.
Okay, she got her great grandfather's black. Her great grandfather's black, fully black. I rest.
Okay.
She's Hispanic.
You haven't rest no case. So Edward,
but she's classified as white.
Yes. So Edward,
right.
If I had a albino child, I married a black woman, and I had an albino child. Would my child be black?
Yes.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. So you're telling me it's impossible. You're telling me it's impossible to breed black people out. That's basically what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is this: it's how you identify yourself. So let's say that's what it is. How you identify yourself.
If you have 1.2 billion black people on the planet, how will you breed them all out?
Put me in the chair.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted to answer that. Because this is the debate that constantly comes up. It keeps coming up and keeps coming up, and part of the reason it comes up because it is a white supremacy myth. You cannot. It's impossible. You can't do it.
You can't breed them out because you're dominant.
You got recessive and you got dominant. Black dominant.
One time.
We got recessive and dominant, correct? We have recessive and dominant genes. We know that.
Even white racists say that the reason they wanted to commit genocide on black people is because they said Africans and black people have dominant genes, and if they would get bred out. If they made it with them, that's how come to be a white person, you have to be classified as a white person. You have to be 98% pure.
But this is why. See, this is the thing with me with this whole argument that everybody keeps having. You gotta understand the history of white people. If they were able to breed us out, that would be their number one tactic.
Okay,
because they've done it before. They've done it before with other races, like with other sects of white people.
American Indians,
okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Because understand, you're talking to a guy that I defend Tariq Nasheed when people try to put that on Tariq, and I say,
but what does that have to do with it?
My point is to say that chicks this world. I'm not saying it's an existential threat, but. The reality of the situation is Kerrison is on the white man's team.
Period. So what? Okay, we don't know that. Nobody's gonna argue with that.
So what? Yeah.
So she has a platform and basically putting out misinformation and lies to black women, corrupting the culture of black women and further corrupting it. That's my point.
So
I don't see it that way.
Hold on, let me see. If black women if black women could actually cross over the line that easily and get better resources and get more
Right.
stuff, Kerosene would be a multi-millionaire. The reason that she isn't is because black women can't do it. Even what's his name? Donovan Sharp said the exact same thing. Because he dates white women. He said, "How come black women can't cross over? Is because they are the least desired in this culture. They
But
can't."
I understand that. But my
But it's
thing is,
not but GBS. Isn't that basis on the attitude aspect and not the physical?
Well,
Because
both.
white men do find black women attractive, but I always hear the white women. I mean, I always hear white men kind of emphasize, "Man, the attitudes is
Well,
I've always
White
heard that."
men, but
I'll say
But
something.
they find them attractive though,
Oh,
don't they?
hold
but
some of them, yeah, some of them. Well, go ahead,
but
Angry
white
Man, and then Cerulean. Cerulean.
but
Yeah, I'm
but
sorry,
white
Angry.
but white men don't pick. White men do not pick their mates the same way black men pick their mates. It's not something there's a lot that's playing into it. There's a lot that's
Right,
playing into it. So they're picking their mates based on their ability to actually cooperate with them and be part of their team.
right.
That's why these women who are swirling, that's why they have to assimilate themselves into a
Yes,
different type of woman,
exactly,
because they're not going to
exactly.
be accepted
Yeah.
by
Different
white men.
in the different culture, different culture. Cerulean, go ahead.
Yeah, this goes back to the social capital of what I was talking about, the cultures of women.
does.
You see, the problem is most black people, especially black women, all they education, they
Mhm.
have not learned how to conduct business,
No.
dating, bedroom politics, marriage, all of that is pertaining to business. That is why it is easier for a black man to cross over if he is smart than it is
Right,
for a black woman is if she is smart because
right.
she's lacking social capital. That is why you do not see white men running over here to pilfer black women. Yeah, they'll fetishize and come and slum with them,
Yeah.
but they're
Well,
not about to.
I would argue that a black man doesn't even have to be smart.
No.
Yeah. What I
Yeah,
believe.
as a
Because
matter
because what she
as a matter of
what
fact,
she
black men between the ages of like 16 and 38, 36. Okay, they still have their physical capabilities that make them desirable. Okay.
in
Well,
fact
It's,
well, black.
in
I,
fact
I,
in
I
fact
gotta
in
say
fact in fact
Hold on.
the biggest market for black men is after you pass 40 and it would pass the wall because they can procreate with whoever they want to because they're not having children anymore. So we see a lot of white women choosing black men that are older. A big
Another.
market for
I have a
black men
question.
after
I'm
40.
gonna
Yes.
Go ahead.
say something, but my question is this: should I just choose a woman who is no good because she's black, or should I choose a good
Yeah.
woman? That's the
That's
question people.
okay. Everybody's okay. Can I make my? I want to make myself clear real quick.
Man,
Okay.
hold on,
Okay.
wait a minute,
What?
wait a minute. Anchorman was next and everything. He had
No,
something to say.
he's gonna make. Edward's gonna clarify his point because he's in the chair right now. He's gonna make himself clear for about 30 seconds. Edward,
Yeah, I guess 45.
I'll give you a minute. Give you a minute. Give you a whole
All
Put
60.
on
right,
the egg
all right.
timer.
Here-
Yeah.
Put on the
Here's
egg
the
Run the
timer.
timer.
here's the thing, guys. Megatron talks a lot because I know that's his handle. Talks a lot about social capital, and I'm gonna tell you something. Social capital in the now and in the future is gonna be more and more what dictates power.
Mm,
Umar says it this way when DJ Envy was saying everything will be fixed if we all just love each other, and Umar responded, "Who the fuck?" He didn't say it this way, but he said, "Who the fuck is we?" And I'm
mm,
not. My thing is, if you are somebody like, let's say Donovan Sharp, I can fuck with Donovan Sharp on a business level,
mm.
but reality of the situation is I'm gonna hold Donovan Sharp to a higher bar because his suspect list might be higher because a lot of and O'Shea said this and he's a conservative. He said a big sign of conservative coons are they with white women. I'm not saying I'm gonna judge you, but to say that I'm not gonna pay
Oh my
you.
god.
Okay. All right.
O'Shea
All right. 10
Crazy.
seconds. 10 seconds, Edward. 10 seconds.
My point is this idea that everybody's laughing, but this idea that you ain't got all these people. I'm just trying to say when you're doing business and you're working with a group, You have to be unified. This is why the Italians said you had to be Italian. There's
All
a
right.
reason.
Okay, can I go?
Okay,
Can I
okay.
go?
No,
this is
hold on,
it,
wait, Angry Man, and then you, CG3. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Here,
like this.
No, Edward, your minute was up. I gave you a minute and a half. Go ahead, Angry
Yo,
Man.
this whole thing, this is what makes me disappointed when it comes to this whole conversation. Because Dr. Umar, with his "who are we," as much as he runs around and claims that he has a problem with white supremacy, his entire attitude is white supremacy, but it's black supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? And what he doesn't realize is that this same concept that he's running around with, and a lot of black people are running around with this purist attitude that doesn't even apply to black people. The reason that white people have to have a purist attitude is because they have weak genetics.
That's true.
Black people don't have to have a purist attitude because a black man can get with a white woman and produce a black child.
Yeah, we're fucking weapons free.
Right, Angry Man.
Edward, it's not your turn.
Watch this. Hold on, watch this.
Okay, go ahead.
30 seconds.
Watch this.
Go ahead.
Hold on, watch this. Edward, if a black dude is tired of black women's attitudes and stuff, and he goes and gets a white woman that is part of the patriarchy, and then he produces a black child with that white woman, he produces what you would call a biracial black woman, and she has a mind state of being in the patriarchy, meaning a lot easier to deal with, and that biracial woman goes out and gets a black man. What is the child gonna be?
Tariq Nasheed was
answer the question. Answer
the question. Tariq Nasheed said that if you are going to get a biracial woman, you want to get one with a white mother and black father. So
but see, that's not what I'm. But see what
they're gonna have. Yes,
Edward, answer the question. Edward, answer the question first, and then go into your explanation.
Exactly. Now check this out.
They can go reverse too, though.
But hold on. If that woman's genetics, if a white woman's genetics is what everybody's making it out to be, as far as saying, well, if you mix with somebody that's going to make the child something else, there's no possible way that child would be black.
No, let me answer that. I will answer that. Just because it takes a couple of more generations to phase out blackness doesn't, and it's harder to do it, doesn't mean it can be done. Okay.
But you can't phase out. You cannot phase out. How can you phase out blackness when white people originally come from black people?
Ronda Rousey, nobody has said she's a black woman. So by your logic, she is a black woman.
Because they didn't know. Because they didn't know that she's considered a Hispanic woman. She's not considered a white woman.
Right. Look, here's the thing. You're talking about Ronda Rousey. You're looking at her phenotype. I can show you a cousin in my family that's the same complexion as Ronda Rousey, but she's black. You cannot base it on phenotype. You have to base it.
Hold on, Edward. No, Edward, come on, Edward. Let him finish, and then because I'm allowing you guys to go back and forth. There's 8 other people in the chat. Okay, so let the Angry Man finish, then you, and then we're gonna go to other people because you guys are dominating the conversation right now. Everybody else wants to get in. No, it's okay. Everybody's listening to it. It's okay, but I want Edward to calm down and take turns so we can get this clear. Okay. So
continue with the Royal Rumble.
Here's
Angry
the
Man's
issue.
about to fly off a ladder real quick.
Yeah.
Here's the issue.
You made him angry.
Historically, the entire reason that white Europeans had to get the Moors out of Europe is because they realized that if they let the Moors remain in Europe, in a couple of generations, there would no longer be any white people.
And the same thing's going on right now. It's
going on right now. And that's why they're trying to, and you know what? That's why they're trying to push this narrative of biracial and lighter people are not. It's the same thing they've been doing back in the day when they started classifying certain groups as white people that were not originally classified as white.
Okay.
Angry Man.
Okay, hold on.
Say something about.
Go ahead, and then JD. And then
I
Charles.
was like,
Who's first? James, Charles, and then JD. JD, did you want to say something?
yeah, Angry
Right,
Man on one of your
right now, I'm just
shows or
listening
whatever.
in.
Oh, okay. Go
Okay.
ahead, James. Go ahead,
All
James.
right, yeah, Angry Man, you said on one of your shows that I want you to kind of talk a little more about it, brother, if you can, because you're very informative. You said something about like the Arab people are, even though they're dark skinned, Americans still classify them as white.
They
And then you
classify.
said something, about, there's a guy that actually is fighting to replace his
I
white
I think I
status.
said that. Did
No,
you
that
say the
was
same thing?
Oh well,
BGS.
you said that, but
That wasn't me. That wasn't
That
me.
was me.
okay,
That was me.
all right. Oh well,
There's a
BGS, you
guy
said that.
there's a professor from Pakistan that wants to be classified as black, and he's got to go to the Supreme Court to change his classification because he was born in Egypt. He was born in Egypt, right?
Right.
And he came over as a professor, and he says, "I'm a black man." He looked on his sheet and says, "No, you're a white man." He says, "No, I'm a black man." But no, I'm a black man. You came from Egypt. You're classified as white. So classifying as
All
white
black
is not the
people don't
same
fuck
thing
with
as
black.
being. Well, hold on, Edward. Come on now.
Man,
I know you ain't chomping at the bit. If you disagree, I'll let you disagree. In other words, just because, in fact, Val's voice said exactly the same thing. Okay, she is classified as white, but when she gets around white people, she is non-white. So you can be classified as white and be non-white. White people know who white people are, and that's the thing. Same thing with mixed people. Okay, even if they were classified as white, like my daughter-in-law, she is mixed race. She is
right,
classified as black. She lives her life as a black woman. Okay, people accept her as a black
right.
woman. So this thing about being the reason that the one drop rule exists in the first place is because they want to keep the white line going, and they know that if they allow black people in or other people in, it will
Hold on,
erase the white race. They already know that. But
BGS.
go ahead, James.
BGS. The question, the question. Well, I've always been told, but especially by family or whatever, and just older men, they said that, and they kind of scooped me up on game. They said the reason why you're gonna always find your most racist whites in the upper class, and the reason why is because the reason why they're very selective about who they allow their kids to marry,
Right,
is because they want to keep the money white. It's not about skin color, because at the end of the day, if Puffy son wanted to marry a billionaire's daughter, they're going to be more accepting to Puffy because of his money or his
I want to piggyback off that.
structure.
That was the same thing I was told.
So hold on. So it's do you think it's classism? Classism?
No. The thing is, they want to keep their lines pure. It has more. No, that because there's a whole lot of people with a whole lot more money that can't marry into royalty. Okay, because they
Mr.
want to keep their
BGS.
genetic lines clear. So it's not about money. It's about keeping their royal line clear. They're not allowing certain genetics into the line. It's all about genetics, not about money.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Do you think
that's
that's
like the
gonna
medieval
change?
period.
It's still going on because
Right
that's
now,
like
it's just like the medieval period.
like
They
Gigi,
wouldn't just let
yeah. Go ahead.
the royalty would not just let any peasant marry within their royal family. Most of the times, the royal family will actually let a how you call it.
No. Well, I wasn't really talking about royalty. Like I
Yeah, I
understand the
remember.
basis of
No, I'm
royalty,
just making a
but
statement.
but
Okay.
but
I'm just making
I'm
a
saying
statement.
money wise.
Okay. We can't have any crosstalk.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
Go ahead,
apologize.
James.
But anyway,
Go
as I
ahead.
was trying to say that usually, in order to marry into a royal family, you either have to be another member of you have to be another part of a royal family or a nobleman.
Yeah.
Those were
There's,
the only
there's,
two. Those were the only two types that would get to marry into royalty.
And they go by
there's,
bloodline. In other words, if you have a superior bloodline, say if you came up and you were a peasant, but the thing is, if you rose in the ranks and you have a superior bloodline, and they checked out your bloodline, they will knight you and make you royalty because they want your genetic mixed in with theirs. That's how they
you
do it.
can't. There's certain things that you cannot buy your way into.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because you know, if you go further down the line, as far as my bloodline back into England, I actually have a ancestor that tried his best to get. In fact, the entire family tried to get into royalty and caught pure hell and never
Yep.
ultimately accomplished it.
That's
Can
what Jews.
Also, that's
That's like Jews were never able to really do. What they would do. This is what they would do. Uh, is they would catch. They would a very very wealthy person would catch somebody like a woman of the past, or what we call Gigi, right? Who has
Yeah,
royal blood, and you
yeah,
would actually because she doesn't because that person didn't have any money. You would actually
yeah,
marry that person, sire your child, and by bloodline, your child would actually inherit the royal
yeah,
bloodline. That's the only way you can actually buy your way into it. By what we call a landless royal person, right?
yeah.
A penniless.
I
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotta hop in. I gotta hop in because if I don't hop in, I ain't never
Go
gonna
ahead, Charles. Go
say
ahead,
nothing,
Charles.
man. I've been
Go ahead,
chopping
jump in.
for a
Oh,
minute.
all right, all right. Bite it off, boss. Bite it off. Hit it out the park.
I don't say that much. I'm pretty concise. So I
No,
believe
no. No. Go ahead. Make it long. We want you to get it all out. Go ahead.
it ain't gonna be that much. So
Okay.
what confuses me is the shaming tactics that I see from a lot of black people. Like you try to tell somebody who is black and who is not black and what they doing is wrong. Listen, like don't just listen. A lot of brothers may love sisters, but sisters don't want them. They don't want them.
right.
So damn,
That's right.
because sisters don't want me, I'm supposed to stay by myself when this white woman or this Asian woman wants me. So he go with the Asian
Right.
woman. Then you want to call him a sell out of the coon. I just want to slap all y'all in the face for saying that. It's like, listen, man, I love basketball. I want to play for the Lakers. Lakers don't want me. So you got all these other NBA teams saying, "Hey, Charles, come play for us." I'm like, no. I want to be for the Lakers. If I'm playing for the Lakers, I'm not playing nobody. Next thing you know, I'm too old to be in the NBA. I'm the fool. I'm the dummy. All the people wanted me.
I mean, they expect for you to wait.
Hold on. Charles, did you get it all out?
No, I let people go so I can go. I give people the chance.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish. Did you get it all
Charles,
out?
you're
I
a
want to
Laker
make
in
sure you get
my
it all out.
eyes.
Oh, thank
You're
you.
a Laker in my eyes, Charles.
Okay,
I don't care what anybody says.
Thank you. Let's go Lakers. Yo, I'm purple, baby. Hold the
Go ahead,
purple.
wrap it up. Go ahead, wrap it
Come
up.
on,
Charles.
Chuck.
Bring it home, Charles. Bring it home now.
Yeah, dunk that motherfucker, Charles. Let's go.
Hey, don't convert into the Hulk. Just to turn back into Bruce Banner. Go ahead, let it out.
So the whole thing, let's talk about like Donovan Sharp. Now I listen to Donovan Sharp and I respect the brother, but he tell you from the get go, yo, I check for people who check for me. I made it want that girl, but they wouldn't give me no love. So on the other side of the fence, he had the game. He, like Ron Will says, there's different types of game. He had the game to get the white girls. So that's what he went to. So now you gonna call him a sellout because he's just telling you what's going on. Hold on. He's telling you. He is telling you when you hear him talk. Yo, he understands we live in a white supremacist society. He understands that the white men most likely gonna beat me at everything I do. So I'm gonna go for the people that choose me. Now you can't shame him for doing that. You can't shame nobody for doing that. That's why I don't disrespect nobody who don't think like me. I love black people, I do, but I'm not mad at the brother like Kakiri Jones. He be on it. He tell you about money. He tell you about he got an Asian woman, but it don't mean he's less of a black man than me. He's a black man.
Hey,
I mean, even I had to.
Okay. Ed would rebut. You got a minute, and then JD, you got a minute, and then James, you got a minute.
Carl, so you telling me there's no such thing as a coon? Fuck black men with white
There
men.
is a coon. How do you define a coon? We just went through defining a coon.
Okay, so my point is this idea, because anybody could say, well, I'm just doing me, and fuck me. They could make that argument for anything. I'm not saying that if you're with a white woman or a non-black woman, that automatically makes you a coon. I have not said that. Just because it's a sign you might be, don't mean that I said that automatically makes you, and it's not about shaming. When you have a group, at some point we have to define who the group is. Now, it's not to me to define that. But if y'all want to make it wide open, well, then that's ultimate hyper-individualism. And that's the same reason why I always have issues with a lot of what Obsidian says, even though Obsidian does date black women, because it's this hyper-individualism. You cannot have both. There has to be some kind of balance. So there has to be some kind of definition. So if we're going to take people on a case-by-case basis, for instance, Robert Smith, I respect that man with the white woman, billionaire in tech, black man. Don Peebles, highest dude pretty much in real estate, that's a black man, married to a white woman. So this has nothing to do with that. But at the same time, if everybody's going to do it, then at some point, this shit is going to look like we're going to be like basically like Jews, where we're going to be white people. That is assimilation.
That is
That's what
some
that
issue.
is.
And
I am against that.
well,
Let me
you
be
well,
very clear about that.
Can I please? Can I
Edward, you
please
have
step
your
in?
minute
Hold
is your
up.
minute.
Hold up.
Hold on, JD, and then James, and then you, Angry Man.
I would love
Because
the rebuttal. I'll
Now,
wait to the rebuttal.
now
okay,
Edward took the words out of my mouth, but I'm also going to add something else too,
okay, go
because
ahead.
this is what had me into a conflict with the pro-blacks, and most of them I call fake at that, because how can you go around trying to call a black dude who they outside his race a coon, but at the same time, as I'm seeing in among their members, some of these black women and some of them actually show their true colors too. Some of these black women they're trying so hard to defend is also dating outside the race, and they are accepted, and they think it's cool. But when I call them a hypocrite, now all of a sudden they want to jump in conflict. I'm like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that y'all can't see for yourselves the true
15
definition of what a
seconds.
pro-black really
15
is.
seconds. 15.
Yeah.
Because if they really
Hold
knew
on.
that,
The women,
if
hold
they
on.
really knew the definition,
Good. Finish up, JD.
if they really knew the definition of pro-black, then they would understand that any black person, black men or black women who date outside their race cannot be considered a pro-black. This
That's
is
not
why
true.
I got
That's not
into
true.
it with
That's not true.
16.
Whoa. Edward.
Can I weigh in on
Getting
this?
hot in here.
Edward.
I want to say
Hey,
something.
wait a minute. Do I have to mute everybody?
Yes.
Because I'm trying. Edward, I have basically allowed you to go back and forth.
Yeah,
so
you're
that-
right.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep order. Okay, JD just finished up. James and even Angry Man. Now, normally Valdez would have jumped the line. If Valdez can keep his composure and not jump the line, everybody can. Okay.
He's probably reading a comic book.
He's chomping at the bit just like everybody. Go ahead, James. Go.
Yeah. Okay, man. I'm sorry, but maybe I come from a totally different cloth. But I don't believe in such a thing as pro-black. The only way you can be pro-black is if you're 100% black, and some of y'all is like 97%, 95%. So how can you really classify yourself as pro-black?
Because you don't know the definition of pro-black.
Can we get the definition of pro-black, BTS?
Pro-black is by your works. If you are working for the upliftment of black people across the globe, you are pro-black. If you're doing the work.
Okay.
Because if that was the case, Ben Carson would be pro-black, would he not? Do you think Ben Carson is pro-black?
He was.
Exactly, BGS.
Up to the
Ben Carson pro-black. Do you think he's pro-black?
Not right now. Hell
he
no.
never has been. Ben Carson is married to a black woman. He's the least pro-black person that I know. There's a whole bunch of other so-called people that are married to black women that are not pro-black. Do you do the work? There's a whole lot of our black scholars that put out pro-black books that we still read today that basically were married to white women because that's who got them published. Whoever uplifts black people that are black are pro-black. If you're pro-black,
exactly, BTS.
I don't give a fuck who you are married to. If you're on the ground doing the work, getting your head fucking bashed in, and you're married to a white woman, I don't give a damn who the fuck you sleep with. Do you
Can I weigh in on this?
No, I understand.
Okay, we got to take. I jumped the line. I'm gonna give Angry Man is. Did you finish your point, James?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just want. Yeah.
Okay, Angry Man, and then Cerulean, and then Charles, and we go back to Edward. We're gonna let Edward take it home. Go ahead, Angry Man, jump in.
Okay, first of all, I'm trying to figure out why the fuck where a black man puts his dick is the most important definition of who he is. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because at the end,
who you asking the question?
Gynocentric world, sir.
Okay, because at the end of the day, I don't know why this is so hard to believe, but to Charles, yo man, plant your seed wherever you want. That child gonna be black, man. Point blank, period.
Everybody has a different belief.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say.
Everybody has a different belief, but I'm saying is when we talk about the definition of pro-black, I can tell you what pro-black definition is because I've been in it for 30 years. If you are working toward the upliftment of black people, That you were going now. If you have married to a white woman, you're gonna take a ding. They're gonna get
Well,
on you
well,
about
see,
that.
well, see. Here's
Yeah,
the
but
thing, BGS.
go ahead.
Here's the thing, and this is the biggest problem with the black community. The biggest problem with the black community is we don't want to acknowledge facts. And the thing about it, when you start talking about genetics, when you start talking about the genetics of black people, we're talking about facts. And people want to continue to say, well, I think it. No, once you get to science, it ain't no think. Once something has been proven to be a fact, it's a fact.
Yeah,
Whether you like it or not.
yeah.
And that's the biggest problem with us as black people. We don't want to acknowledge facts.
Ask
We want
mulatto,
alternative facts.
mixed race children who have a black parent, whether they're accepted as white, and you will get your answer.
Yeah,
now
quickly.
go to Cerillion. I think Cerillion and then Charles.
Yeah, this argument is a result of what I meant before when black people, and I talk about black women, but black people in general have not learned how to conduct business.
Yes.
When you're looking at one, black is a political term. Okay,
Yes.
pro-black is a political term. See, being pro-black now isn't what it was 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
See, when you look at J.A. Rogers or Ivan Van Sertima,
Yeah, right. Exactly.
if they not had white wives, they would have never been published. We would have never known that integral piece of work.
Yep.
Now, my concept of the pro-black of today, if interracial relationships and all that other goofy shit and colorism, if that is your priority, you are not pro-black. In my opinion, that's just me. But I take that hard line in that direction. Secondly, when you're talking about relationships in general, these are all politics. This is all business. Those brothers went over to the other side to use the politics of that other group to get his works published, to get their things done within the community.
Yep.
Okay. So they were able to benefit from having white partners.
Can I add to that?
You see a lot of black women, or even a lot of black men of today. They go over to the other side. They don't bring nothing back to the community. That's why I say what it was 40, 50 years ago is not the same as what it is today.
Exactly. Okay.
But it's not
Charles,
a priority like the type of danger we in right now. It's not. I don't see it as a priority.
Can I add to that?
Let Charles go. If it takes less than 30 seconds, you can add to it, and then because Charles is next.
It won't take but a second. First of all, you look at. Here's the thing. It's a black man. It's a black way of thinking when you think, oh, he's with a white woman, so he can't be pro-black. It's like thinking, oh, she's gonna influence his thought process. Because you're thinking from the terms of black women try to boss their men around and influence their thought process. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, because what's your name? The author. What's your name? What's your name? That just died.
Francis Cresswell.
No. The other one. The author. The other author. What's her name? Real famous. Oprah's favorite. What's her name?
Ayanna.
No. She died. She just died.
The one that made The Color Purple. She died.
No. I know why the cage bird sings. What's her name?
Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou been married to 2 or 3 white men. Okay, they don't call her a coon, do they?
Nah, they don't.
In other words, she's still revered in the pro-black or the black consciousness movement because of her work.
Look at Frederick Douglass.
Frederick Douglass, yeah.
Frederick Douglass.
Here's something funny, man. I'll tell you, there was a lot of pretenders in the pro-black, and there's been a lot of pretenders for a long time.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of the shit that I say when I take the hardline approach, if we're gonna call somebody like J.A. Rogers a coon, then you would have to say the same thing for Angela Davis.
Yeah.
Now I'll tell you something that's real, and you can look this up about Angela Davis. Okay, her mentor. I don't know if you've ever seen the Julian Bond interview.
Yeah.
She had like 20 years ago, and Julian Bond asked her if there was somebody that was special to her that influenced her views. And of all of the black authors that had came before her, she mentions a white Jewish author named Herbert Marcuse. Herbert Marcuse was a CIA propaganda producer. He was a generator. He basically wrote the book on generating American propaganda for political dissidents. And matter of fact,
Yeah.
he wrote a book called The One Dimensional Man. That book, One Dimensional Man, it is about the pro-black Negro. It is about the
Shoot, I'll go.
a one-dimensional frame of mind.
You got 15 seconds,
I'll,
Charles.
I'll,
Hold on.
I'll go the extra mile and say even Malcolm X had a white girl before he became pro-black.
JD, Charles, go ahead.
The problem is people are trying to tell other people how they should think. Accept that everybody thinks differently than you and move the fuck on. That's the last person I'm gonna say. Hold on, you let me just finish this statement, man. I follow a lot of people and I respect them all, and they all have different views. I follow O'Shea, I follow Angry Man, I follow Anthony Byron Logan, I follow BGS on many platforms, and they all bring something to the table. Now, I don't have to agree with them on everything, but overall they positive brothers. So you can't say they less pro-black or this person pro-black or this person not pro-black, because they got to make their own decisions, and you got to make your own decision. You can't tell you can't tell somebody else how to think. You can say your opinion.
Wait, Edward, calm down. Let him finish.
If you really got to speak that bad, I can be quiet and rebuttal you.
No. Finish. I want you to finish your thought. Edward can wait for his turn.
So what I'm saying is this, man. People are going to be who they are. You find the people who think like you and you associate with them. You can't change somebody else's mind and be on your team. If a black man or a black woman want to marry somebody outside the group, then you let them. And you just don't. If you don't like it, don't associate with them. You don't tell them they a piece of trash or you ain't no good. You just say how you doing and keep it pushing.
Okay.
It ain't working.
But they would rebut and then JD.
See, it's a lot of stuff that's being projected out there.
What do you mean by that?
All I said, which is the same thing that BGS said.
What's that?
The fault is when you said you're gonna take a thing when you marry out. If you are in the upliftment for black people, that bar is gonna get raised, and it should. Here's the thing: when people talk about nothing is absolute. So when people are talking about all these exceptions of what works you do, if you do a hell of a lot of works, then those works is what you should be judged on first and foremost above anything else. Nate Parker, when he was doing Nat Turner, when people were trying to come at him, I said, fuck the fact he's with a white woman, because I know the roles Nate Parker has turned down. If you look at the roles he's taken in his cinematography, Nate Parker has shown a consistency. You know what I'm saying? And I can say the same thing for Don Peoples and a lot of other people. I'm actually usually on the other side of this argument. The problem that I'm hearing from you all that I don't like is you all are kind of, BTS is really the only one really talking about the works. You all are saying, well, if I want to have kids, I'm going to have kids, this shouldn't matter. Well, I'm like, if you ain't putting no equity in, then you ain't got no equity in.
15 seconds.
My thing is, it's just like a loan. If you don't have a down payment in the community, like you're not doing shit for the community, and all I see is you looking at white women, and then you try to, as far as I'm concerned, if I see that you want to self-hate shit, that's what you want.
Well, so can I address that? Please, can I address
gentlemen, real quick, I just want to say bye. And thank you.
Hold on. Okay, brother. You still at work, or you getting ready to take a nap?
I'm sick as fuck, and I'm pro-black strippers, so
okay.
I don't have anything for this conversation.
You eating bad twat, boss. That's what's going on. Okay, good night, man. Thanks again, gentlemen. Bro. Thanks again for your donation, man. I really appreciate it.
Please, can I address this? Please, can I address this?
Go ahead. Good night, greetings.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, angry man.
Okay. Here's the problem with I disagree with what you're saying, Edward, and I'm gonna tell you why I disagree with it. Because it's the same old premise that everybody is allowed to define what black men should and shouldn't be fucking doing. And white men can fuck whatever type of woman they want to fuck and not have their whiteness questioned.
But their kids are not white.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying, the problem, the man's
Doesn't matter.
whiteness.
Doesn't
I'm not
matter. I'm talking about his whiteness. I'm talking about the integrity of who he is as a person. Nobody is questioning George Lucas right now for the
True.
fact that he fucks a black woman. Not
because
Robert De Niro.
Yep, and he has
None of
black
that.
sons, which is why he had to put a black lead in his movie, so he
okay,
could get a
look.
positive image for his sons.
Let Angry Man finish, and then we'll let Edward rebut. Anybody who right now before Angry Man finish, who's next? Edward's going to rebut. Who's after Edward? Cerulean, you after him?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And
Finish, Angry Man.
I'm after him.
And
Okay.
the other thing I wanted to say is I disagree with Charles because I believe people shouldn't disagree with me.
Smoking.
Oh man.
Man. Go ahead, rebut Edward and then Cerulean.
Again, and I know everybody on here does not like to read. The first thing people want to bring up when they diss him is usually the fact that he's with a mixed Jewish wife, and I'm y'all talking.
Who says that? It was black women normally, isn't it?
It's a lot of the Sarge continue. It ain't just black women.
I would say that's part of the black women continued, if you ask me.
Okay,
Anyway, go ahead,
but
finish.
it's a lot. Okay, but it's a lot of
Feminist imprinting.
Yeah,
it's all over the comment section. My point is, I'm not like a lot of people I follow are with mixed women and stuff. So I don't. But what I'm saying is just like the car situation.
Yeah.
If you're economic, if you are fucked up in finance, and you tell me I can't do this because I'm doing chase women, it's the same thing to me.
Yeah, but the thing is the problem is who defines pro-black, and me and Cerulean are giving you the classic definition of pro-black. Okay, that is what pro-black means. It does not mean who the fuck you're married to. It doesn't mean so you could be married to the darkest purple African in the world and have a coon mindset. You are not pro-black.
I have a question for you, BGS. Are more coons? So you're telling me that more coons are married to black women, or more coons men that have money?
There's a substantial amount of coons married to black women.
Black women, yes, they are. Yes.
So you're saying that men that have resources, like Clarence Thomas, are usually married to black women?
What's his name? What's his name that ran for president? Was part of the pizza guy. He's married to a black woman.
Oh, Herman Cain.
Herman Cain.
Another thing I want to say too is I've said this. I've gone on record stating that I will never tell a black man to be with a black woman that is not worthy. Another thing.
That coon pastor that was talking about
Let him finish, Cerulean. Yeah.
Jason Black also talks about worthiness, and it's a black woman's job to be worthy. Now, me personally, I say to go overseas. But like Angry Man says, that's not viable for everyone. I understand that too. But
what I'm saying is when it comes down to the work, which is why you define.
So what if you don't have the work?
In other words, if you don't do it, if you don't do anything, then you are not a pro-black. You're neutral.
Okay. That's everybody's arguing. Like, okay, nobody's talking about the work. It's you, BTS. Nobody has mentioned the work.
No, Cerulean just said it. He said the exact same thing that I said. And that's the classic. In other words, the classic definition of pro, as you guys, we call it conscious, but pro-black is that. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a mulatto. It doesn't matter if you're married to a white woman. Are you for the upliftment of your people?
But you know what? You know what the biggest problem is with this whole concept. Black people are not, in by and large, we're not students of strategy. We're not students of history. We're pretty much, a lot of us are winging it. And the thing about it is we don't realize that there's certain lines that have to be crossed in certain ways in order to accomplish certain things. Like, do you think for one second that there wasn't defectors of the Nazi campaign, and that was part of the reason that Hitler's ass was brought down?
No.
That wasn't the main. That wasn't even significant at all, in my opinion.
That wasn't significant.
That was probably the most significant part of bringing Hitler down.
What the fuck? You said that wasn't significant, Edwin?
Was having
I mean, if you counting like Albert Einstein,
one at a time.
if you're counting, but Albert Einstein was never on Hitler's shit anyway. We're not talking.
I'm not talking about Albert Einstein.
Huh?
I'm not talking about Albert. I'm talking about people who were in the Nazi party.
Trying to kill him, yeah. The people, in fact,
They were
Glorious Bastards was about
I know about Valkyrie.
Yo, let me step in this real quick.
Okay, go
In
ahead,
fact,
JD.
there was one. I forgot his name, but while Hitler was in hiding because both the Russians and the Allied forces was moving into Germany, one of his high-ranked officers, while he was in a meeting, brought a suitcase in with a bomb and tried to blow him up.
Yes.
In that bunker, but miraculously he still survived.
Yeah,
but see, this is what happened. This is what happened. Like when Hitler, when they realized the flaw of what Hitler was doing.
That was before the war turned against them too, by the way. But okay.
There were a lot of people in his damn party that were actually giving away information. And the whole thing about it is, what are you gonna say? Well, I'm not gonna take this information because you're a Nazi.
No, America's never done that.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is one thing that white people are really good at that black people suck at. White people, they can maintain their cause and what they're trying to accomplish and still do other things. It's only black people. We define everything we do by our blackness. So if you go out here and you start a business, you gotta only cater to black people. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what I said. A lot of times black people also get, here's the thing, and I forget who said this, but this is the best way to put it. The problem with the thing about white people versus black people, and this is true for white women and white men and black men and black women, this is almost equally true across the board, is white people can have sex with black people and not be sexually confused. Black people don't always have that same ability to where there's a certain validation when you think you're an honorary white person. Yes, there are
Okay.
He's true. That's true.
Hold on a second. Edward, hold on a second.
Let me ask one question.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask.
Hey, I need to get in here.
But
hold on a second.
I want to get in this motherfucker.
Everybody pump your brakes.
Hold on a second. Can I want to ask Angry Man a favor for about maybe 5 minutes.
What's that?
Vector 313 says you're on his block list and he can't join because you're in and he's on your block list.
Hold on,
you got him? Okay.
Hold on, I'll go to his channel and see what's up. Hold on.
Okay, all right.
Hey BGS.
Nah, I'm not. Charles, tell Vector 313 it's not me.
Okay,
it's not me. He's not on block list.
Does anybody on the call have Vector 313 blocked?
No, I'm cool with Vector.
I don't know.
Nope.
I don't even know who that is.
Because he can't join because he's saying somebody in the call he has him on their block list and he can't join.
How do you determine where's the block list and all that on Hangout?
Okay, no, it has to be on your channel.
I just want to see if.
I'm still wondering who's Vector.
Oh, you know what? It's not on. I was looking on YouTube. I got him blocked on my Google Plus. That's what it is.
Okay,
I got him. No, he unblocked now. I got him.
Notice how
all right. I'm just saying because I don't know because I'm not trying to get in between what happened between two people.
Yeah, there's no telling what it was. There's no telling what it was.
Okay.
BGS.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, this is War Stories, man.
Okay, go ahead. What's up, man?
Hey, listen, man. I heard what you said about, pro-black and all, but if you don't reproduce with a black woman and you're reproducing mulatto kids, you're not pro-black. You're basically washing out the melanin. You're washing the melanin out of black folks. And listen, Angry Man, you're already mixed. Angry Man, you're already a half-breed yourself. You're already mixed. So,
So he's wrong with
mixing agenda. You're trying to push this mixing agenda on black folks.
Well, okay,
let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask him a question.
Hold on. Whoa. I want to get something straight. Okay. Number one, we're not gonna come on the call and insulting people. Okay. Number one, that's fact number one, because I will block you permanently if you do that. Okay. That's number one. Number two, we've been going back and forth describing what a pro-black is traditionally, the definition of it. Now, I have been in the community for at least 30 years, and I go back where I read in the community before that. J.A. Rogers, a whole lot of authors who are married to white women that contribute to the pro-black cause, and it has been defined what a pro-black is. Now, what you guys bastardize the meaning of, with, and for, I have no clue what you're doing. But pro-black,
yes.
But pro-black, let me finish what the fuck I'm saying, please. The definition of a pro-black is that you are working toward the upliftment of your people. Period. It has nothing to do with where you put your dick. Because Harry Belafonte, finance, walk with, and all that other bullshit in civil rights. He was married to white women because it was business. Okay, it doesn't make you less pro-black. Period. Now, if you want to, if you want to define it as something else, then you define it for yourself. But that's not what it means. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Let him know.
Go ahead. Let him talk.
So was Elijah Muhammad a coon?
Yeah, we ain't gonna do sorry, but go ahead. Let him talk. Go ahead, talk.
But think about it. If Malcolm X
War's rebutting right now. Go ahead, because I jumped on him. Go ahead and rebut, Roar.
Listen, as a black man, if you don't understand that reproducing mulatto kids washes your melanin out, you're a defeated black man. You gotta leave this country looking like your ancestors. When you die, your kids should look like your ancestors when they got here. Bottom line, if you're deviating from that, you're a fake, you're a fraud. You produce black kids.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
No, because you can no. Can I finish?
Since this dude insulted me, can I please respond to him? Can I please respond to him?
I didn't finish.
Yeah, so that everybody that's not dark is black.
War.
Can I please respond to him?
Shut the fuck up, War.
You
Boo. War.
I'll leave.
Shut the fuck
up.
Let
the man speak.
I'll leave.
Well,
I'll leave.
Check this out. Not only leave, but kill yourself once you leave.
No, you're a spick. You're a spick. You're a dirty spick. You're a Hispanic. You're a Puerto Rican spick. You're a Puerto Rican spick.
I'm not even Puerto Rican. What is he talking about?
Hey, I need to say something.
Someone need to call an Uber for this.
Hold on, Angry Man.
I wanted to war got a face fucking laugh my ass off.
No way. I am war source with war dead. That is not my position, and I want to make that clear.
Doing a little damage control, are we?
Hey, whatever happened, that dude brought that over here.
Hold on a second. Queen Rashida, I am not in the fucking mood right now. So please tone your ass down, or I will block you too. Please.
Well, look,
order.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about his statement. First and foremost, I'm not a half anything. I'm 70-some% West African, so I don't know what he's talking about as far as that. But the funny thing is, and I mean this shit, if mixing means it's gonna wipe out dumbass niggas like him, I'm all for it.
No, but see, this is why
I meant that shit.
Yeah. That's why I don't like to get into this stuff, because it's absolutely nonsense. But go ahead.
This is why.
One at a time. Go ahead, Cerulean.
This is why I stand on my position. If interracial dating is your priority, you are not pro-black. You are just a result of black feminist imprinting. That's all it is. Man, look, you talking about interracial mixing. You'd have never had a Phil Valentine if you didn't have interracial mixing. Not that I'm saying that I'm for interracial mixing. My thing is, unless you are crossing the line to gain some kind of political value to bring back to your people. And we do this all the time. Hell, we cross the fucking line every time we go and try to get a fucking degree. Okay?
But look,
Education wise, we cross the line
Yeah.
all the fucking time. We cross the line in their schools, we cross the line in their jobs. So when you're talking
Hey, I got a question for you.
but listen.
Name me a couple of people that in the hierarchy, that in the hierarchy today that people would
but it's
know.
not a priority right now. Right now, the priority is.
So let him ask you a question so you can answer it
I
completely.
said, give me some examples of some people that are doing that.
Okay, the priority right now, if you consider yourself pro-black, is organization.
Let the record show he didn't answer the question.
It's trying to organize your people right now. That's what the modus operandi priority number one of the pro-black should be right now. That's if you're pro-black. Because that's the number one thing we're suffering from right now.
Basically, if you look at what's his name that did Nat Turner, okay, he's an example of a pro-black that's married to a white woman because
but come on, man, I wanted him to answer it because we already discussed it because I noticed he didn't even have people in his mind for his position.
The thing is, that's the question you wanted to ask him. That doesn't mean that his statements are invalid because you trying to.
They're invalid. We're talking about this topic. No, I hear what you're saying, but we're talking about the topic. It's not that this is a priority.
Like Sammy Davis Jr. did the same thing, and basically he was as pro-black as anybody else.
But all I'm saying is this idea where it is 0% relevant at all, then you know what? Let me come at it this way. Why don't you all give me some rules that should be in the pecking order or the code of conduct?
I'll give you the first order of magnitude, right? The work that you do, your work stands above anything else, no matter who you're married to, who you date, who the fuck you screw, or who your concubine is. It's your work is number one. If you're moving and shaking and you are hiring black people,
and that falls under organization there.
Trade, educating black students and doing the fucking work. That's number one.
Okay, I got one. Would you argue? Would you all agree then that economic cooning is more important than interracial dating?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing, and there's a deeper underlying problem that nobody really wants to address. Like nobody thinks that it's even possible. Nobody thinks that black supremacy is possible. Because when you start having conversations about racial purity and shit, this is the very thing that was the foundation of the damn Nazi party.
Can I address that real quick, Valdez?
The only reason right now at this moment that certain black people who believe in racial purity aren't causing more damage is because they don't have an economic foothold and they don't have a fucking military behind them.
Not talking. Nobody
like this shit is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation.
Nobody is talking about black supremacy. That's something you're projecting onto the country.
No. Actually, it's a valid point.
Yo, if you're telling
how is that? Angry man. Cerulean, and then Edward, and then you.
No, see, the reason why nobody is addressing the concept of black supremacy is because you don't really have to. Because all of the actions that are being taken in society.
Wait, hold on a second. Queen Rashida, get your ass in here. Stop sniping from
because all of the actions.
There's the link. Get your ass in here. If you want to spout that stuff, you got two choices. I'm gonna do an angry man. You're either gonna get booted or you're gonna get your ass in the queue and talk.
No, because you don't really have to talk. You don't really have to address black supremacy because see, all of the moves are being worked against you. You see, by the people who hold all of the economic, political, and social power right now. So it's not even something that is a realization. That's the reason why people don't address it, and they fall into these other pseudo concepts like.
But that's under
You know,
That's understood.
race mixing. You know,
10 seconds, Cerulean, and then Angry Man.
my position is if you're not crossing over to gain some kind of political thing that you can use to benefit your people in the struggle for liberation, that is a sign that you're not pro-black. You know, a lot of the brothers you would never even heard of. You would have never even heard of Harry Belafonte if it wasn't for race mixing. You see what I'm saying?
Don Peebles is a perfect example of what you're talking about.
Okay, my whole thing is.
Hold on, Angry Man, and then Edward.
See, my whole thing is I'm past the whole pro-black definition because BGS gave the perfect definition of it. So there's no more debate about that. If a person is for black people and putting in the work to uplift black people, that's pro-black.
That's why I said organization. Say organization is a part of that work.
But nothing else is a factor in that. Now, the reason why the conversation is getting mixed up is because we're confusing pro-black with black supremacy. They're two different things.
Yes.
Okay, and who's talking about black supremacy?
If you're talking about black men do not need to be fucking white women because they're going to produce something else, that's black supremacy.
Say that. What I said was,
well, your genetics are already supreme. That's why you don't have to mention it.
I know. We let him rebut. Let Edward rebut.
What I said was there needs to be a code of conduct, and I am the first for. And I've always mentioned that people's work should be above everything else. But a lot of times, and when I say it works, I'm not talking about all this grandiose stuff. I'm talking about basic stuff. By the way, the average
let's break it down. You're trying to build a civilization. What is the first step in building a civilization? First is organization. When you organize, then you build. Now, after all the structures are built, then you develop laws. Okay, then you develop laws. And what do those laws pertain around? Most of those laws are going to be pertaining around things like reproduction. That's why. That's why when you're trying to build a civilization, and you talk about black trying to build the black nation, this is not interracial dating. Really isn't even a priority right now. Because you're not even in a position where you're organized and you can develop laws.
Okay, now Edward, rebut.
Remember when I said that cooning and simping has almost an indistinguishable overlap? Do anybody remember when I said that? A big reason is that simping is rotated around chasing women at the expense of your own manhood. That is regardless of what race of woman you're dealing with. So my point is, when you talk about the organization, because the time, energy, money that you could also be doing when it comes to organization or being an asset to somebody like you, for example, that is good at organizing when you're chasing hoes and bitches, that's called simping.
15 seconds.
So my point is, it's like you all ignore saying don't fuck with that. My thing is, when you look at the reason why most black men can't do shit, it's because they're prioritizing chasing hoes over everything else.
It has nothing to do with white women, but
that has nothing to do with white women.
Okay, Jay. Okay, 5 seconds.
That's where I'm coming from.
5 seconds for?
That's it.
It's for Edward. Okay, JD, and then Charles. You were trying to get in.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. If Malcolm X was with,
go ahead, JD.
Think about it. If Malcolm X was with a white woman and been fucking her ever since, all the way up until he got arrested, before he started going pro-black, then that right there shows it. I mean, think about it.
Who's next in the queue? Because everybody else had a chance to talk. I want to get everybody.
I wanted to.
Who hasn't talked? No, who hasn't spoken?
Have I spoken?
Who hasn't spoken?
Have I spoken?
You have spoken. Well, I'm trying to get people that haven't spoken. If they see if they want. If they don't take the opportunity, then you're next, Charles.
All right.
Okay.
Hooded one, we can't hear you. You're trying to talk.
Hey.
Hooded one.
Hooded.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. What's up? Well,
what's up?
I'm one of the Angry Man fans. Nigga banned me a couple months ago, but whatever. I ain't mad at him.
All right.
I don't even remember the reason why.
That's my nigga though. That's my nigga though. I ain't mad at him.
Speak your
You good, man.
Speak your piece.
All right. Well, this shit is fucking me up. Like,
Okay.
there's people here. Like, all right, I have a girl. She's half white. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I have a son.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He black or whatever. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Light
Yeah.
skin. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? He got that good ass curly hair. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All right. All right. Okay.
Then I
And
got a little daughter, and she look like a little white girl. You know what I'm saying? And
okay.
I'm listening to y'all niggas like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, we are people. Like, you know what I'm
I agree.
saying? Like,
I agree. Yeah, but
how
yeah.
can
Stick to what was said that you don't
No, no,
agree
no,
with.
no. Hey, Edward.
I don't
Get
agree with none of that shit? First off, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because as people, we are going to fuck. I'm just going to say this straight out. We're going to
Say
fuck
it.
whoever wants to fuck us. And if it's a white chick, you fuck that white chick. If it's a
That's
Mexican,
right.
you fuck that Mexican. If it's an
Right.
Indian, you fuck that Indian. You
Exactly.
know what I'm saying?
That's
Like,
right.
what the
That's
They
fuck
right.
don't
is
want
wrong
no
with you
bitch shaped
people?
like no Indian though, bro.
So they say
It
Can
don't
I
matter.
can I can I can I come in
It don't
next? Can I
matter.
come in next? Because
I know.
can I
I know what I was trying. I'm trying. Everybody has had a chance to talk. The brother just
Right.
got in.
Right.
I want
Right.
him to
Right.
spoke
Right.
his piece,
Nobody's
and
Right.
feeling
then
Right.
and then we're gonna go in order. Speak your piece, bro, because you haven't had a chance to talk. That's why I cut everybody off. Okay,
Well,
speak your piece. No,
I'm
speak
good.
your
I'm good.
piece.
I'm
Are you done?
gonna
I
let
mean,
y'all
you got
talk.
something else to say? Okay, okay. Angry man, then Edward.
okay? Here's the thing. Back to the pro-black thing, and it's two different things. It's two entirely separate things.
Mm-hmm.
Like the greatest civilizations in our world always learn from their mistakes. And because of the simple fact that black people have been oppressed for so long, we think that we don't have the ability to turn into the oppressor. Now I know what you're saying, Cerulean, by we not being in the position to do that. Of course not. But Hitler wasn't in the position to do that when he first started having those thoughts. He wasn't even chancellor yet.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? My whole thing is we're cultivating it. We're cultivating it right now as we speak, because there are a bunch of people who feel like because they can look in the mirror and say, oh, I look African, that means I'm more African, or I have more African heritage than somebody else who may be a lighter skin tone. And here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that. The greatest monsters, the worst people in this damn world started out with the concept that, oh, this my group is this group and it's the superior group and everybody else be damned.
That's right. That's right.
That's
And here,
it.
hold on. And here,
but
hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Edward. Go ahead, Edward, and then James.
is first of all, only war stories is really on some damn black supremacist stuff. So wait, I feel like you're doing it. You're taking a straw man argument and trying to make that the argument. And
That's
Okay.
kind of bullshit, though.
Oh, no,
I have
wait.
I
That's
have
bullshit.
always said,
Hood it. Okay, here, especially since it's recorded, the reason we take turns is so people can hear your argument. Like when I stopped everybody else and let you talk, and then let
I
them interrupt you.
apologize.
So that's the way we work. I know you don't know because you've never been in the chat with us. So
No, but I've listened to you, and you know,
oh,
I just wanted him to hear me say that it was bullshit, but I won't do it again. All right.
no, okay, all right, go ahead, and we'll finish.
okay, here's the thing. You can disagree with me, but if you're going to disagree with me, you need to be specific
Okay,
and as far as what you disagree with.
I want
Like,
you to
not
finish
the
your
broad
point.
stroke.
Finish your
But
point. Finish your point.
my point is, I'll give you a perfect example. Damon Dash, you know, is on that all lives matter shit because he's got mixed children. So it bends his perspective. My thing is, if you fuck with me, like Colin Kaepernick, for example, who is mixed, then you fuck with us. If you don't, then get out. That's true for people, whether they're light skinned or dark skinned. That's my thing. It has nothing to do with skin tone or who you fucking, but it does have to do, but that's usually a catalyst for other things a lot of the time. And y'all are trying to act like that's never true. That's the issue I have,
No,
where y'all think that is never
15
true.
15 seconds, and then it's James. Finish your thought.
That's never like you, angry man. You just did a video talking about the 5 signs of immature, it's whatever inferiority, and that was in one of your signs. Not saying messing with white women, but the self hatred. What do you think people that have self hatred do? on both sides.
Okay,
What?
James.
that's not.
Hold on, angry man. I know he called you out. Put a pin in it, like my counselor always said. Put a pin in it. We're gonna go to James for a minute, and then we're gonna go to you. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
don't have
James.
anything. I don't have really anything to say beyond, when he was talking, when the angry man was talking about, black supremacy. It reminded me, I kind of went back to Rwanda when, what I'm
The
saying, when they
Hutus.
had that,
Yeah.
they
They on
oppressed the
the
other, all because of a belief system and everything. So be careful of the things that you speak. And then another thing
No,
that
a
I
foreign
wanted.
belief system that was injected in
What?
there by,
Hey,
What,
Let's keep it in order.
yeah. All right, yeah,
Finish,
and
James.
I agree with Angry Man as well as BGS on the mindset of what pro-black is. I used to think that pro-black was just what Angry Man said about black supremacy, but now that I have an understanding, I now know what you're talking about, Edward. I don't understand. It almost sounds like you want some line drawn to say, oh,
Yeah.
okay,
It,
this
it's
is
it,
pro-black, and
it,
if you do, I'm like, no, it doesn't,
So
because
you
just
it's
said,
like what
it,
my man,
it,
hold on, wait a minute, bro, wait a minute, wait,
15
because
seconds.
my
15
man
seconds.
made my man made a valid point about freaking one of the greatest speakers ever, which is Malcolm X. Malcolm X is mixed, so since he is mixed, he's not considered pro-black.
I
I
didn't
want
say
you to answer that, Edward.
No,
Answer
damn.
that.
he's not going to
But
rebut.
it
He's not going.
depends on if it was you.
No. There's no rebut because angry man's chomping at the bit. I want him to get in. We're gonna take
Okay,
turns.
my fault. I
No, go ahead.
relinquished the mic.
No, so Edward can put a pin in it. Trust me, he's got a long memory. He'll remember. Okay.
Okay.
I know it's getting okay. You guys getting heated. I know it's a heated argument. Okay.
But
So,
people
but
are putting
basically,
words in my mouth.
I know you, Edward. If you were anybody else, I would go ahead and side with you. But you can defend yourself. I know that. So, angry man, go ahead.
Go
Charles.
ahead. Go ahead
And then
and
Charles.
go ahead and pass it to the next one because I completely forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Charles, and then Edward.
I'm gonna say some simple stuff, man. I hope people don't have to agree, but I hope that you do. For me, I'm down with people who are down with me. Like, all I want is for people to find people that's similar to them, that have the same interests, and work with them. If people don't want to work with you, then leave their ass alone. It's a lot of great people. There's a lot of people that's like what you would consider, from the definition we define, as pro-black. If they think similar to you, analogous to you, then you deal with them. The people who don't think like you, don't try to change their mind. Just leave them out of your group. See, my group is the positive people that gonna show love to people, that is not gonna let nobody die. I'm gonna help my family first. I'll help my friends first. I'm gonna help people that have similar interests that I relate to, and then I'm gonna help everyone. But I'm not gonna help somebody just because they look like me and they gonna rob me. I'm not gonna help somebody that gonna talk bad about me and treat my kids bad just because you look like me. And I finish it. I'm done. And I love you all. As long as you positive, we can rock.
Yeah, well, we're having a heated but logical debate. As long as we're respectful, it needs to get out because this stuff has been floating around, man, for years. Okay, this who's pro-black, who's
Remember.
sleeping with who, and all that kind of stuff. Go ahead, angry man.
Now remember what Edward was saying about the video I put out where I said the number one sign of an inferiority complex in black men is self-hate. Yes, that does exist. I acknowledge that exists, but a black man marrying or dating a white woman, that is not a 100% indicator of self-hate.
Oh, I never said that.
That's where the biggest problem is coming in at, is with us as black people. And I'm not saying you per se, Edward, but a lot of black people, they will take certain situations and they will make it a definite. They view everything in black and white terms. There's no gray area. There's no middle ground. Everything is either this or it's that. Way the world works.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I completely agree with that. I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm laughing is because not laughing, but I'm usually on the other side of this because Jason Black always says these little slick things under his mouth when it comes to light people. Even with Colin Kaepernick, for a half breed. I'm like, this motherfucker put his knee on and sacrificed, and he acknowledges that. But him and Professor Black Truth be on that shit too. So although I have my position, I understand the nuance, and I also understand a lot of y'all are talking more so to people that have the absolutist mentality to this overall. That's why I keep bringing up like what I said, but I do understand who this is more for people listening to the video later on. My thing is this: when you are working within a group, there has to be a code of conduct. Fuck if you fucking interracial women or not. Let's me not put that in there. But I will say that if you ain't doing nothing, and if I'm trying to build a black group with money, if you ain't doing nothing, and then that's the main thing you trying to bring in there, and I'm thinking about resources flowing out, then that's going to be something that's going to be talked about. Now, if you have, well, this is my down payment, look at what I did, and I'm not even talking about fucking books, all that. I'm just talking about I got a business, I hired 2 people, fuck you. Then I'm like, okay, you know what? Hey, that's it. That's all. I'm not somebody
Check
that's
this
like
out, right?
all this shit.
But here's where the problem comes in. Here's where the problem comes in. When people have these misconceptions. If the other day, last night, me and BGS was talking about painting on a canvas. If I went into an art store to buy canvases, all of the canvases are just white. They're absent of color. So in that mind frame, you can associate all of those together because they're absent of color. You could say, oh, all of these are white. But then if I was to take paint and start painting each of them, you're gonna have colored canvases. And that's what black people are. The melanin in us make us colored people or humans or people of color. You understand what I'm saying? So you're gonna have different, based on the amount of melanin in your body, you're gonna have different tones of color. White people are usually defined by their absence of color or their lack of melanin. So when you start talking about a black person getting into a relationship with a white person, when they produce that child, the question isn't, is that child black? The question is that a child of color?
Okay, Hooded.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Okay, Hood, no, Edward. Hooded wants to get in. Go ahead, Hooded.
Yo, child of color. Yeah, that's a good point. But let's say I start a store, right, in the hood, little corner store, right, and how can I say this?
Just say it. No, just say it. We'll give it to us raw, uncut.
All right, Arabs run basically every corner store where I'm at. All right, so I fuck around and I go buy one, right, and this is supposedly, I don't know, I guess by Edwards like logic, this is supposed to be doing something for black people, just me having a store, right? And then I have a white girlfriend, right? I mean, what the fuck is the point? I mean, it's just stupid. Who I lay in bed with
On to me.
does not matter. Like,
and by your logic, Arabs don't run every color.
Edward.
No, where I'm at, like literally, Arabs run this
No,
shit.
they don't. That's not true.
Edward. 15 seconds, Hooded, and we'll let Edward rebut.
And check.
They're children of color. That's what you just said, because they're brown, so they're not Arab. They're just
Arab.
like
Oh no. Arabs are considered white in this country. All right.
Yes, they
Straight
are.
up. What the fuck is you talking about, son?
Wait. Whoa. Okay.
No, they're really not. But there's a difference between being classified as white and not being white. We just talked about that, but yeah, you weren't on the
Them
hangout.
niggas white.
So I understand that. But they're brown. That's what we're talking
about. They're gonna go ahead and call it a night, man.
Oh, thank you, JD.
So what I'm saying is, when this logic runs into reality, there are boundaries. That's what I'm talking about.
We're gonna do 15 minutes on this topic because basically this horse is ground to dust right about now. We're gonna beat it to death.
Let me throw some salt on the wound though, real quick.
Okay. Everybody's gonna finish his rebuttal. I think Hooded, you finished your point, right, Hooded?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Okay. Edward's got another 30 seconds to finish up his
So my
point, and then we
question
go to
is,
Shirley.
let me ask you one question. Do you believe in group economics or no? Because I need to know that before I can really respond.
Go ahead,
Group
Hoodie.
economics.
Yes or no?
In a way, yes. It's mixed. It's mixed because
Okay.
I get money from white, black. It don't matter. This is capitalist. Like I'm going after the money, and
Okay.
whoever has it, that's who I'm going after.
Okay, Edward, go ahead. Finish your rebuttal. Let me answer your question.
We don't know. What did we define? I'm not calling you a coon. I want to be clear. But what did we define as a coon? BGS, you said a coon was somebody goes after money at the expense of black people. That's not what
Expense? How is it that? How is it that so expense though?
Wait.
How is me?
Hoodie. He said he's not
That's
calling
not
you a
what
coon.
you said. That is not what you said. I know
All
that.
right. So I go and I put a fucking store in the hood.
Hooded. You don't have to yell because
Okay, excuse me. I apologize.
But
I put a store in the hood. I put a store in the hood, and I have a white wife.
Okay.
How am I fucking over black people?
He didn't
Like how?
He didn't call you a coon. He made that clear.
One thing you need to know about me is I don't believe in saving the hood. I believe in building a new community. So I'm not one of these dudes that's saying you need to be in the hood and save the hood rats. I'm like the chicks that are worthy are the ones we need to build around. If we can't, if there's obviously not enough of them, me personally, I want to get as many people to go overseas to get other women from the diaspora as possible. Obviously, everybody can't do that, so I'm gonna have to accept a certain level of people are gonna hop the fence. I've made peace with that, so I'm not arguing with that. What I'm saying though is, at some point, there has to be a code of conduct. And this idea that every black man fucks with the community because they're a black man is bullshit. We know that's not true. We know.
Yo, you know something? I gotta say, I gotta speak. I gotta say something about this shit.
Man, I wanted to throw some
This
salt
whole
on that
argument,
real quick.
this whole argument. I'm gonna just keep it funky. This whole argument is some bullshit that was created by black women to fucking have a monopoly on black men, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah,
Like
that's that
really,
black feminist
in all
imprinting.
honesty, I'm fucking sick of it.
And
that's what it is. That's all it
It's probably
is.
true. But well, go ahead, Cerulean, jump in.
Yeah. So, man, it goes back. It goes back to what I was saying. This is evidence that black folks have not learned how to really conduct business. Because if, like I said, look, me personally, my personal preference, I do not believe in crossing the line. You see what I'm saying? But you see, I believe that a black person only cross the line if there's some political benefit that can, help liberate his people. That's my thing.
What?
If you're not doing, because look,
okay,
I'll give you an example, right?
30
I'll give you an
seconds.
example. You ever heard of Joy Reid? Joy Reid from MSNBC?
Yeah.
She's a part of the black feminist autocracy. She spews that white supremacist crap to browbeat black men into that crap. She has a black husband. Okay?
Okay.
Coon, yeah.
Okay, you know what?
And she's Queen Coon on TV.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I didn't want to go this deep into it, but I'm gonna go this deep into it. Technically, nobody on this damn hangout is black.
Oh, I know that.
Okay, that's the thing. Okay, first of all, let's get that clear. Because number one, we running around here with these ideologies that were implanted in us by white people.
What I'm saying now.
Because when you're talking about people and you're talking about where we come from, you have a certain amount of African heritage in you, or you might have a certain amount of some other heritage in you. But there's nobody in this damn country that's 100% African. That's the reality.
See, but
look. A lot. How do you think?
Let Edward talk because he's been chomping. Go ahead, Edward.
I noticed nobody's really addressing like the statements I'm saying. We're just reaching all the way.
Hold Edward. Name the statement that we aren't addressing, that you believe we're not addressing. Then
first of all, people are not addressing the fact that I said that if you are down for black people, it doesn't really faze me who you fucking necessarily.
That's number
I've
one.
already said that,
What's
and
number two?
that's
What's
the
number?
first.
What's number
The second
two?
is there's got to be some kind of code of conduct, and the
Okay.
problem
What is
is
the code? Hold on. Let me ask you. Let me
Well,
ask you a
Jim said
question.
it earlier.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, that's number two. What's number three?
number three is, let me see the statement I said. Everybody talk about black supremacy, and I ain't said nothing about no fucking black supremacy.
Since everybody's on Edward, Edward's causing disruption. Edward is now in the chair, so now we're going to take turns questioning.
Let me.
Edward. Valdez is first. Ask him a question, Valdez.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean by code of conduct? Explain that, please.
When you look at any organization, police, the mob, anything, it has a set of rules that every person that wants to be a full-fledged member of that group has to adhere to. My
In
problem,
reference to what? In reference to what, though?
ground rules that put the group over the individual. My problem, this is my biggest problem.
What are Edward's codes of conduct? How many are there? Well, enlist them, please.
I'll say this. Rule number one is you don't base your validation on a female. That's rule number one.
That's one.
Rule number two, you need to be, when I say building, you need to build for yourself so you can build for others. Meaning the materialistic bullshit that people are using to chase women, some of them black, some of them other, needs to stop.
Okay, three.
And rule number three is we need to have a common identity as to what we are trying to visualize, as to what we want black men in particular to be in the future.
Okay, so in other words, okay, since nobody is pure and we can't do a reverse one drop rule, what percentage should the person be
based on African American? That needs to be based on African. I understand that because I'm light skinned, so I understand that.
So in other words, if a pure black dude, let's say like me, I'm like 88% African ancestry, and I got with a Becky, and we produce a black child that was 44% African ancestry. Where in other words, would that person be considered black according to your code?
Personally, I tend to give me, and this is an angry man is not gonna like this, I know this, but
it's okay. I want your honest answer.
I tend to give a little bit more rope the darker you are. I know, and my personal belief as a
I know, but a strict code of conduct. You can't say what I personally believe is strict code of conduct. What is it?
Yeah.
Where do we draw the line? I want to start on the hard line.
Because the same way you're saying we're not addressing what you're saying, you're tap dancing around.
Did you put me in the box? Let me show you. I'll say for that woman, I'm gonna tell you the same way I said to Sonny. For that woman, if she is then going to get a white man, if that line does not have any works, business, money, whatever, that we can say, okay, this is an overall asset to the group, and they're gonna present that. This is not like some monolithic thing. You can size somebody up. What was the other dude, the newer guy that was on here? He just said, "I'm gonna go get that money." That's a black man with some money that you can work with.
You're all over the place. Like we want to know this.
If I see if that daughter is like, "I'm gonna get a white man," and you see two hits on that side, then you know what the fuck they on. That's
okay.
On some
Edward, let him ask the question. You're in the chair. We're gonna give you a chance to answer, and then Cyrillian is going to come up with his answers.
He's not like okay. This is what I'm waiting on. This is what I want him. This is what I want him to answer that he's not answering, because the same way you're saying, the same way Edward, you're saying that we're not addressing what you're saying. We are addressing what you're saying, but we're addressing it the way you're presenting it. You're not saying what the definite code of conduct is. Like the code of conduct for white people who are purists is you do not fuck a black woman, point blank, period. You don't have a child with a black woman. So that's what I'm asking you. What is the code? What is your code of conduct when it comes to that? When it comes to who the black man is in the relationship with? What is your code of conduct for that?
Me personally, like I said, it is based on what you are bringing to the table as a community, as a whole. There is no definite like absolute. If you,
Then
I'm
it's
gonna tell
not
you,
a code of conduct. Then it's not a code of conduct.
Valdez, let him
like
answer. He's in the chair.
because here's the reality with white people, the code, regardless of even not being white, Hispanics, the code is white supremacy. That's their code. So if you say at the end of the day, I'm for white people above all else, then to a certain, you're not really white, but you can
So,
fuck
so,
blacks.
so in other words, if hold on a second, Valdez. So by your logic, if say we're gonna use Valdez for example, I know he's got a black queen at home. Say Valdez went out and got a blonde, blue-eyed Becky that could help him get black people hired. Would Valdez still be pro-black and fit your code of conduct?
Based on what he does now, yes. Why?
Okay,
Because
all right.
Yeah,
Valdez has,
that's the point that I was trying to make earlier.
Okay,
because
you're next to be the interlocutor after he answers.
let me tell you
When the
why.
Charles
Though.
get in?
Tell you why though. The reason why is because Valdez is one of the few, other than UBGS, that's really talking to black boys about manhood. So what he is passing down is information based on what he knows that is a value. I'm not saying I'm gonna size everybody up like that, but what I'm saying is, yes. I mean, I work with him, and it's hard
Okay.
to.
In other words, we've been saying, Cerulean, go ahead. You're the next.
So basically, it boils back down to organization. Your code of conduct is based on organization.
But
because you just said yes to the question BGS just asked you. If Valdez went out and got him a snow bunny that could get black folks jobs and whatnot, you'd be all down for that.
I got to ask the question because nobody asked the question. I got to ask one question.
Okay, real quick. Ask the question.
What qualifies you to be in the group of black people?
Okay, according to his code of conduct, right?
First of all, it depends. I'm talking about allies of black people. I mean, it is what we benefit from you. So
I didn't say allies. I said what qualifies a person to be in the group of black people. When is somebody considered black or not black?
Having some African descent for starters. I mean,
let's add a little context. You see, because there's a lot of Black Panthers wouldn't have gone as far as they did if they didn't have some white people
and
white
women. That's true. But they were white women in the field. What I'm saying is you had a lot of Black Panthers that were biracial.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of biracial people in Black.
And there's somebody that could be biracial that's dark as midnight.
What is
again, I'm not vouching for interracial, but all your skin folk ain't your kin folk.
He's in the chair, so you have to ask.
That's not a direct inverse. That's not a direct inverse.
Well, in other words,
for black people.
Edward, hold on. Cerulean, he's in the chair. That means you ask questions so we can get his logic clear. So in other words, don't make a whole lot of statements. Ask him a question and challenge his logic.
Were they down in black people?
So ask him a question.
Okay. Okay. So, taking people, before we even get to your logic, taking people out of the equation, what is considered black to you specifically?
I am a business guy. I'm talking about group investment. So ask me questions based on.
No. He asked you a question. Whoa. Edward, he asked you a straightforward question, and you are very articulate. Answer the question. I know you
let the record be shown that Edward did not answer the question.
No, he's going to answer the question.
Yeah, this is Edward.
He's answered it before.
From an African American perspective, what do I define as an African American, which is typically called black? It is somebody that comes from the line of Africans to whatever degree we could talk about that recognizes basically that comes from slave descent as far as African Americans.
Okay. Second question, Cerulean. Go ahead, and then we're going to go to I think Vector just joined in. He wants to get on it. But ask your second question. Go ahead.
Okay, so with some of the communities that you see in Louisiana, who wholly practice, swirling to keep the lighter skin in the family, would they be considered, black African American to you?
They be
even though
considered.
they wholly have a system dependent on them keeping light skin in their family.
A lot of I know a couple people that have 1 degree or 2 degrees away from like Jack and Jill and Boulay, and they don't like me saying this, but I consider all them coons. They're not, because they don't identify with black people. They are against black people specifically because they are against dark skinned people. They are about maintaining. They consider themselves as different status. Now, the people that are Creole, that depends. But I will tell you that a lot of Creole people do talk that bullshit about, well, French slavery was different than British slavery, and therefore we're kind of better. And that's where a lot of that bougie shit comes from. So they do identify differently, which means they don't really work with.
Okay, so
last question. Last answer, really.
So in your opinion, was someone like a Booker T. Washington a coon?
Because I believe Booker T. Washington had two dual faces, because he worked with black people on the low, but he talked shit. He didn't like with white people behind the scenes, but
Hold up.
I don't know if that was him or George Washington Carver, but I believe that was Booker T. So that's different because he worked with black people on the back end.
There's a lot of questions about Booker T, but overall,
There's a lot of questions.
what would you say about him?
The voice. You can be a black and be a coon. The point is, we need to identify people that are not really down for black people, and we agree with that.
See, the crazy thing about this whole conversation is, in my personal opinion, it's like a feminine conversation because it's branching out into a bunch of other shit that ain't got a damn thing to do with what we originally are talking about. The original question is a code of conduct. What you're talking about, Edward, is not a code of conduct because it's subjective. It's subjective.
But he asked the question. He answered the question that the brother asked. So that's straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he answer your question, Cerulean?
Yeah, that question is just based on what his personal idea of what actual blackness or pro-black is. Because see, Booker T. Washington, crossed over to use benefits to build schools for black people.
Okay, all right.
And as a businessman, you should be able to understand that.
Vector is next. So we're trying to keep order.
10-second comment.
10 seconds. Go ahead.
The majority of black people are marrying interracially. I will agree they're doing that to benefit somebody, but that's themselves. They're not doing
Some
that.
people are doing it just because they like the damn person. Jesus Christ! What the?
I know.
Everything is not an agenda.
Most of them would not be considered pro-black. Pro-black is a very
Oh
narrow
my
sector
God.
of people. I know.
man.
Valdez.
I love this conversation, but
it's heated.
So short.
It's heated. I'm trying to keep everything calmed down.
Most of what the pro-black sector is involved in is a result of black feminist imprinting.
Oh my God! Yeah, but y'all need
now it is. Yeah, now it has been infiltrated. What I'm saying is, it's a very narrow sector. So we're not talking about the majority of black people.
To where now the argument is boiled down to procreation and not progression.
Yeah.
Okay.
And most black feminists wouldn't be considered pro-black.
Exactly.
You got 15 seconds because Victor's chomping at the bit.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not chomping at all.
I am. I'm ready to say something. I'm ready to.
I have not said.
I came in to defend.
Let him get his 15 seconds in, and we'll go to Victor.
I have not said anything that I've said because of what a black female has said. One of the things I've stated with Chrissy is one of the main dumbass things she doesn't do is, if she wants to talk about colorism, and talk about it from the perspective of, if you are passing down wealth, then a man passing it down. That's why I talk about it. I don't give a fuck about what these black chicks say.
Get a drink of water. Get a drink of water.
I fuck with Donovan Sharp because I understand what Donovan Sharp is talking about. Like I said, I would not touch a black man.
Breathe, Edward. Breathe. Edward, take a breath.
Woosah, yeah.
Take a breath.
Here's
Valdez. Vector 313. Your turn. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Edward, you're in a chair.
Fall back, Edward. I'm trying to help you out.
Edward, you're going to get a chance to talk. We have allowed you to give your complete answers. You're in the chair. That's how come I put you in the chair, because I want you to get a complete answer. Vector,
Well, I'm not,
313.
I'm
Go
not,
ahead.
I'm not here to put Edward in the chair because I came to halfway defend him. So
Okay. Well then, take a break, Edward. Get a drink of water. We're gonna put Vector 313.
Put me in the damn chair. Put me in the chair.
Oh hell no!
Please.
No, not right now. Not right
Please.
now.
Can I say one thing
right now.
wherever it goes?
Valdez. Normally I would, but the thing is, most of the people online agree with you, so there's no sense of putting you in a chair.
Can I say something before Edward goes?
15 seconds. Vector's next.
Okay,
Vector's
Edward.
going in the chair. No,
Edward,
Vector's in the chair.
If you don't know, brother, I respect the shit out of you. You're my brother, man. I thought I want to hear where you're coming from, dude. And I'm glad you stand by what you believe, but sometimes I'm going to ask questions to get more clarification. And that's it.
No, he's all right.
Much
He's
love
cool.
and respect, brother.
Oh, he's cool. No, he's cool.
Y'all wouldn't be asking any questions.
Edward's cool. Edward will be all right, man. Edward can defend himself. That's how come I put him in the chair. He can defend himself.
No, but thing is,
Vector's in the chair right now. Why are you defending Edward? Go ahead, Vector. Have a seat. Get comfortable, man. Put the feet up.
I understand what he's trying to say. He's just not saying it very well.
Well, go ahead. Enlighten us.
Thank you.
I think what's happening is people are trying to combine two different issues where you're saying, can a person be pro-black individually versus the overall generational wealth building? And I think that's where he's coming from. In this day and age, it is different from, back in the day where you guys are making references to guys who had white wives in order to get certain accesses.
Mm-hmm.
But in this day, well, one, historically, we've seen that can actually backfire on a generational level. Now, they may have made that impact in the time that they were in, but come down the line, their children or whatever work they did got reversed by that same entity, or through white people.
To be fair, Vector, that didn't matter when that wealth was getting passed on and they reversed it. It didn't matter whether you were pro-black, marry black women, marry whoever it is, they reversed it anyway, right? To be fair.
Well, that's true. Yes.
Okay. So we can't say that. So in other words,
the generational wealth can't be factored in because of course it's going to be reversed. We live in a white dominated society.
Okay, so let me
hold on. There's a whole lot of very wealthy bougie black people that started out as with coons, but also started out as mixed people, mulattoes, married into it, and basically handed down a lot of black wealth that is still there today. They're not all coons. In fact, they hide from you because they don't want to get labeled.
Okay.
So that's your definition of
There's a lot of pro-black people that look like Claude Anderson, and Claude Anderson didn't get his very, very high yellow light skin for no black people. Okay.
Okay, understood. But I'm not disputing that. What I think Edward is trying to say, and this actually goes back to
where do you agree with him at? That's what we want to know.
Well, I agree with him where it's a code. You have to have a certain code of conduct to build a certain level.
What is your code of conduct? Number one.
Well, let me finish the thought. What I'm saying, because I want you to see where I'm going with this.
Okay.
When you're talking about any civilization, right? When you reach a point of desperation, you bring in a totalitarian.
Yeah. Okay.
Rome failed to be when Rome said, "Okay, the republic." When the republic isn't working because we got too many dissenting views, we're going to bring in the dictator and we're going to get it done. So I think that's where a lot of these pro-blacks are, where they're just saying, look, we got all of these dissenting views. We're not getting anywhere. We need to have a certain code of conduct to get the base trust in where we can make moves. So nobody's saying that somebody can't be pro-black and marry a white person. But what they're saying, what I think Edward is trying to say is, if we want to be more sure as we can be that the generational wealth is going to be passed down, we need to make sure that the children are black. Not saying that it's 100%.
And there it is. What is the code of conduct to determine
that it's 100%? No, I'm not saying that it's 100%.
What is? Hold on. Let me. Hold on. I'm glad you said that. And you did. I'm glad you came in here because you are articulating it better than Edward did because you're actually answering the question. So let me ask you this. What is the code of conduct to determine that your children are black?
Hulk smash. We need Bruce Banner. Hulk, stop smashing for a second. Go ahead. But Vector, answer the question.
Well, I mean, the only way you can do that is through skin color. Because of blackness.
This is
blackness
wait.
is defined in the United States is a culture. It's not. If you ask any African, black isn't a race, right? Black is a culture.
Okay,
black is a culture. So
black is a class. It's not a culture. It's a class. But so in other words, okay, how do at what point, what skin color do we start at as far as determining by phenotype who's black?
That's a tough question to answer, but you can say. You can't say, for instance, you guys were talking about Serena Williams and Venus Williams earlier. We were talking about proximity. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of, I mean, I'm born and raised in Detroit. So, I mean, I can look at a lot of white people and say they're black inside, right? So, as you said before, you can't say just because you go get a blue-eyed blonde Becky that she's going to be white because she might have grew up in the west side of Detroit. You know what I'm saying? So
what I'm saying, well, we're going to stick to the obvious. We're not going to get to the exceptions.
Right. Well, there you go. So what Edward is saying, let's stick to the obvious. You guys are saying, yes, there are exceptions to the rule of white people are not. But Edward is saying, in order to be 100%, make it 100% obvious, she got to be black.
Okay.
And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what he's saying.
You're still in the chair. Who has the next question for Vector 313? Right. I think it's really in one of the next questions. The Angry Man's gonna smash everything, so we're gonna come back to him.
Yeah,
and just leave Charles out the block.
I actually had a statement, but go ahead and smash it, Angry Man. You know, I actually just had a statement.
And Hulk's up next at the plate.
Here's the definition of a code of conduct. The definition of a code of conduct is a definite set of rules. Like, the only way you can join the mafia is if your father is Italian and you can trace his roots back to the old country. That is a definite rule of conduct. Here's another one that Hitler had. You should only mate, a German should only mate with a German and definitely not mate with a Jew because they were inferior. This is why I'm asking about the code of conduct, because the code of conduct that the type of code of conduct that Edward is talking about is going to lead into that damn direction. That's exactly what I was trying to point out earlier.
Okay,
what's the code of conduct for like a Greek or a fraternity? Because you're bringing up specific examples. There's so many different.
Edward, you're taking a time out. Vector is in the chair. You are not. If you're not asking Vector questions, then you need to fade back and let Vector.
Vector the question.
Well, Angry Man was actually talking about Edward's comment though. So
I'll ask Vector the question. Vector, what is the code of conduct? What do you think the code of conduct based on like a Greek fraternity, a black Greek fraternity is? What do you think the code of conducts are?
The code of conduct. I mean, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I don't. Well, let me say that I don't understand the question. But
okay.
The question is what you do to be in the Greeks. What do you have to go through?
You have to go through the studies. You have to go through the line. You have to go online and pledge.
Exactly.
Whatever. Okay.
Apples and oranges.
No. Let him answer the question, Valdez. You're not on the chair.
So where are you going with it, Edward?
And then my next question, no, you already answered it. My next question is, do you think a code of conduct is inherently evil or leads to inherently evil things?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right.
Wow. No, wait a minute. I don't even get to respond to that. Wow. I'm doing a live stream about this.
Because you're not in the chair.
Today.
Valdez, you're not in the chair. You're not in the chair. We're trying to keep this orderly. Okay, so you finished your questions, Edward. What? Last question if you want to ask one.
I'm good.
Okay. Well, Cerulean. No, you don't ask questions, Vector. You answer them. Cerulean, you're next.
Okay, going back to civilization building model 1. Before you can build a civilization, what is the first thing you must do? That's the question.
Okay.
Mm.
He's a
Oh,
Pan
you have to.
African. He
You
should be
have
able to
to.
answer that.
Yeah, you have to define what the culture you want to be of your civilization, and you have to have the people with shared mindset, shared goals, and not necessarily shared race, but usually that goes hand in hand.
Okay. The first stage in building anything is organization. Okay.
Right.
Before you can even get to the point to where you can establish what will be acceptable within your civilization, you first have to have people of an organized mindset. You're not even at the point where you can determine who can mate with who yet. That's why it's not a priority, in my opinion, to dictate.
Hold on. Well, let me answer that question. Let me answer that question. But if you're building an organization, which is a civilization, you have to define who. I mean, even in business, you have your stakeholders. You decide what you're going to do first. So, yeah, I mean, organization is okay. You got to build a business plan, right? But part of that business plan, the first steps is you define who's the stakeholders, what's the goal.
Well, the thing is this.
So one can't come without the other. You can't just say, "Oh, we have to be organized before we start doing anything."
The people who become the leaders, the people who become the leaders of organization, the people who become the leaders of civilization, are people who organize people to build the civilization. Say me, BGS and Angry Man, start organizing the people. Then we will be the ones dictating the rules of what's acceptable. Who gets to mate with who?
Correct.
Are you? But are black people at the point right now to where we are organized enough to say, "Hey, you can't mate with that person"?
Let him answer it. Let him answer it.
Because what you're saying you BGS and Angry Man. You BGS and Angry Man have already defined your culture of what you want to do on YouTube. So the organization did not come before you defined what the culture was and what the goal was.
Okay. Charles, you wanted a question? Jump in.
I do. I got a question. This is funny to me because I haven't heard too many people say this.
Okay.
Is there such thing as being more black and less black? Because to me, I mean, either you're black or you're not black. And like I kind of wrote it in the comment section. You probably guys weren't looking at it, but somebody could think they're not black, but the world says they are black. So are they black? And some people. Hold on. Let me answer that question. Let me finish one more statement.
Let him finish.
If I don't consider my black, but the world considers me black, am I black? And if somebody said they black, but they don't look black, are they black? That's the question.
Okay, let him answer. No, Edward, you're not in the chair. Vector, go ahead.
Okay, so here again, I'm saying that there's two different arguments going on. And what half of you guys are talking about your blackness, and then Edward's talking about a pro-black agenda.
Yeah, well, that's true. Okay. So we stick to the question about pro-black. So we're strictly doing that. Okay.
Right.
You got a question about pro-black.
Okay.
Well, I think that's part of the problem.
Can I elaborate on that?
Angry Man is getting upset. Because
I don't know.
Can I elaborate on the question?
Wait, hold on a second. Angry Man can speak for himself. Right now, when Charles is asking the question to you, you're in the chair. Okay. Go ahead and speak, Charles.
So I'm going to rephrase my question so it's more coherent. What makes a person pro-black? Not what BGS said. I want to know your assessment, Mr. Vector.
The same thing. It's if you're working towards the betterment of empowerment of black people. Now, if you draw that all the way out, you have to talk about generations as well. So I think that's where a lot of this conversation is going, where people are talking about what I am doing.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question that goes along analogous to this.
Okay, I'm trying to redefine. I'm trying to rephrase the question so he better understand. Where do you draw the boundaries on pro-black? What's in and what's out?
I'm still not understanding the question.
In other words, you said a pro-black person is working for the betterment. A black person of melanin and African descent that's working for the betterment and upliftment of their people. So if so is that person still pro-black if he's married to a white person?
He can be, but as you said before, you're going to take a ding because your pro-blackness is not guaranteed to go past your generation.
But he can still be considered
That's the
pro-black.
thing, though.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the thing.
Hood it. He's in the chair. If you want to be next, you can be. But I want him to answer the question. Then you can ask your question. Go ahead, Vector.
No, I just said yes, you can be pro-black, but if you want to go all the way through with it, you probably want to make sure that your generation is as best as you can is going to be the same. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not
the
drawing
second
it
half.
as
The second half will be stricken because you've answered the question. The answer is yes. Hood it. Go ahead.
All right. I have less of a question and more of like two statements to make.
Okay, make it two statements, but make it within a minute since they're statements. Go ahead.
All right. First off, let's say I have a white woman. You know, we have a little baby, whatever, and I raise my child to accept being black. You know what I'm saying? And he inherits my wealth. You know.
Okay.
What? How stupid is it to think that?
Okay, we're not gonna do that one. We'll say, ask him make your statement.
He inherits my wealth. Okay.
Right.
How is it detrimental to the black community that a mixed baby inherited my wealth? It's my child. I mean, like
you asked the question,
and I raised him.
Hold on, Hooded. You asked the question. Let him answer it, and then you can ask your next question. You've asked that's a question, and he can answer. Go ahead, Vector. Answer the question.
That is an absolute, and I'm not saying that. Maybe Edward. You guys are. I don't think Edward was actually saying that.
Edward's not in the chair. We're asking for your opinion on the particular statement.
It's not. It is not. Now, that's the simple answer. Is it is not detrimental. Now, if you want the more complete answer,
now give us a more complete answer.
The more complete answer is if you want to talk about code of conduct, meaning what are we going to do to best guarantee that wealth does not leave the black community, then you would say to best guarantee that you should not have a white wife. But it's not 100. Nothing is 100% guaranteed. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Now let him finish his statement. Then you ask your second question. Finish your statement, Vector.
So when you're talking about should you be with a white person or not, that's up to you. But if you want a code of conduct, just like it was mentioned before, the Jews and Hitler and whatnot, there are plenty of Jews that mixed in with other races, but their code of conduct is when you go into their community, they're like, it's Jewish only, 100%. But that's not necessarily saying.
I think we should change subjects because
we will. We
will. But I'm saying is, let him finish. Let him finish. Okay, he's finished his statement. Ask your second question, Hooded.
Charles, asshole.
All right, this is more of a statement.
I heard that too, but go ahead, Hooded. Finish your statement. Ask your
we came here in chains of iron, and now niggas is wearing chains of gold. We have the same rights as white people, you know, and
more or less, yeah.
This weird, I guess, pro-black agenda where I'm not going to say that we have to hoard wealth or whatever, but in order to build wealth, we will have to include white people. You know, I don't care how that sounds to most of you, but
okay. Well, it's your opinion, so we welcome to it, and we want to hear
it. You know the reason why.
Can I answer that?
You know the reason why.
15 seconds, Valdez. 15 seconds.
You know, damn, I'm the only one in here that's getting like like everybody's been talking.
Valdez.
Jesus Christ.
Valdez, you're jumping the lines. That's how I'm giving you 15 seconds.
I haven't even been able to talk.
But Angry Man,
like I literally haven't been able to talk.
I've been waiting here too long.
Hold on, Valdez. You have been able to talk.
I just want to
Every
say.
time I've said anything, I got cut off.
Edward, no. Hooded, finish your question. Vector's going to answer it, and then Angry Man's going to talk. We're going to allow him to talk, right? Okay. Finish your question, Hooded.
Yeah, but in order to build true wealth, we have to dig in the pockets of all races. It doesn't matter who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And that's basically it.
Okay,
but
Vector, answer. Vector, go ahead and answer it, and then we're gonna go to Angry Man because Hulk's ready to knock down some walls. So,
okay,
folks, let's change the topic.
We will.
No,
okay, we're gonna do 50 more minutes on this topic.
In response to what your comment was, you just said two different things, though. You said we need to dig into the pockets of all different races. That's true, but that is not the same as letting your pockets get dug into. Yeah, of course we got to do business with white people. We need to do business with everybody on the planet, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should not consolidate our wealth and keep it in our pockets as much as possible.
Now, that is the pro-black talking point. That is true.
Yeah.
That is a pro-black talking point, and that's been consistent for the last 50 years. But actually, longer than that. Going back to Elijah Muhammad, he said the same thing back in the 40s. So that has been consistent amongst the pro-black circles. So that is very true. Valdez, go ahead, Hulk. Everybody's gonna scatter and scamper for the corners, and Hulk. In fact, what we're gonna do right now, since Valdez wants to talk, we'll fall back. Edward and Vector are gonna question Valdez. Go. First question for Valdez. Edward, go.
I want to find Vector because he's been doing better, and then I'm gonna ask it after him. I'm a humble enough man to know when I'm not firing 100%, but I'm gonna ask my question after Vector.
Vector, go.
I didn't have a question for Angry Man. You guys were fired. I was trying to play lawyer.
Okay, Angry Man, make your first statement. Edward, hold on. Angry Man makes your first statement and get out there, and we're gonna put you in a chair, and we're gonna let Edward and Vector dialogue with you. Go ahead, Angry Man. Go ahead.
The Jewish people's code of conduct has absolutely nothing to do with who they fuck. That's my statement.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad you kept that simple. You're better able to do that than me. I didn't think you were gonna do that. But my question to you is: so, do you believe that the average black man that has sex with white women are able to follow that same code of conduct like Jewish people, where if they bring that white woman in, they are bringing that into a black family, meaning when that white woman is here, it's black rules?
Yes, if they stop focusing on dumb shit.
So you admit that they are focusing on dumb shit?
Yeah, like this conversation.
All right.
Like we're sitting there literally having a conversation. We're literally having a conversation about whether or not somebody is pro-black based on what type of woman he fucks. That is ridiculous.
So
it's laughable.
Okay,
man. That's why we should change the topic.
Okay. Wait, whoa. We're gonna go 15 more minutes on this topic. We're gonna change topic because it's really getting heated. Okay, Vector, do you have any comments for Angry Man? What he just said? Because you're Pan-African, so I know you have a comment. Yeah.
Well, one, I disagree with that completely because it absolutely does have Jewish code of conduct does have a lot to do with who you have children with, but it also is slightly different because Jews they're again consolidating wealth, right?
Let me ask you.
They've established their state. They've done what we need to be doing, which is made their nation state.
Let him finish.
Would that be
when you go to
the chair? Let him finish.
When you go to Israel and you see different races, you know, now that the state of Israel is established, they've opened it up to more races. So I can kind of agree with that as a little bit there, where he says it has nothing to do with who they fuck, but at the same time, you'll see they were doing sterilizations to the Ethiopians that were there. They were doing
go ahead,
other different things. So it's like they still are pruning the race, like they're what's the word I'm looking for? Manicuring the population.
Okay,
So
Valdez, go ahead.
some of that
Go ahead,
Jewish-
Valdez.
Jewish people's code of conduct has nothing to do with who they fuck or who they have children with. I'm gonna say that again.
You can say it 1,000 times. It don't make it.
No. Well,
You can say it
you
all you want. It don't make it true.
The reason why they are ahead of everybody when it comes to finance, when it comes to just about every aspect of banking, is because they've been doing that shit for X amount of damn years, and they prioritize their shit. I understand what Edward is saying when it comes to wealth building, but the problem and the reason why we can't build wealth is because we put too much focus on dumb shit. These black men out here that you say are getting in relationships with white women and then passing their wealth on to somebody else, that has nothing to do with the fact that they fucked a white woman. It has to do with their mentality.
Okay, so when you say if a white woman, wait a minute, hold on a second. Let's get in. I want to get into this. Okay.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
Let me get into this for a second. Okay.
Goku versus Vegeta.
No. Let me get into this for a second. If a black man mates with a white woman and has mixed children, what are they considered?
I've already established those children were black.
Okay, Vector. Yes, they are considered. I have a biracial daughter-in-law. She's considered black.
I want to put on the record that is only in the United States.
See, this is where.
Hold on.
And the Adrian made a chair. Can I ask Adrian made a question?
I'm going somewhere with this. Answer the question, Edward. Are they considered black? Are they considered in this country? Are they considered black?
In this country. Oh, in this country, okay.
They're considered black. So in other words, if I fuck blue-eyed, blonde-haired Aryan Becky, and I have 15 children, right? Now I have $1 billion, and basically the $1 billion goes to my children. If they're considered black, does the money stay in the black race?
Not necessarily.
Why?
Why? Okay.
No. Let him finish.
Because this goes right back. This goes right back to what I was saying. Is we're having two different conversations between.
No, we're not.
Black and a pro-black agenda.
Answer the question. We're not going back to the other conversation. I asked you a direct question.
No, not necessarily.
Why not necessarily?
Okay, Barack Obama's father was what? Kenyan.
Black.
His mother was
Kenyan.
What? White.
Yeah. What is
so
this?
Is he black?
Who is his children? He's black. Yeah, in this country, he's black.
And where does his agenda stand?
Where's his agenda stand? Who did he marry? Who did he marry?
It doesn't matter who he married. We talking about his agenda, his power, and his.
Ben Carson come from a black mother. Is married to a black woman. Where does his alliance lies?
It's not the same. Again, that's
it is the same.
His logic.
One at a time.
His logic.
It does not.
His logic proposes. His logic
doesn't. Just because one doesn't equal the other doesn't mean it's the opposite of the other.
Exactly. So hold on, Vector. Hold on. Vector. So in other words,
he's the opposite of Obama. That's not true.
In other words, what I'm saying is, especially in America, the way it's situated, that it doesn't matter. If you look at all the black people in America and all the black wealth that black people generate, how much stays in the community? They're all black. They're all fucking black with people.
Not much.
Exactly. So saying that guarantee you marrying a black woman, having black children, and when you die, that the money's going to stay in the black community is not a guarantee, no matter.
I didn't say that.
So in other words, that black money can stay in the black race. In fact, it probably will more than likely stay in the black race more because mulattoes are rejected by white people, and they have no choice but to go down to black people. Go ahead, because Barack Obama is a case in point. He was a mulatto, and he has black wealth. Who did he marry because he was rejected by white people?
he married a black woman, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're still on the black. Again, just because they're rejected by white people doesn't mean that they're gonna be black.
But on the face of it, if him and Michelle earn $500 million apiece and it goes to their children, are those children considered black?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that they are going to carry that wealth back to the black community.
So it has
Ben
more.
Carson Go ahead, Valdez, jump in. I know where you're going with this.
This is what I was trying to say. It has more to do with the mentality of the black man, because of the simple fact that it doesn't matter who. We got a loop. Who's
got
that?
the mic open?
Look, it's not like we're not calling black people that deal with black women coon, like they can't be called a coon, or like they're giving more leeway. They're
Five more minutes on this topic and we're done.
Yo, who has YouTube turned up, man?
I don't. I'm in my car.
Somebody's on the phone and then we're getting the speaker open.
I'm on the headphones. So.
Okay.
It ain't me.
I'm gonna mute people one at a time and see where it is.
I just want to say, people say black.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
People say black first, but black first does not mean black only. It means black first. So it means you have to have a mentality of us as a team. This is not about black supremacy. This is about getting us on equal footing. So when you're on equal footing, you have to work. The 76ers fucking suck. They're going to have to work harder. The Lakers do too. They're going to have to work harder to get their shit together. That doesn't mean they're trying. Well, yeah, that doesn't mean they're trying to dominate, but you get my point. So we have to do what other groups doesn't have to do. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this question. So what you're telling me is that it is impossible for a black man to put black first because he's married to a white woman.
No. Why are we dealing in these absolutes? Nobody said that.
Because that was the conversation.
No.
That was
the conversation. The conversation was Edward and I both pointed this out. Just because you, as an individual in your generation, are pro-black does not guarantee that your kids will carry that on. And if you want a code of conduct that would best guarantee, not 100%, but that would best guarantee that your money stays in the black populace, you should have a black woman. That's all you're saying.
Okay. So that's the code. Hold on. So that's the code. So that's the. Hold on. I'm not taking. First and foremost, I'm not taking it as a personal attack. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You were when dude called you a mixed dude. Well, no. Hey,
that's a different story. It's a different story.
Okay. First of all,
quiet for a long effing time.
First of all,
let Valdez finish his thought, and then we're gonna go ahead and change topics because we've beat.
Okay. First of all,
Lords of Coble.
First of all, fam, I'm not triggered by biracial comments. I'm triggered by bullshit comments. So for him, you got a dude on here telling me that I'm a spick and I'm Hispanic because my name is Spanish. That's how ridiculous that conversation is. That's a ridiculous conversation. But see, here's the thing. You guys are talking about two entirely different things. Because I'm trying to get the correlation between a black man doing what he's supposed to do and the correlation with who he dates or who he marries.
Well,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
So
because you just said the code of conduct was, you finally answered it. See, I've been waiting this whole time for somebody to say what the code of conduct was, and you said the code of conduct is for a black man to get into a relationship with another black man. My whole thing is, don't pussyfoot around it. Go full Hitler. Just go ahead and say.
Well, let me qualify. You're right. You 100% got it. And also, but let me qualify.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah, we talk about the law. The family court systems and the marriage laws. And the reasons I say that is because now, in the modern economy and culture, unlike how it was back in the day, it's a lot easier for the black dollar to leave. So when you're talking about the possibility of divorce, right? And if you marry a white woman, and now you wonder where the money's going to go to your kids or how your kids are going to be raised, and it's going to be raised by a white woman, and you're not even there, then you further digging closer. That's why I was saying if the code of conduct is just looking for certain logical things that would further make it more likely that your kids are going to be pro-black, then that's what it should be. And you have to
Yeah.
factor in all
But
of that.
the code of conduct should be, the code of conduct should have more to do with your practices as an individual when it comes to economics. Not see if you're sitting here focused on if you're sitting here focused on the code of conduct being okay, we should only date. This is the whole reason why you have these issues. This is the what?
I have not.
He just said that.
Everything.
I'm addressing what.
Hold on, Edward. Let him finish.
Stop. Let him finish. Edward, you have the last word, okay, on this topic. But let him finish. He's got 1 more minute, and then you have the last word, and we'll go on to something else. Basically, this Charles.
BJ, I'm addressing. Give Edward the last.
No response.
I want to answer his.
No response. No response.
Okay.
We beat it to death. He finished your statement. Edward has the last word, and then we'll go on to something else. We beat it to death.
Addressing what Vector said. He said the code of conduct should be a black man should be with a black woman. And what I'm saying is the code of conduct needs to deal with the economics of black people, not who they are dating. That's what I said.
One and the same.
Edward has the last word.
It's not one and the same. How's that one and the same?
No. Wait. There's no crosstalk. Edward has the last word on the subject. Then we're going to go on something else because we beat it to death. It's atomized. Oh, Charles, you want to?
First of all, I'll say it like this. Angry Man, I remember when you have stated before, when you have said that a black man should try
we're not going to point out who has said before because that's going to elicit a response. Your last word on this subject.
So my last word on this subject is yes, what you do does matter, but it's just like metrics. When you look at points, rebounds, steals, fouls, flagrant fouls, they all take into account with a certain score. I'm not saying this should be an absolute, but it does take into consideration, and there are reasons for that. Now, the last thing I will point out is black men have to start getting better about thinking about legacy. And when we form a code of conduct, and this is giving me a lot of things to actually think about, so I appreciate this conversation, but legacy has to be in the foremost of it. And that's why a lot of dudes are kind of like, it don't matter, because they're not thinking 60, 70 years ahead. They're thinking it don't matter. And that's a big problem that black men have. Fuck what black women are on. I don't give a fuck about what they think. And y'all know that. So this thing where people are angling it, I'm saying that for black women. I know that's out there, but that's not. So anyway,
finish it. We got 1 minute.
At the end of the day, I hear what y'all are saying. If I deal with a black man and he has a white woman, usually I've met that black man on some shit we already agree on. So it ain't you with a white woman. Oh, fuck this nigga. No, I'm not on that. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying if you're teaching the next generation, they need to understand where their options are. And yes, being with a melanoid woman,
15 seconds.
A Latina or a light-skinned woman is preferred, but if you're doing some other shit, then then we'll take that in consideration. That's what we mean. That's all we mean.
All right, that's it. No, that's it. We beat it to death. Basically, we took a turbo laser and blasted that horse into atoms.
Man, don't make a video.
Well, if Angry Man wants to revisit that and have you on his channel, he certainly can. But I think I'm
done with this.
Spent like 4 hours on it. I think that's enough.
Yeah.
So
I'm over here building a thermonuclear bomb.
See, I wanted to talk about basketball.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you a question though, Angry Man. Could Hulk swallow a thermonuclear bomb and survive?
Yes, he would.
Yes.
Anybody
knows comic books know that Hulk will just he got that Wolverine rebuilding factor, so he recovers fast as shit.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
The thing about the Hulk is if he takes too much damage, it will stop his healing factor, and he just won't heal anymore. And
we can debate that.
Go ahead. Jump on it.
Go ahead, Angry Man. I'll go second.
It depends on if he's older, yes. If he's older, yes, but if you're talking about Hulk in his prime, Nah, because the angrier he gets,
Thank you.
like he continues to
Thank
generate more power.
Thank you. That's where I was gonna go. If the Hulk gets angry, you can't do shit to him. I mean, you can
Yeah,
fucking pull his arm off. He grew a new arm because he's angry.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
the angry man.
He's a universe breaker. Like he what was it? World War Hulk proved that
Okay.
because when he came back to Earth, with his soldiers and stuff, he had got so angry, like he was taking steps and it was shaking the entire Earth.
You need cosmic power. You need like
Yeah,
Galactus, the Beyonder type power, or one of the Celestials to defeat the Hulk. Because this dude, no average dude is gonna stop the Hulk.
yeah.
Maybe not even a Silver Surfer, and he has cosmic power. You need that universal cosmic power to defeat him.
Yeah. Now there's other
I don't know.
there's other versions of the Hulk from other type of titles, like in Old Man Logan, Wolverine killed him. But he was older. He was old then, you know.
What do y'all think about that Spider-Man movie that's coming out? I know about that.
I can't wait.
It's gonna be
I think this is gonna be
fantastic.
one
I
of the
wait to
better
see
ones. I think this is gonna be one of the better ones because Marvel is actually doing it instead of somebody
You know what?
else.
From what the reviews I've kind of looked at, because I'm, I was dip in and cheat a little bit. Spider-Man 2 was my favorite Spider-Man flick so far, but I've heard
With
some
Tobey
reviewers.
Maguire?
Spider-Man 2 was off the chain, and if you don't believe it, then you just not into comic book
What
movies, and you
about
should jump off a
With
cliff.
Doc,
But
with Doc Ock, we're talking about with Doc Ock and Spider-Man 2.
that was the best one. That was the best one. The best Spider-Man movie to me. Argue that if you want. But I've
The
heard
Amazing
reviewers.
Spider-Man?
No, Spider-Man 2 with Tobey Maguire was the best Spider-Man movie. And what I would say is this: from what I've heard, is that this one may be better than that. So I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait. I'm a Spider-Man fan since I was like 8 years old.
They say it's it's a guy I look on YouTube, Mercy Awesome, and I respect his views on comic books and stuff. And he said that this was better than Spider-Man 2. He said I've seen Spider-Man 2 1,000 times, and maybe I got to watch this one again because he said over time he still loves Spider-Man 2, but seeing it one time he was so amped up and hyped up that he recommended it, and I got to check it out because I love Spider-Man 2. That was like the off the chain movie. So man.
Well, speaking of a lack of mission, it's always interesting when you compare like Marvel and Sony. Like Sony don't know what the fuck they want to do. They keep going back and forth with this Venom shit. They keep like trying to create Silver Sable and they just throwing shit like turd flinging monkey. They're just throwing shit out there to see what sticks.
Well, it's because of the way the contract is. When Marvel went bankrupt back in the day and they sold the rights to their various heroes, they put a clause in the contract, and the clause that they put in the contract is if they don't, whoever they sold the rights to, if they sold it to Sony, Fox, or whoever, if they don't make a movie within 4 years, I think 4 years or something like that, they have to give up the rights to that character. That's why they keep making them bullshit Fantastic Four movies, because they're trying to keep the characters.
They trying to make it.
The problem is you got the wrong people in the studios. You got the wrong people in the studios in charge of making the movies. Like Marvel Studios got it on point. Everything is connected. The Netflix shows, the movies they put out is great. Listen,
oh no,
Marvel
Deadpool was pretty beast though. You know.
No, but Deadpool was one out of how many? Like I just the X-Men movies are okay, but they're not messing with Marvel Studios and the movies they're producing. Just like the Fantastic Four and the Sony Spider-Man, other than the first two, Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man, and Amazing Spider-Man 2, they were okay, but they wasn't like the Marvel movies. I haven't seen a bad Marvel movie yet.
Yeah, but that argument with the Deadpool argument is a weak argument because that's not their first attempt at Deadpool. They put him in the Wolverine Origins movie and screwed it up so bad.
They did.
That the backlash from the fans is really what made them tighten up when they did this new one. That's what made them tighten up because the fans was pissed off.
You know what's sad? What's sad is had they got it right, they could have did a Wolverine and Deadpool movie and not put a lot of money into it. As far as it could have been like a buddy cop movie. Just put the money in paying Ryan Reynolds and Wolverine. Made it like maybe $100 million movie, and
I mean,
probably
that's what.
$800. A lot of people would have seen that after Deadpool.
Everybody's chasing Marvel Studios. Everybody's chasing Marvel Studios. And Marvel, even listen, the worst Marvel movie to me was Avengers Age of Ultron, and that was good. So how you gonna say that they got it on point, man?
Because I think
the worst Marvel movie was that third Iron Man movie.
Okay, I can accept that.
It was bad. It was bad.
But I can accept. But it still was
the feminist shit. Yeah,
but it still was good though, because if you read the comic books, you know what I'm talking about. It still wasn't horrible.
Yeah, I got
horrible. Did you do a review on that, Angry Man? I gotta go check it out. If you did a review,
no, I didn't do a review on it. It pissed me off that much.
And Iron Man 2,
that's the one that did Mandarin. The Mandarin was in it, right? And I had to laugh my ass off, right? And they did
the
extremist. They did, yeah, but that's what made it funny. And they did the extremist thing. I like the comic book extremist better, but it was good.
It was a cash grab. But in the second Iron Man, they revealed that boy that Iron Man saved, or with the Iron Man helmet, like the Iron Man mask, that was Peter Parker.
Was it?
They redid the canon. They said that's who that was. Because the way they're gonna show the movie, this movie it's gonna be like in different stages of the Marvel universe.
Maybe go back and watch Iron Man 2 to see that.
Well,
that's Iron Man 3. Iron Man 3.
But I didn't know that was part. I didn't know that
the same actor, but they retconned that.
Okay.
Because the way they're gonna show the Spider,
that didn't make sense though.
Yeah, it doesn't, and it's gonna like I have a theory about Marvel. And I hope I'm wrong, but I think Marvel is on the decline. I think the Marvel movies after this Spider-Man movie are gonna start to suck.
Yeah, because they're gonna go on a feminist agenda because Disney's on that.
At the beginning of the hangout, BGS, I asked you what's your thoughts on the Black Panther movie. I don't know if you saw the question.
I'm curious about it. I'm hoping and praying that it's a success because I want to see more of it. We can't tell by the trailers. You can never tell by the trailers.
I'm putting my faith in Ryan Coogler. I'm gonna put my faith in him. He's a good director, so I'm gonna put my faith in him. Like Creed was awesome. You know what I'm saying? Fruitvale Station was awesome. So I'm gonna put my faith in him. But what's that? The Thor movie? I'm really weary about that one.
Which one? The new Thor, Ragnarok.
Like the next Thor movie.
The World War Hulk movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm weary about that one because it's looking like they're gonna try to tie in World War Hulk, but not properly.
I'm weary of that Han Solo movie. That's a movie that's about to suck. They firing everybody.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm a Star Wars fanatic, and I've been disappointed.
Did they just kill Han Solo?
Yeah.
But the thing is,
the feminist, the Force Awakens. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
It's over for Star Wars. I hate to say it. It's over.
Man, they just screwed the whole universe.
No, and guess who's over it? Guess who's over it?
Disney.
No, Kathleen Kennedy. I'm talking about the Kevin Feige. I mean, she said straight up that she was going to do a feminist agenda, and I think Rogue One got it right with the female character. I like that female character because it was more realistic.
I thought they recut that too because it was
the way she was more realistic in that situation of how a woman might respond with her life. But Daisy Ridley, I mean that I don't see it. I don't see it.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up about Rogue One because you probably was on the hangout when Jay Sean was telling me to go watch it because it was good.
Mm-hmm.
I went and watched it and I wasn't impressed. Like I really wasn't.
Okay.
I understand. I like the direction they was going more than
one at a time.
What did you not like about it, Angry Man?
Like I'm a Jedi Sith purist. So if you have a Star Wars movie that's not focused on the Jedi and the Sith, I don't the rest of the stuff, the politics, all the other stuff, like I understand it, but I don't care. Like I want to see an awesome lightsaber fight. You know what I'm saying?
This is what I will say. like number one, that's why they have the off movies. But another thing I will say to what you're saying to a certain extent that I agree with is that's what the books are for. Like when it comes to politics and all that shit,
Okay,
they need to focus that more on the books. That way you can see more of that, and that's a balance I've never really seen Marvel really have with the Star Wars movies.
I got to go into this. Can I get into this? Because I'm a Star Wars guy.
But I like
Go ahead. Yeah, jump in.
So what I say is this: I feel the anger man because I want to see Jedi and Sith. But Star Wars, it's a universe. It's a big universe, and they got people that's outside of the Jedi and Sith. So I guess sometimes they want to tell those stories. But the reason I did like Rogue One is because they didn't make the female main character all powerful. She acted like a woman would act. It wasn't like she was better. She needed help, and she wasn't like super strong. She wasn't like push the men out the way. I'm the best shot. She wasn't that good.
Sorry, I didn't like Rogue One. Simply the fact that the black guy basically had to depend on every damn body but himself. He was like Larry Elder.
What black guy you talking about?
No, but here's the thing about Saw Gerrera.
Is it Rogue One or The Force Awakens?
What black guy you talking about? Rogue One?
The Force Awakens.
No, nobody about The Force Awakens.
I'm talking about Rogue One.
Yeah, Rogue One.
See, the thing about John Boyega and Rogue in Force Awakens is everybody filleted me, kind of like what would kind of just happen, because I was defending that because I was saying, look at the overall scope of his character arc. So I was willing to forgive some of it just for the fact that they didn't kill him off. So my thing is, I'm going to be interested when this next one comes to see what they do with that character. Because then that's going to make me rise or fall on my words.
I think they're going a little bit more back to basics. You see it going through training and all that kind of stuff. So they're getting, because nobody really cared about whether the Jedi was male or female. The thing is, you have to follow the canon. You just cannot simply pick up a lightsaber and whip a Jedi, black Jedi Sith master.
It didn't make sense. How you gonna see that Mary Sue? That Mary Sue just messed me up.
That's a Skywalker. That's a Skywalker. Hell no.
A Sith Lord, exactly. A Sith Lord would have saw a novice approach him with a lightsaber. And basically lifted his hand, lifted her off the ground, and threw her about 50
They
yards.
fucked up with the mind trick. No, the mind trick thing is what pissed me off.
Ben Solo could stop. He stopped blaster bolts in midair
with his hand.
He stopped blaster bolts and still talk to you like, and without even thinking about it. You got a chick that's
but see, that's what happens when a chick.
A chick that's untrained with the force gonna come and beat a dude that can stop a blaster bolt with his mind and hold it in midair. Get the shit out of here.
You cannot turn. You cannot turn a Disney princess into a Jedi. It's not. Nobody's going to accept it.
I will. This is what I will. I will say this. In the video games, there's a Knights of the Old Republic. There is this character called Bastila Shan. That character is a good template, but the problem is that you can't make that in the universe that they made. The problem is they like Kathleen Kennedy. This was thinking about it now. Kathleen Kennedy is lazy as all fucking hell. It was a lazy ass movie. It really was.
Bastila Shan was trained. She was a Jedi. She went through the temple, Padawan and all that. So she wasn't just miracle Mary Sue.
If you wanted a female Jedi, all you had to do is change her backstory. She basically left the Order, went to a planet, a way to get away, and she was found. You could have simply done that. You didn't have to have her learning from scratch.
Or she got old enough to where before Ben Solo killed everybody, she got away. But here's another thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, the Knights of the Old Republic too. Actually, the character is a woman. So it's not like she didn't have elements in the universe to draw this from. Ahsoka Tano, like there's things in there. But when you see the training in the trailer in this damn movie, the trailer, then if she would be able to do some shit when it comes to Ben Solo, then that would have made sense. But they were just lazy about it. And the reality is they made a movie that when you really think about it, pissed a lot of people off. Black men didn't like it. White men didn't like it because of the chick. Black men didn't like it because they had to do bug dancing. And then she doubled down on the bullshit.
They did the original Star Wars remix. It was the exact same story of the original Star Wars. I wasn't feeling that.
Honestly, they should have rolled out Rogue One first. They probably would have did better doing that. Because Rogue One, I feel like, was the same, but it was different enough.
It was. I agree.
If you're gonna remix Luke Skywalker, at least do it right. Luke Skywalker didn't start out whipping Sith Lord's asses on the first film. It didn't happen.
Yeah, and
He ran from him.
And Empire Strikes Back, when he fought Darth Vader, Darth Vader kicked his ass, cut his hand off. You're beaten.
Yeah, he
go ahead.
Luke Hamill hates what they've done with his character.
I love that. Luke Hamill.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not Luke Hamill, Mark Hamill. My bad, Mark Hamill. He hates what I'm thinking about. Luke. He hates what they did with Luke Skywalker. Like he hates that shit. He's
as far as what he has to play now.
Yeah,
but the thing is, the checks are big enough to where he gonna shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, Mark. It ain't like Mark got that much work. Yeah, he has the voiceover work. But yeah, they didn't need to give him that much. I mean, they paid him obviously, but it ain't like they had to do the Robert Downey Jr. shit on him, or Chris Evans even to get him to do it. I mean, he's a fan. He's a company man. I feel like he's a company man.
That if he protested and threatened not to, like the strike, they would probably try to replace him. They're so backwards right
I
now.
do believe that. They digitize his ass.
CGI. It makes somebody look just like him, CGI.
Yeah. It's bullshit.
One of my biggest regrets is that they never really developed Princess Leia's character as far as her force powers. She didn't have to have a lightsaber, but she should have been like a Jedi consular just without the lightsaber, where she would have had a lot of strong abilities. That if she tapped into them, they was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Like she should be able to push the shit, just simple shit. But when she does it, it has so much impact. Or when you get back into political shit, like she would have struggled with the fact that she knows she can make people. Because Leia was a passionate character as far as what she believed in and conviction. So she should have struggled with. I can make you believe this shit.
In the canon, she never completed her training, so she never developed as a Jedi because she never wanted to develop as a Jedi.
I see that. But even what I'm saying is where they could have went with her character is even if she didn't complete her training, because completing your training is really a Padawan, like going past to Jedi Knight. She didn't have to do that. She could have been at Padawan strength as far as like knowledge, but because she has so much power, because keep in mind she should be just as powerful as Luke, theoretically.
She's a Skywalker.
Yeah, but she never developed.
The stupid ass midichlorians in her blood. I still think that's dumb.
Well, I'm saying that's a choice that they made, and I wish they didn't make that choice. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they wanted her to be a companion to Han Solo. So if you write it that way, he can't be more powerful than him because he was.
Well, in the what they call it, the Legends, she did develop. She didn't have to develop all the way though.
She never developed the full. She never developed full Jedi power.
What was the one when Luke?
And the Legends she did.
She did in the story where Luke became the.
She was a master.
When Luke became apprentice of Palpatine with his clone, Leah's the one that fought him and saved him. She was good with the lightsaber. What was the name of that story?
But that's the Legends. In the Legends,
I can't tell the story, but it was a comic book where Luke became he fell to the dark side. He got under Palpatine, and Palpatine was showing him the way. He ended up fighting Leia, and Leia brought him back from the dark side.
They didn't develop her because that's that
story. But see, here's the thing. You know whose fault it is that Star Wars is in the shitter right now?
George Lucas?
Hell no. It's our fault. It's the fans' fault because we've given the fans have given George Lucas so much bullshit that he just it's funny because it's a paradox because George Lucas is by far the most loved and hated man when it comes to Star Wars.
Really? Why?
Because oh my God, BGS.
Yes, sir.
They went in on that dude so much. Like I know why he just finally washed his hands because he was tired of it. Because he created he went back when he made the original Star Wars.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize the reason he went back is because he was ahead of his time already.
He did it to push the tech, the technology of cinematography. That was part of it.
What he said, he was limited in the first Star Wars because
the
technology hadn't caught up with his vision. So we went back and remastered the thing to put in the elements that he would because he's a perfectionist. So he went back and redid things the way he wanted to have it done. Yeah.
And the fans completely shitted on him for that. And then when he went he made the prequels.
The book where Luke turned to the dark side is called Dark Empire.
Okay. Well, he went back and he created the prequels, and they shitted on him for that.
That's true.
And it's like it got to the point where the fans was trying to tell him what his vision should be.
Yeah, but
it's like he's like, look, I created the damn thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it got to the point where it's like he just got tired of it.
Yeah, he's old. And he's old too, so he cashed out. He got $4 billion. I can't buy. Somebody signs a $4 billion check, I'm gonna sign it over too. Which is Disney made that on the first movie. They knew what they had.
And he's getting residuals too.
Yeah. But I doubt, I sincerely doubt that next movie is gonna do as well as that one.
I think it will. That's the sad thing about Star Wars. They can put out shit and it'll still do well. I mean, look at Phantom Menace.
The women are eating it up, especially the girls, man.
Look at what Attack of the Clones did. Attack of the Clones is the worst Star Wars movie ever made. It was.
I think the Phantom Menace.
You think Attack of the Clones is better than the Phantom Menace?
Yes.
Believe it or not, The Force Awakens earned Disney $4 billion. They made all their money back because worldwide.
Oh, when you look at toys and all of that.
That's because they've been waiting for that movie for what? What has it been? 10 years they were waiting for that movie.
But the thing is, if you look at the demographics, young women are half the population, and they came to that movie in droves. Same thing with Wonder Woman.
I mean, Transformers is a piece of shit. It took 5 of them for the 5th one to finally fall off.
I'm gonna ask the question.
Go ahead, Charles. Ask the question.
Because I know this hangout gonna end soon. Why don't you start one on BGS Reborn so we can keep this shit going? Because this is like great.
You want to record it?
No, I say start another hangout on BGS Reborn so we can keep on going.
No. It's not gonna end. It doesn't end. The recorded portion ends. If you want to record it, we can.
No, but if you don't, you know what I'm saying. I'm just saying. I ain't got to record. I got you. I'm just.
Oh no. In other words, if the stream will fall off, but basically we can talk until good grief. We talk 12 hours.
I'm gonna keep on talking. I'm just talking on my ass.
Yeah. I just want to say this to Edward. I just want to say this to Edward about the Transformers. You know, I know the Transformers is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You know, and Star Wars is starting to be a piece of shit. I just need you to be gentle, Edward, because we're talking about my childhood, and I just can't take too much more of this rape, man. I'm trying to recover from it.
Do you remember the Transformers, the original Transformers, the movie, the cartoon? That was off the chain to me.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes.
Yeah,
you got the touch.
Yes.
You got the power.
Yes.
Off the chain.
Yeah.
G1 Transformers the movie.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do you think they're going to do a Thundercats movie?
No.
And I pray to God they don't. I
don't want to see Timberhawks. I don't want to see none of that.
I hope they just leave it. I just hope they leave it where it's at and they already kind of messed up because they tried to remake the cartoon and changed everything around.
Yeah. They thinking about doing a Voltron.
Yeah, but they were gonna do a Robotech movie, and I was like, man, maybe. But I say, nah, let it stay. Let it stay dead.
I don't know. I like Robotech.
Just think about this for a second. Think about the G.I. Joe movie. Think about the G.I. Joe movie. Think about Transformers.
Yeah.
Think about Ninja Turtle movie, and ask yourself, do you really want them to do a Thundercats movie?
No.
I mean, that's why there needs to be diversity in Hollywood.
The G.I. Joe, they could have done it right if they really wanted to.
Have any of y'all seen the new Transformers yet?
Yeah, but Angry Man don't even like Batman, the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. I saw those videos. I haven't watched it yet, though.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something about Christopher Nolan and his vision of Batman.
His third act sucked.
Oh my God!
Most people forget Batman is a genius. He's a genius. And in the Christopher Nolan movies, you never saw his genius. Never.
The Dark Knight was probably one of the best films ever. The Dark Knight was. I have to give him credit for that. The other two I could give or take, but The Dark Knight.
But you know why? You know why?
The Joker.
because of Heath Ledger's performance.
Yeah.
That's what made that movie great. Like, see, here's the thing with that movie. It's frustrating for me because the movie is great, but it sucked at the same time. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
It's because okay, on the one hand, you finally get to see the back and forth between the Joker and the Batman. Like that scene, that interrogation scene is one of the best scenes in a movie ever. One of the best scenes in a movie ever. But the problem is you don't get to see, you get to see part of the Joker's genius, but you still don't see Batman's genius.
Hey, we're on
Like
the same
this
page.
I'm